On my thingy's working. We are.
I haven't got any.
Live. I think we are.
Okay.
My live thing's up and running. Good day, all. Are we live? I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll put a Buster song on. Anybody got any requests?
Yeah, it's always a good idea to start with a Buster song.
The new one.
New one. Okie dokie. That's easy. It's playing.
It's the echo in your brain.
I'm
You
just
know
listening
you
to
can't
YouTube.
sustain the misconceptions in your mind. One day you'll see for sure what all of this was for. Then you can leave it all behind. The journey begins. I am the one, yeah, that will show the proof. I am the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the Logos. In the beginning was found this thing that cannot speak. It's how we all truly learn. It's only ever attained when one lets go of fear. So don't let wisdom pass you by. The journey begins. I am the one here that will show the proof. I am the one here that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the Logos. It was there all along. How could I never have seen this thing that's danced all around? It wasn't until I left behind the things I believed that I could see things so clear. The journey begins. Become the one here that will show the proof. Become the one here that is searching for the truth. Become the whispers of the logic in their minds. Become an agent of the Logos. Become an agent of the Logos. We are the agents of the Logos.
Such a good tune. Could become an agent of the Logos. Just wrote for us that specifically. Our man Buster, world famous. Keep an eye out on the poll. So, okay, that's a good start, that, isn't it? You want to wait for a bit longer? Have a bit of a chit chat before we go into this.
I didn't get a notification. Just like
Did you not, for going live? And a lot of people seem to have gone live at this sort of time. It's a hot
I didn't
time.
get the live one either.
Did you not?
Nope.
I just got timed out in Jose's chat.
Yeah, don't worry, you won't get timed out in here. What was it for? Have you got any?
Speaking truth.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't like that there. They call it whining. They put all sorts of names on it, but definitely don't like that truth stuff. So banned from his Discord while just talking in chat. Actually having one of the better conversations I've ever had with like Doofus and a couple other people about some specific topics for hours. I was surprised. I think I even told y'all how good the conversation was.
Yeah.
And then Jose came in there and Blue came in there. And that's when the trouble started. Topics went away. Conversation went away. And Blue told Jose that he banned me for basically coming in and bringing topics to his channel and then fighting off the trolls. And Jose banned me for doing the same thing. That's basically what I did. Went into his Discord once or twice, not even that much. Days in between, I would go and then go in there and just see who was in there and bring up a topic, see what they thought. And then I would have to constantly fight off the trolls that were talking about having sex with animals and, you know, normal troll stuff that he allows. Calls it fun, right? He's saying they're just having fun.
Yeah, responsible
but as I'm
trolling.
having troll and let troll. But when I'm fighting them off and tell them I don't think it's right or voicing my opinion about it, you know, it's a bannable offense. They're just biased and they're scared scooters is what I call them. They just don't want to have conversations about topics because people are hearing the truth when that happens on their channel. Now, of course, Doofus and a couple others aren't going to ever change, and that's fine. But I tell them straight up, I'm using them to reach others. I've always said that and been honest that I'm just using you, right? I'm asking you questions so you answer so other people can see how I answer. That's all. It's just using you. I'm not trying to change their mind. I could care less what they believe, actually. But, yeah, banned, timed out. They're just scared.
Absolutely.
What's he scared of anyway?
They're scared of the truth, bro. They did it to me. They did it to Bev, to you,
Scared
to
of
all of us here.
questions.
They're scared of questions.
Yeah.
A simple question. Yeah.
Yeah. SC is one of the nicest guys. He gives way. He doesn't overtalk, and he, you know, and he's banned. I mean, Bev can go into other places and have hour-long conversations with people, but when he goes to these biased places, he gets banned. Other people are the same way. I have conversations for hours and hours and hours with people. I'm not banned from anywhere but Bob's, Jose's, and Blue's. Nowhere else in the world on the flat plane am I banned from anywhere. Now figure that out for yourself.
It's called rent-free, brother. Go collect the rent. They're scared shitless of you.
I agreed with Jose when, you know, it's just fun, right? It's for fun. Yeah, I'm having fun. I was actually enjoying myself. There was no one at the house. You know, family was out of town. Kids were doing their thing. I had come home from work and got on there and was actually having a great conversation. I think it was with Doofus, which is hard for me to imagine, but it was happening. And then, of course, Tusk and a couple other known trolls, Anamorphic Mind, come in there and start talking about all the, you know, crap that they bring up, making up stuff, lying about me, slandering, talking about y'all. You know, I'm just, you know, just going back and forth with them, defending the point, showing how they're not telling the truth. And I'm the one that gets banned. But enough of that. Enough of giving Jose any any credit. I mean, I joined the server back after not going there for a year or whatever, just to see if he had changed, and he hasn't. He's as biased as he's ever been. If you're not giving him money, you will get banned. I promise you. If you cause any trouble.
Got to
But
pay your
if you're a
dues.
dude named Anamorphic that gives him money, right? I guess anything goes, right?
Yeah, Anamorphic is blatantly doxing me and Bev and other people, and Jose's overlooking it. Can't find it in the chat, blah, blah, blah. I show Jose on a DM how Anamorphic had just doxed someone, and because I blanked out the name, then they start doing all these posts, blanking out stuff, saying, is that doxing? Is this doxing? Is that, they make a joke of it. All their names are Gary now because they're making a joke out of them doxing somebody that we know that they think their name is Gary, which is not. It's so the irony that goes on over there. It's just a biased place. Like the channel owner, Jose, is biased. He only cares about money, and I don't blame him. He's trying to make a living. That government check just ain't big enough, so he's having to scam people on the internet to give him money. And if you're not giving him money, he is biased against you and will ban you.
Yep, it's unfortunate that who would have thought a couple of years ago that the top ballers, or they thought they were at the time, Blue, George, Bob, who would have thought that instead of engaging us, now they run away from us like little girls? It's incredible. It's very, very telling.
Meet us in public and they run away. Meet us on Discord and they ban us and run away from the topic. Don't want to have the conversation. Project onto us everything that they are and then run away. It's easy for them to do it, right? And then they got their trolls, known trolls. Years and years, these same people have been in the chat, just chat trolling for years, doxing people, being proud of it, admitting it. And then they defend that person, right? It just shows their true character. Piece of crap. Jose goes against his own father, both of them, his creator father and his real father, who believes in the Bible and is a religious man. I think was even a pastor. Met him several times, was a great guy. Jose goes against him. Jose's his own man. He can do that. Great, but just doesn't have faith in even his own father that is telling him the truth. It's weird.
Thanks, John. John's just got his t-shirt through today. Is DP here, or is he? Oh, he's gone. I hope he's listening in. My missus said t-shirts have been sent through as well, so that print run was pretty quick.
Ordered two and haven't received them in the States yet, but I'm waiting eagerly every day to see. This will be my third or fourth t-shirt that I've gotten. I love them.
Yeah.
I mean, Buster songs, the t-shirts, the logical arguments that we bring now. I wish we could get a hold of more people, new people with this. It would be fun to see, the reaction after having an audience for an hour, not being trolled and disruptive, just sit here and listen and really go through what we have to offer. It's the best thing I've seen in a long time in my life,
Step by step, we'll get there. We do as we do. Little bit by little bit. I mean, look at the group that we've got now, right? Imagine this at the beginning. It's different now already, isn't it? You can feel it's different.
Absolutely. Even at the other shows where the biblical talk and the religious talk wasn't allowed back 2 years ago, now they're having shows about it. So I think that's progress in my book. Here, we've progressed with Logos. It's been amazing to see some of the things that have come and just been plopped down on our laps, and we all have different views on it, but it was all brought here for us.
Yeah.
And I think we've done a good job using it with you as our, kind of, I don't want to say leader, but, someone who puts it all together and brings us together with the Logos in mind. I mean, I'm grateful. I know that.
This is special. Yeah, special times. So welcome everyone we are getting some new people in, obviously. Got a shout out today from Nathan. Thank you very much, Nathan. If everybody's listening, we are doing, this is Logic Night. And we did decide that we were going to go back, but like the Logos does, this is the idea of us going right back to the basics of the Logos and sort of tying into the what we did earlier today on Nathan's Flat Earth debate. The idea of the logic in the Logos and all of that, it comes from reality, and the idea of it is to give you the firmest understanding that you can get. Now, if you're after a proof, which I don't know when you get into this with the Logos, like, what is the proof? I mean, why are we looking for the proof? Because that seems to be what people are always after, right? People want the proof of something, and nobody seems to know what it is and what it's all about. So, in order for us to gain the proof, we're going to need a system to be able to get that. But it's also got to happen in reality. So, there's a combination of all of these three things that work together. There's reality, there's the logic, which is the system that you're going to use, and then you've got the proof, which is some sort of a truth. But that truth already exists. It's a truth. It's already there. You just need to find a way to be able to hold that as a proof, right? So the proof is sort of the system that lets you see what's already fucking there. Some of this stuff is so basic that it's hard to get a grip on how basic this is, because it's fundamental. You already know it. And that's the Logos. The Logos gives you all of that. So what we're doing in this one is we're trying to go back to the basics and to understand what that proof is. Right now, the proof, the only way you can deal with it is really, it's the truth, right? There is a truth that you need to be able to get hold of. We'll call that proof. Well, how do you find it? Like, you have to go on a journey, like the Holy Grail. You're going to find something that supposedly is unachievable. We're hearing it all the time. The men of science of this arena have given it all up as a truth, proof, whatever. So the logic is the system to get there, but the truth already exists, and you have to use reality in order to get there. So you've got a link between all three of those. But how do you get there? Well, you have to have a firm understanding of what you're meant to be doing. I'll get this thing up here, which is where we go to. We're going to do some more t-shirt logic for these. We're going to have 3 or maybe 4. So these, you guys, can you see them? Copy. Let me get that. What's the live chat like? It's all right. It's not rocking, is it? So I'll use the live chat so you guys can all see it. Everybody else that's looking in here. So these are the basic laws. I'll find another one. I've got one from Aristotle as well. Called the laws of logic or the laws of thought. You don't need that on there, do you? Let me close that off. Very good, thank you very much. So these are the 3 basic laws. There is another one, but we'll get to that in a bit. So these are the 3 very basic understandings that if you talk to a model afflicted person, they will have to give up these, at least one, possibly all 4 of them, in order to keep their model existing within their imagination. Because reality is what reality is. The model only exists in the mind. Doesn't exist anywhere else. Reality stays the same. The model's just the conception of whatever you believe, but you've made that model. Now, depends whether the model, you are that afflicted by the model that you let the model dictate what you're going to believe in reality, or you sort of live by these basic rules of thought, logic, call it what you want. This is something that isn't wrote down. These are fundamental truths. You can't get rid of these. These are just exist as they are. So, law 1, we've done this before, but A is A, or P equals P. Just means that an item or something is what it is. The law of identity. I mean, I don't know how much more basic we can make this, but I mean, the item that it is that thing, or whatever it is. That person is the person. It's like the person isn't a group, I guess you could say. Everybody's an individual. A cup is a cup. A circle is a circle. Just the basic law of identity. That's the one I think that's pretty basic, that one. The other ones, I mean, I don't think many people can get away from that. But the second one, the law of non-contradiction.
This is like art, beautiful, like it's indisputable. Like there's no way around this.
It's because it is. Do you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's just worded perfectly because it's there ready for you to find the words for it.
Like when you hear it, you say, duh, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, so the law of non-contradiction. A cannot be both A and B. Or can't be both P and Q. Because it makes more sense if you, like, see the way they've put can't be A and B. Well, if you change that to it can't be both P and Q, then it turns into it can't be both the antecedent and the consequent. Can't be both, what's the other one? The cause and the effect.
Cause and effect.
Yeah. Can't be both. It can only be one. Starts making a little bit more sense when you start saying it things like that, right? So it can't be A and it can't be both A and B. Can't be both
Kind of like,
antecedent and consequent.
yeah.
Can't be both the cause and the effect. That's called the law of non-contradiction. That one you will see a lot.
That's one of my favorite ones, actually. Yeah. I think every conversation should be started with that.
All should be started with all these three. Right?
Yeah.
Because then if you are ever in a conversation with somebody and you, the person who's talking to somebody, spots this, right? Then you'd want to be told. I mean, I'd want to be told if I had one of these falsehoods within my conversation, right? So I say to anyone, it's a good idea to talk about this beforehand, any conversation, and then you can spot it. And it'll get you banned from a lot of places. Look at that. T-shirt logic.
Oh, yeah. Nice.
Yeah, you definitely want to establish that beforehand, before you engage in the conversation, because the law of identity, if the two of you have something, a concept or a thing or whatever, defined differently but use the same word, you're going to break that law of identity in your conversation. It's inevitable. So you're going to have to establish these things beforehand, for sure, or you're going to run into problems, let's just say.
Yeah, so we've been saying we've got a certain like 12 we've got it down to now, up to. But these three should most definitely be at the server, like within the rules of the server. You should at least, whenever you come in for a conversation, you should be at least aware that if you commit any fallacies within the server, I would hope that everyone in the server can spot any of these fallacies being, because these are basic concepts. And that's, I think, why a lot of people don't like coming round here. Because this is literally reality.
It's about learning, right? So you should, or I feel like you said earlier, like I'm welcoming to having these things pointed out if it's me who's doing it, right? Because that helps you learn, helps you grow, and helps you, further your own understanding.
Yeah. So
nice T-shirt, man. Look at the back, huh? Yeah. Shout out DP.
Oh, let's see. We've got some. Thank you very much. We've got some new text chat trolls. Please be kind to the model afflicted. But yeah, they're in pain at the minute, especially with this basic logic concepts. They'll be in pain whenever they have to have conversations. We know what they're like. So, the law of non-contradiction. Nothing can both exist and not exist at the same time. You can't contradict whatever it is. Cannot contradict. Like, you can't have a straight line being a circle type stuff. And that's a basic law of non-contradiction. You can't have it something being something that it isn't.
Yeah, it can't be its own opposite.
Yeah. And again, it does sound stupid when you hear this, like a grown people, but I mean, we've been in this arena for 2 years. Not many people have spotted this. It's been happening daily. And even more so since we've brought this around. It's been It's been kicking off. And the third statement, now this is the one that has the link to the mathematical statement, is where every statement is either true or false. There's nothing in between. Law of the excluded middle, which is the on-off switch. There's nothing, there's no in the middle that you can have. When you base your logical statements around this system with the on-off switch, if you prove or you come to the conclusion that it's not one of them, it must be the other. There's no other ground for it to muddy the waters. It's definitive. And these three basic laws, I guess you've got to call them laws, right? They don't stand on their own as, like somebody's wrote it down as a law, but these laws just make sense. An object is what it is. It's not something what it isn't. That makes sense. Can't be that and something else at the same time. It can only be the one thing. It can't be a contradictory thing to what it is.
The fact that needs to be pointed out is truly amazing.
Well,
I think it goes a little beyond that, because the symbolism, as in the P and Q, these kinds of thing, it's a way to quantify the truth that is being stated, so that you can talk about it. It is hard to explain. I don't know.
No, I mean, such a simple concept should be simply understood upon hearing it, right? There's no explanation needed, right? This is what I mean. It's obvious, like Bev says, it's there. I mean, it's...
Yeah, that I would agree with, yeah.
I consider this to be the foundations of mathematics as well. I mean, these are the basics of finding proofs. You can't just assign a number to something and imagine that whatever equations or whatever you put together can give you a proof without a basic fundamental understanding of where that stuff comes from. It's got to be formulated somewhere. And these are the people of old, the giants that you're standing on the shoulders of. These are the laws that they've laid down, but I mean, they weren't laid down by man. These are there for everyone to grab hold of. They exist in reality, right? These are the fundamental laws of logic and thought, as Aristotle calls them. Well, that thought isn't given to you by anyone. They're yours. There's nobody to teach it. There's only you that can learn. I don't think there's any way that anybody can be taught other than the Socratic method, obviously. But then you're training yourself. You're learning yourself to be able to think. And this is just a method to be able to stabilize that, to give you a clarity of the thought. So, on building on these fundamentals, we have to go forward with these as the rules that we build upon. And we're going to use these in order to find a truth. In reality, there's no other place to find a truth. You can't find a truth in a story that you've imagined. You can't find a truth in a computer game. There is only reality where you can find truths. And the logic, I don't know, the logos is what you're going to use to be able to put all of these pieces together to give you an answer at the end of it. And the proof is something that you gain for yourself. You know, there's only you can achieve that proof. The truth is there. Always. It will never be anything other than what it is. Law of identity states that, right? A truth is a truth. It will never not be a truth. The proof is how you personally get there at the end. And that's what we're about. We're about the logic is the easiest way for anybody to actually formulate some sort of a proof. The actual getting of the proof comes secondary. But first off, you have to find a logical expression that will give you some sort of a meaning for you to understand where it is you're going. And that's what logic is. Logic is the formulation of an argument that ends up with a truth value at the end of it. And the argument is the discussion around how you formulate these words together and the logic to put it together that ends up with something that can be talked about. And that's what we do here. We talk about those things. Try and find the best ways to put all of these pieces together. So is everyone okay with that? Like, I want to try and bring as many people along with this as possible, because it's not, definitely not a teaching, preaching sort of thing. This logic is meant to be a discussion, especially for text chat trolls that say things that we don't understand or whatever. The actual gaining of these statements help us formulate these proofs. Like t-shirt logic. There are a group of people that don't even want to talk about it. I don't think there's many people that want to talk about it because it involves a discussion where you have to delve pretty deep into what you don't actually know. And that's pretty tough.
It's you have to have a conversation about it, right? With several people would be the best way, like getting together and go over it together. Because if you violate one of those three, you will very often end up in absurd situations logically, and it's fun to do on one level as well, but it may not be readily apparent at first until you start talking about it and going over it, preferably together as a group, I would say.
Yeah, we're being told by the obvious geniuses in the chat that's not how logic works. There's some sort of a mechanism to logic that's only understood by certain people, which I'd be willing to bet pretty much fails at one of the three laws. It's like maybe even all three pretty quickly. And they can't come and engage in this logic conversation, which is pretty much apparent by what happened as soon as we started doing this logic. I mean, again, that was the Logos. The Logos. Geo opened up his server, and that gave us chance to go back to see what a reaction would be when we started doing something like logic, right in the midst of a new server with a group of all sorts of people. All sorts of different ideas. And there wasn't many people that joined us anew because of this logic. We seem to have stuck to the same core group, of which the actual Discord is getting a bit bigger. There's some more people coming in and it's getting more interesting. The work's getting better. The discussions that we're getting is better. The group of people that we've got is better. And we had Rumpus in last night. I don't know how many more times Rumpus would be able to come in here, because I think he didn't do too well last night. Anybody new listening to what Rumpus was doing like last night, you wouldn't think Rumpus was very special at all. This logic is exposing big weaknesses and big massive gaps within the certain community of people. So what we were after doing today is to let people know that the link between logic, reality, and proof is, again, it's one of those ones with like a trifecta. They're all linked together. They're all already there. It all already exists. It's just up to us to find it. Formulate the words, put the words together, and discuss it. So if you want to do that and come up with the listen to some of the arguments that we've got, you'll have to come in, because that's where the discussion happens, in the Discord. It's not often, we're not going to get many people to come in and talk to us, because it's awkward when you bring a model into this logic conversation, because all you're doing is after reality and truth and formulating proofs from reality. There's not much space for models that don't actually work within reality. And if you do bring a model, be prepared to find out many of its weaknesses within this server. You may have to give up a few things, or just package your model up, lock it in a box, keep it out of the way.
Yeah, it will quickly show you that there is a difference between reality and the model. So that's, going to be exposed real fast.
Yeah, it's not just the geometry that we've been dealing with. The geometry is formulated through the logic. I mean, the logic is the overriding thing here, not the geometry. The geometry is derived from the logic, and the logic is born of reality. So geometry is just the truths that remain whenever you're dealing with line and form and all of that sort of stuff. I mean, you can't mess about with that. That's as truthful as anything. But as we heard last night with Rumpus, they've given up. Rumpus actually really thinks that nobody uses Euclidean geometry anymore. And he's had to think that because his models dictated it to him. Shocking, I know. But it is going to be fun listening to what people think about that with Rumpus.
Well, he brought us into 4D yesterday, remember?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we listened over to it today. I'm going to have to go over it again. I'm going to do a You Don't Understand Buster track at the beginning of it.
Yeah, 3D is passé, everybody. It's 4D now.
Yep. But you need to do it on a XY graph. Rumpus needs you to do differential.
XYZ, and then you just add a T there.
No, Z. Just on the XY.
Just on the XY?
Yeah, he was just doing it on the differential, wasn't he?
On that, yeah, that's right, yeah.
Yeah, it was all mixed up. I mean, we'll have to let the boffins have a go at it when, obviously, because they will want to hear the wise words of the Rumpus schooling us over here as he was. The Saragaki.
Yeah, I was really like laying myself bare. Is that what it's called? Like I was opening myself to listening intently to what he had to teach.
Yeah.
But I'll let everybody else be the judge of how much he taught me.
We were waiting for the wise words of Rumpus, for the lessons to begin. And I don't think they actually started at all. He did teach us a few things, though. Don't think the Globers are going to be impressed at what he did teach us. So the idea is to bring the logic, the reality, and the geometry with our tests together to formulate these proofs. And the t-shirt logic just goes to show that all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Now, we can prove that with the tests. We've got other tests. There's more logic to prove that a water level is horizontal. And all of those horizontal planes are parallel. I mean, the conclusions are there in reality. And they're easy for people to see. But they are only individual personal proofs. You can only ever prove it to yourself. So for that reason, like, we know we're not going to be a massive group. Okay. See you later, Brenda. Good having you. So, yeah, we'll we have tests, we have proofs, and this logical thought is like a shield that stops all of these trolls from engaging in conversation with us. They can only do what they do in the chat because they can't come in and have a civil discussion about these basic... I mean, I'd be willing to bet that you cannot have an initial conversation with anybody about all of these, these three basic fundamentals at the start of it, because they know they have to give up at least one of them, probably all three, in order for them to keep the model. And they're upset. But I guess you find out within the community who are the people that are actually looking for these truths and proofs or whatever, and who are the ones that are just in it to disrupt. The naysayers. Because most of the people I know, we have had discussions, and we've talked and walked through quite a few people through the things that we go through. And I know there's not many people that have heard of them. So when people go through them here and we talk about them, they don't tend to walk away and tell anybody else about what they've heard and what they've been told. They instead leave and start making up silly stories about us to stop other people from coming over here. And that's left a lot of people in a position where they should actually know about what we talk about here, and but they don't. It's too basic. It's too fundamental. And some of the best people as well to have these discussions with. I mean, just recently we've started back up with the moon and the photography. It's like a new life being put back into the server again, going over the arguments and the stuff that we've gone over. I mean, we do have plenty of tests to go. I think just about everything that we've done, right, spot on. I think we've had a problem, and we've managed to sort it one way or another. And we do have, over the last 2 years, we've been out quite extensively doing many things. Many tests, many optic tests, and many actual water level tests. And we've developed some really good stuff, really easy stuff. Plenty of simple arguments. We've developed the 12 steps. And now at the end of those 12 steps, if you can make it through them, you should be model free. If you can make it through them. There's a lot of people can't even bear to sit through them. All on the website as well. We've got the websites up and running. Has been for quite a while. But is that DP's one? Is that working? Did it? Somebody try the DP one for us. I did just alter it earlier today. T-shirt logic. I'll get the T. Look at that.
I just tried it. It's good.
Yeah. No, do the DP one. Exclamation mark DP for us. I've got mine
that
coming
one brings
soon.
it to the Discord chat.
Which one? The DP one. It should send you to the shop on the link on the website. There you go. Next level live shop. Yeah, we've changed the link from the Teesprings to the website. See if we can get a few more hits on the website. Going to be doing a section on the logic and be updating some of the arguments. T-shirt logic will be explained and put on there. I'll put the propositions so you can check it out for yourself, how valid and sound it is. Go over the logic, try and work it out in your head, try and falsify it. Come and have a conversation about it. That's what it's about. The logic and all of these arguments are meant to be there to be talked about. Everybody's meant to be talking about it. It's the only way you can discuss these things. Hey, Eric. Yeah. How's the who thinks this is the best? Is there somebody I missed off on the voting thing for who you think's the best Globe defender?
None of the above.
But yeah, who did I miss off? Like Ranty. Could Ranty not prove the Globe with comedy?
Are you kidding?
It's bad enough, isn't it? Like
It surely is.
So unfunny, it could almost be proof of a Globe. Ranty is that unfunny. Is Globe? Put it on a t-shirt. Nobody could be that unfunny. It must be a Globe.
The Pandora box closers is what I call them.
Who was the guy that set up the Streamlabs? That was me. That was me, Balance Truth. I have to do everything. I don't get anybody any help to do it all on my own. It's like asking Rakir to do something technical. We do it bit by bit. So the 3 basic laws. We got 4 actually, because we're going to do a DP's not here, is he? I got the.
Okay, I had to come off the YouTube. You can't. If any of those people in the poll could defend the Globe, we'd have Bitcoin.
Yeah, I know. The idea is who's the best. We know they're all shite.
Yeah, they're all shite.
Who's the best? I mean, who's putting the most effort in?
I did actually vote. I voted for Mac 2, and then it turned out he was actually the lowest voted. I was kind of disappointed with my vote.
I'm not impressed with him. I'll have to have a quick look. Yeah, I know. The idea is who's the best. Let's see how. Blue. Oh, it must be the Cavendish. Size Mama Dish.
Size Mama Dish.
Size Mama Dish.
That's good.
It's the first poll that I've never voted on. Just so you know.
I did vote. I'll admit I voted for King Blue because there's a really good meme.
Good GIF. Yeah.
GIF, yeah.
So we got the I've got this up on screen. I don't know whether you can see it or not, but this will be the new t-shirt logic, part of the Emma Mind Your P's and Q's, to go along with the t-shirt logic. And it's the 4 laws. We've added in the double negation, the not. I like that. I like the idea of a not, because you will see that, or you hear it quite a lot. A double negative within a conversation, and it's a way for somebody to fool you into thinking that they're saying one thing, but they're actually not. The old double negation. It's a nice little trick you can slip in there. I think we did have one of them doing it the other week. A not. I'm not proud of something, right? Remember that? Remember that dude that did that? He did say something about he's not proud or something. I don't know about his thing. So they're the 4 basic laws of thought. And with using those and putting words together in a logical formulation, however you use any one of the logical formulations where you lay out an argument in order to form the proof. A bit like we had Beddy sorting out, but I mean his was 9, which seemed a little bit silly and a bit strange. I didn't really get the way he was doing that. And I don't know which... Is that, do you reckon, why Beddy wanted me to define everything for him? Because he couldn't quite make his mind up with the law of identity, whether he was talking about a horizontal, and his misunderstanding of a horizontal plane being a line. Do you reckon that's could be where Beddy made a mistake? Maybe where a lot of them will be making a mistake. Because a horizontal plane is a horizontal plane. Means it isn't a horizontal line. And it isn't a horizontal point. All of the points exist upon the plane, as in all of the straight lines exist upon the plane. They are one in the same, because they are on a 2-dimensional horizontal plane. Why are you not allowed to post links? What's up with that? What did you do wrong, Expose? Oh dear. I don't know what's happening there. I definitely didn't do that. I'll have to sort that. I don't know. I'll wait till my lad comes up at the weekend. Streamlabs is taking care of it for us, though. Emma's telling Streamlabs off. Hey, let me do that. Well, I think Blue's got a couple of videos coming out. He's going to defend the Globe surveyors, not only defending the Globe. So thanks for watching. So how do we progress this on now from these basic fundamental truths? Because everybody that's listening, you should really see that these basic Let me get on there. These basic concepts, or the basics, not even a concept, basic laws of thought can end the model on their own. That's how powerful this logic is. You should be able to see that some of these things, an object is what it is. Well, you can't have a straight line being a circle. That's one gone there. Model gone. It can't exist. Right in that one, that's how simple this is.
Mm-hmm.
An object cannot be both A and B. A straight line cannot be both a straight line and a horizontal plane and a circle. Great as it may be. Cannot be both of them. And every statement is either true or false. Nothing in between. It has to be one or the other. It cannot be some sort of mid-ground where it's a bit cloudy and can you really tell whether it's straight or it's curved? No, it either is one or the other. Can't be both. Can't be in the middle. And that's where we're at. Is level a straight line? Or is it a circle? Very, very simple. Model gone. You can't have a model once you know what the model does and what the model requires geometrically. The geometry will sort the, that's where you get the mathematical link. If you're looking for proofs, go to the geometry and you will find it. And it seems that shape is one of those things. But the proofs that generate themselves. You need the logic to start formulating these questions to put them together. And this is it. This is where we're at. We've got some logic, we've got some truths, and reality is what reality is. It's not going to change. It's just the model and the concept of the model. You either have the affliction. Oh, and I think most people have a sense of the model. I mean, even I had the sense of it. An idea of it, there were things that needed sorting in my mind. We did that. I mean, spot on. Sorted out every little bit of doubt that there ever was. Gone. I'm absolutely certain I've got my proofs. And I'm happy with them. And they've come from a group of people around here and been given to us as a gift through the Logos. Or this logic is everything has been given to us, and it's sort of, I don't know, it's ended up being given. Or whether it was there all along and it took us to see it. We had to put ourselves in the position to be able to see it. I don't know. All I know is that I do actually have proofs, and this is the method that I've chose to find it. And these are the people that kept me in check. And eased me on the way to find the journey. That's something else that you need. Like Saragaki said, if you're going to work with this logic, you can't really do it on your own. You can't be I don't know. I don't think you can look at everything from as many angles as you need to. You need other people and other perspectives to keep a check on you, to keep an eye out for these, to mind the P's and Q's. Not everybody has an Emma to do that. Everybody should have an Emma.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there are many pitfalls. We actually call it, my language, logical pitfalls that you'll fall into without realizing yourself. So having a group of people to get you back out of that pitfall you just fell into, it's needed.
Well, I think this is it's brilliant, Bev, what you as a group have put together. But I think it's what we need to do now is you've given us this foundation, with the three questions or however you want to describe them. And I think it's up to everybody now to start looking at their assumptions, with whichever model they've been afflicted with in the past, and then bring their thoughts to the table, really, back here, and test our understanding out and see what comes back, using this as like a sounding board, so that we can come and bring our logic back and say, what do people think about this? Where have I got wrong? Have I committed any of these fallacies without realising it? I think that's what needs to be done by, particularly like for myself as somebody new to all of this way of looking at things. I need to really use this as a basis to go and look at what my assumptions are, and what baggage I brought along with me from my previous afflictions with the various models.
Yeah.
And I'm really grateful. I've found this place really that we can come and have this conversation. I think it's brilliant.
Thank you.
I'd like to say I have an Emma, but I call her Valinda.
Yeah, everybody needs. I won't say it. She'll get annoyed. But yeah. That I think what I would say is that especially from now, because it's obvious that this conversation can't be had by most people. I mean, this is a really awkward conversation to have with anyone. And I'd say that what you should be doing is, like, because the proof is what is to be gained. The truth is already there, right? Nothing's going to change. It's how you gain that proof. And like we said on Nathan's today, the Proof Project 2022 is it going to be ongoing, and it is a long ongoing process. And what we want is as many people to be able to come together and let us know what proof is to you. So what we need to do is just to put heads together to get people talking as to how to formulate a proof, what people would accept, and, like how things have changed. Because obviously the truths haven't changed, but the words have. And the way people think about things have also changed. I doubt it the logic's changed, but it needs rediscovering within our own minds, right? We all need to find it again. I say I don't want to sound like I'm preaching, but I mean, I'm talking about myself too. There's so many discoveries that we can go on round there when we start thinking about stuff. And it's inspirational for me still all this time. Somebody can say something.
No clue, Bev.
Go on.
The conversations we have here when we're not live, they're so awesome. They're so inspirational. I personally have learned so much. Like, you guys should come in and have a listen. Like, it's truly amazing when we get to talking and throw ideas off each other. Not to toot our own horn, but we talk reality.
Yeah, when it isn't a conflict, and when like most of what people have heard and through all of the conversations that we've had, they're the one-offs. They're the bits where I press record because somebody comes in. Like, all of the bits what don't get press record are the bits for us. That's where we learn. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is the good stuff.
That's where the cooking gets done.
Yeah. Yeah, that's when you find out who, what we can actually do. I mean, the people are obviously underestimating the group of people that there are here. Rumpus badly misunderestimated us last night.
I didn't understand that.
Oh.
Extremely badly, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, tangent, basic maths, basic geometry, basic everything, really. I mean, it's obvious that it's just a sophist. Just lots of sophistry going on around. Smoke and mirrors, people playing mind games. It's not good. Well, say it's not good. It is good. Last night was good because there was nobody got annoyed. It was just funny. Rumpus lost all of whatever power Rumpus has ever had in the past. We've seen him. He's ran away from us in real life. He didn't come over and have a look and shake our hands and say how you doing or anything like that. He ran away. People aren't special. They're just other people. And if you can't even talk to people...
Wait. Wasn't it his story that he was scared he was going to end up hurting you or something?
Yeah, bravado. He came up with all of his whatever reasons he wants to think. But yeah, he didn't come over. He didn't talk to us. We've got no reason to have a ill will or anything. We're all out for the same thing. We're all out looking for proof. Supposedly. I don't think some of us are. I think some of us are just out to deceive and lie and obfuscate.
Something. You and Rumpus, two blokes by the canal. I can see the headlines.
And it would have gone something like this. It had have gone, Rumpus, have a look at that there. And he'd have gone, yeah, what am I looking at? I go, see how high the crosshair is? Do you really think you're going to get your pole up into that? And he'd have gone, oh, shit. But he didn't. He still hasn't got a clue what he's got to look forward to.
Thanks for making me spit my drink out, SD. I was taking a drink when you said that, and it all just came right back out. I started laughing so hard.
Sorry, bro.
That's twice you got me. I'll hear you big. Thanks, man. That was a good one.
Rumpus never fails to entertain.
Yeah, so if your grade rod is under the horizon, is that Earth curve?
I don't know. I don't think you can get under the horizon. I don't believe that's a place.
I've seen pictures of you under the horizon. I've seen it.
Oh, well, yeah.
You weren't swimming.
in the foreground. No.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it must be optical, mustn't it? I can get that one.
Yeah, I mean, you are where you are. So you're not under the horizon, like, in the literal sense, you know. What is the horizon then, in that case, if you're under it? How can you, know that?
Yeah, I've got another video as well that I've been going over that explains about the... well, I don't know, I said a few of them. Mike said he wanted to get us one on the... one cut for the logic. And then there's another video with the surveyors at Jose's where we've got I think Farmer's Boy, Larry Scott, and there's somebody else in there as well talking about surveying. That's a bit of a laugh.
You know, we make fun of the rumpus, right? That's what we do, right? But he makes fun of us, of course. But I gotta give him credit. He has guts to come on the show, though.
Well,
unlike Booby, Bluey, you know.
Yeah, don't mention them because then they'll be able to say, "Oh, you're trying to get them on here because we need them for bringing on." Like, we don't need them at all. I mean, I don't think, unless Blue does actually want to come and do the proof for proof thing. I mean, I will find that video. I'll cut that one and make sure that all of the proof things that we've got going for the proof video.
I think SC said it best when he said that we talk reality here, and it's really uncomfortable for those that live outside of it. So I guess that's why they don't want to come here.
Yeah. They just have a different reality, right? And if they can stay in their own little bubble, then they don't have to talk about actual reality with us and how to prove it. Like we said on Nathan's today, they've give up proof. Proof Project 2022's prove that. Tomorrow, that's it, SE, wasn't it? SE went over, was it Christmas, that? Or was it New Year? SE, it was quite a bit back, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, SE went over, and we've been holding it back for a bit. A video that SE did back in, I think it was New Year-ish. Because didn't Jem say something about you turning over a new leaf or something at the beginning? I think it was like on
that's right.
first.
Yeah. Yep.
So SE did a thing, and this is the proof thing. It was our first trip out. SE, we say that. I mean, we'd talked to a few people about proof, hadn't we?
Yeah.
You know, but SE decided he wanted to go on a chat, and we did record the entire thing where SE went into Gem Pandas and talked to I don't know what you call them. What do you call them over there? The debunkers, or are they? They're hardcore globe defenders, aren't they? Don't have to.
Globe defenders, I would say, yeah. To be fair, yeah.
Gem Pandas are globe defenders rather than the debunkers. They're not like Mr. Sensible and that sort of thing, are they? I think Ranty's making himself a new. I don't know what Ranty is, but he's not one of those either. So yeah, SE goes into how many people were there in the room? It was 40 plus.
Oh, that was a record. It was like 60-something people. It started off, and then it ended up like 60-something people.
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah, so imagine going into a room with 60 people, 40 people, say, to start off, and asking them about proof and finding out they didn't have any. They giving it up. It was a weird situation, wasn't it? Because they'd never heard of this conversation either. Most people haven't. They still haven't, which is the good thing. Because anyone can still be asked about a proof.
You know what's funny? Everybody I ask, like in real life, you know what they tell me when I tell them, what is proof to you? What do you mean?
Yeah.
Like, nobody has thought of this. What do you mean? Well, you know, proof. Like, what is proof to you?
Yeah, it's a hard thing to get a grip on.
Sounds easy, yeah.
It's like a straight line or one. Yeah, there's Redmond there. There's another one.
On the beach.
Yeah. Yeah, that's obviously Redmond's a lot bigger than I am.
He's a big dude.
Yeah.
Thanks for showing us beach pictures to us Canadians. Thanks, Redmond. Appreciate it, bro.
It's not frozen. So we're going along with the logic and all of that. And if Bebby's out there, you want to come and talk about Euclid, you want to sort of have any contentions that we're not doing logic right, come and put us right. We offered it to Rumpus last night. If you think we don't know something, we are all here learning. So anybody wants to come in, teach us something. If you want me to come over, if you want me, if you're too scared to come here or you think this is an unfair place, if you're willing to give us a lesson on something, we can bring a few of us over. If you want to talk about proof and you don't want to come over here and do it, we'll come over to you. Let us know. Well, that's all we're after.
Oh, sorry.
Go on. I need to go and see the missus. So can you go for us for a bit, Essie? Go on.
Sure.
Be back in a moment.
There was some guys in the chat before that were calling this an echo chamber. Yeah, if you guys don't come in, we have to talk to ourselves, right? So here's your opportunity, right? Come in and talk with us. Anybody.
Yeah, I'm not so sure even echo chamber, I would guess, would imply that you all sit and agree with each other all the time, right? But I've had DP triggered at least twice because we've disagreed, It's not an echo chamber if that thing can occur, right?
Oh, yeah, they don't know us very well. What were we arguing about the other day? Push and pull? Trust me, this is not an echo chamber.
It really isn't. You just bounce ideas off each other.
Yeah. Like anybody can come in and challenge us on anything.
That's how you grow.
They were making fun of me with my new moon video. Here's your chance, guys. Come and tell me how silly that was. Anything. We don't care. Or tell us how water bends.
I don't see no bending water in my picture.
Where are you at, bro? Are you on vacation?
I was on vacation for my birthday. So.
Oh, okay. It's an old pic. Okay.
Yeah, it was this year. I got an even better one than that. Well, I don't know how much better it can get. Let me see if I can get one for you.
So are there no takers?
Nah, they scared. They scared. They scared.
Okay, we'll even talk about the ISS. How's that?
Oh no.
Bev's not here, so I can say that.
Bev's not here, I
About
can
the
ban
plate
you.
or something.
Bev's not here, I can ban you now.
You're teasing them with Pandora's box, Sassy.
Oh yeah, the Pandora box thing. Yeah. Yeah, that really fascinates me, bro. Like, how can you see something, right, and then unsee it?
Do you see that, SE?
Oh, that's nice. Yeah.
See the moon skipping off the separate ponds?
Oh wow,
Yeah.
yeah, that's pretty cool.
Oh yeah, look at that. Yeah.
Two different bodies of water. If you're looking at the moonshine.
Yeah, that's a good picture.
So where's the curve in that picture?
Could that happen if it wasn't a plane?
There's several pictures that show you that. A mirror in water, it mirrors the sky.
Yeah, that's a telltale sign. Like, I have a good one like that on a sunset. Look, they have to face it. Their model is full of holes. It's like a spaghetti sift, And unfortunately, I mean, we see these things and we point them out. That's why they don't like us.
It's like what Bev was mentioning earlier, right? You have to violate one of those 3 laws of thought at the beginning in order to hold a model, and they kind of know that, right? So they don't necessarily have anything to gain by coming here. So they're not necessarily scared. They just know they have nothing to gain here, so there's no incentive.
No, but yeah, that of course. But how can they go against it? I mean, how can you go against logic?
Yeah, just go. Don't watch on YouTube. Don't listen on what we're talking about, right?
Yeah, like, bro, when I first heard about this straight line thing with Bev, right? I thought it was a joke. But they can't possibly be people that are arguing like level, horizontal, straight. Is that true? And then I came over here and I found out, yep, they actually are questioning these things.
It's amazing. It's a straight line. And you can talk about the logic behind the straight line, of course. But to argue whether a straight line is a straight line or not a straight line is pretty ridiculous.
So if you ask these people to draw a straight line, what would they draw? Curve?
Good question.
I don't know. I haven't asked them.
So, if they can't distinguish between the two, that's pretty amazing.
That's funny.
Also, the water. I mean, can you really argue water? Like, really? I mean, when have you ever seen water curve that you weren't on a Niagara Falls or a hill, a flowing river, or over a mountainside? Or when have you ever seen water curve ever? And don't show me. And when I ask him that, you know what they show me? A drop of water on a leaf.
A drop of water all the time. Yep.
Like, is that a coherent argument? Are you serious? This is what you. I'm at a loss of words when I see that.
Yeah, it's amazing, and it's what you said earlier, right? And they have to break one of those original 3, and it's amazing to listen to when they just do it so blatantly.
Yeah, they have to. They have to. The straight line cannot exist in their world, or else they have no globe. It's as simple as that. That's why they're resisting it. Now, either they really believe it, or they know they can't say that it doesn't bend because their model is finished just with that one straight line.
Well, you're asking how can you argue with the water, and
yeah, please.
You've been there. You've had the conversation and the argument yourself, so you know it can be done. It's just pointing out that every time it's being done, right, it's violating these three basic laws of thought every time, and that's what you have to admit it to yourself first, and then be able to, point it out and have others admit it themselves. I don't know if they're willing to do so, but that's what it is. They're violating one of the or all three of those basic ones.
What were the three basic laws of thought? I might have missed that.
Oh, got him. I'll put him back.
Let me scroll up and read them.
Oh, I'm sorry, they were up there. I didn't know that.
No, it's worth going over them. That's what we're here for tonight.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Bev, would you like to do it?
Yeah. I'll go back over them. Number 1, law of identity. A is A. Everything is the same as itself. I mean, these are logic concepts within an argument. So something is what it is. It's nothing else. That's law of number 1.
A cat is a cat. A cat is a cat. A cat is not a dog.
Is a straight line. Right? There's no... Can't be anything else other than a straight line. No matter how you define it, it will always be a straight line. You can call it John, but it's still going to be a straight line. The law of identity. Right? Law of non-contradiction, number 2. Nothing can be... which one's the best one to say? A cannot be both A and B. Or, I think the best way is that you cannot have something being P, the antecedent, and Q, the consequent. Right? They're two separate identities, so you can't have a contradiction in that. You can't have A being A and B, because B's B and A's A. Or the antecedent is the antecedent and the consequent is the consequent. Or the cause is the cause and the effect is the effect.
I was just thinking that.
Yeah. It's where it becomes apparent, right? These are the very simple, fundamental breakdowns that you will occur whenever you have a model. The model is literally built upon violations of these three things. And then the third one, every statement is either true or false. There's no middle ground in between true or false. There's not a sort of true, sort of false. There's no middle ground. The law of the excluded middle. You get rid of it.
It's true or false, or you don't know.
No, it's just either true or false. There's
right.
not.
Yeah.
But I always thought that. I mean, that didn't become apparent to me because I was always told that a statement, which is what you need to base your logic upon, can only be either true or false, right? So the statement, it was already built into my understanding of the initial statement having to be either true or false. It never occurred to me that the law of the excluded middle meant it's either true or false, because there never was a middle in there in the first place for me. But I guess that's the sort of the way your mind works. But that's also needed for the model. The model needs that grey area where they can work with definitions or something, right? So yeah, they're just the three basic laws. And then there is a fourth one, which is the not. You know, the double negative. Being a positive. So P is equal to not P. It's the same thing. A double negative is the positive, which doesn't just come from maths. It comes from the logic, right? The mathematical double negative becoming positive. It comes from the P equals not P.
You say that one more time? What about the math part?
The math part for the
the
double
what
negative.
You just said, the last part of that statement.
Yeah, the double negative part doesn't just come from maths.
It comes from math.
Well, it doesn't come from maths.
You're multiplying a negative times a negative, you get a positive.
Yeah. Well, that comes from these basic laws, right? A P equals not P, with the double negative is a positive, right? So it's saying P is the same as a not P. A double negative, it's a positive. It makes it back into the same thing. But I mean, that's another sneaky little trick that will be played. And you have to think quickly to be able to hear them. And otherwise they'll pass you by. And you won't realise you've just been lied to. Or deceived. Because they'll always be able to go back and say, oh, well, I didn't say that. I know I gave the impression that I was saying that it wasn't not false. Type thing. So yeah, the clever little tricks that we're all trying to keep a grip on and trying to catch. Within each other and within
I
the
hear you
people that are
stopping
talking.
people on certain words all the time when they try to inject certain words into, and then you always question them on it. So I know you're always listening to what they're saying.
People call it pedantic, but to clarify, I mean, we have been doing it a lot recently. It was brought into us by a Glober, actually. It was a Glober that explained that active listening was a technique that was being used and employed as a way of aiding communication, understanding in communication. So we will be employing that quite a lot. And we tried it. We've tried it many times. I don't think it's ever actually worked. Within our group, it works brilliantly. Because it clarifies, it gets you to understand things. Once that communication thing starts working, we do really well.
All parties are talking about the same thing at that point.
Yeah, and understanding on the same page.
Exactly.
So it's a technique that we've employed and it does definitely work. And within that, we get to clarify that we make sure as a group that all of these laws are abided to. Now, I know when people come here, they say we are pedantic, but that's only because we know the power of these truth statements and the understanding of how these logical thoughts are put together. And we know who can't handle it and who can handle it. People have been telling... I've been in this arena for quite a while. People have been calling me flat earther. I'm not a flat earther. But I've got nothing against anybody for thinking anything or saying anything. I don't think it's bad for anybody to communicate and say and ask questions or anything. Like, I encourage it. We want people to come in here to have these conversations. That's what we're after. So I would rather have people come in and just discuss things rather than not. And if anybody out there, anybody in any of the Adult Globe Earth Discord servers that want to say anything about us, if you want us to come over and have a discussion, we can. I would encourage any sort of discussion with anybody who's got any sort of misunderstandings about anything that we're talking about here. And when I say about any of that, I'm talking about any of the geometric things. If you want anybody to go over anything like that, or any of these arguments, to lay out the logical arguments for anything we've got, I mean, give us a shout. We'd be glad to help. I would be keen to have a chat with anyone. Like, we've been over a fair few things, and we will be going over the next few weeks, months, or whatever, the arguments from the Globe side, because we've been dealing with the logic and the geometry. So our argument is mainly based around the geometry. So the guys who know who they are, the ones that have been coming up against us and supposedly having proofs. I mean, we've been over the bridge soundly, Jesse Kozlowski, and we've been over that. But as Jesse Kozlowski mentioned, that there was a guy called Just a Maniac, and he's a surveyor, supposed surveyor, or he was in Jesse Kozlowski's Facebook group when he wanted to do an Albaruni, and we'll be looking over some of the stuff he's been doing to help the Globe. A lot of people have been citing it, his work, on plumb lines. We've never seen him holding a plumb line just yet. But yeah, but that will be going over that. Pardon?
So what's he doing with plumb lines?
He supposedly said that they're not parallel.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So we'll be going over the methods and all of that. We've got that interesting one with Where's Wally? Shout out Where's Wally? We talked about him on Nathan Oakley again today. He's got a proof of R, which is interesting because it's highlighted a bit more, right, Essie? The fact that he says he's got a proof of R, yet all of the Globers that we've seen, the hardcore ones at Gem Pandas, seem to think there's no such thing as proof. So Wally's got a bit of a problem on his hands there. I'm not so sure whether the Gem Panda crowd will allow Wally to be able to be flaunting a proof of R all over the internet. It's not going to work, is it?
Not with the boys over there.
Yeah. It's okay though. We can wreck it. It's rubbish, and we will at some point after we've played.
Is it a mathematical proof of some sort?
Pardon?
Was it a mathematical proof of some sort?
Some sort. Yeah, it's mainly based on angles, like most of their globe wizardry, especially based around the geometry. They're mainly based around angles, yes.
Angles to the stars.
Well, maybe not. You have to work out. Have you ever seen Wally's? Where's Wally's R? Proof of R.
No, I
For
haven't.
the Bitcoin for Dave Weiss.
No, I haven't.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got himself in a lot of trouble as our Wally. He's not quite aware of how deep trouble he's actually in. He's brought everybody into. But it'll have to creep out bit by bit now, because Wally's the one that's set the ball in motion. A bit like Beddy and his logic trip that he seems to have come to a bit of a halt. I mean, we were hoping by now Beddy, seeing as it's logic night, would have helped the Globers to come up with some sort of globe logic proof. Similar to t-shirt logic. I mean, a bit better than the if the sun is below 30,000 feet. That one, that FE pilot one.
Well, that one's going to be good.
Another 4-hour video. That's classic. I mean, like, some of the stuff we've recorded over these, like, I would say since, well, I mean, it's been getting better and better, but since we did that proof thing and since we hit this year, I think it's gone, like, the amount of conversations that we've had that just, I don't know. There was a time when the globe actually meant something, right? To the people that are defending it, it must have meant something. It was their best mate, Big E. You can't knock Big E. He's a right mate. And now it's obvious by their arguments, it's just a fantasy. It's shocking to know now that the arguments that they've got, they've been forced into doing that because a group of people like us, all of us that are involved in this conversation, have just been asking people questions. And now some of the answers that they have to give are ridiculous. And if you don't know exactly what we're talking about, look out for some of the clips that we've got going. Or, alternatively, come in here and try and defend a model against some basic questions. We won't do anything challenging. Just real basic stuff. Laws of identity. Law of non-contradiction. Could you put the model through any of those and understand what the model has got to come out of the other end of it without?
And you can hold the t-shirt logic up against those three basic laws of thought also and see that it's, if if it was any other way, then it would violate all those three. So it is true, therefore.
Yeah, I guess we should have done that with Beddy. I mean, that should be, if we were to put t-shirt logic up against these three laws of thought, right? So an object is what it is, law of identity, right? So you've got if horizontals, right? So a horizontal, what's a horizontal? It's a plane.
Plane parallel to the plane of the horizon, yeah.
It's an orientation, isn't it? It is that. It can't be a line if it exists as a plane that's an orientation set. It can exist as a line within the plane, but that doesn't stop the plane from existing.
Yes.
Right, so, and then what else have we got that could apply to that? We've got the horizon. Now, the signifier, the horizon, should let you know that it has its own identity already. That's definitely not going to be anything else other than what it is. It's already got a the. It doesn't need being anything else. It's just the apparent position where the sky meets the ground. Everybody knows what it is. It's called the for a reason. That's the identity sorted for that one. What else have we got? A plane. Well, a plane is a plane. It's two-dimensional, length times breadth. It is a plane. Surely doesn't need to be expressed that a plane isn't a ball. It isn't the surface of a ball.
But if you do need to, right, you have the plane coming out of Euclidean geometry. The first 7 definitions leads you to the plane.
Yeah.
And it's very well defined. So a plane is a plane.
So that's your 3 laws of identity, right? Now, you've got A
Parallel.
cannot be both A and B. Oh, parallel. Yeah, well, parallel is definitional again within Euclidean geometry. So would that be an identity? Is that an identity? I don't think a parallel is an identity, is it? The horizontal and the plane and the horizon, they have an identity. I think parallel's just a descriptor, isn't it?
Yeah. But if you can give that descriptor to... Yeah,
definitely. Like it's provable within the geometry, so therefore the definition is proved to be true.
Oh, yeah. Yes, definitely, for sure.
So then if we put... A cannot be both A and B, just to check. Right? So a horizontal plane, can that be a line?
No.
Well, I would say yes, because the line is contained within the plane. Any 2 points can be... So one within the other is allowed because it's the same thing. It isn't a change of identity.
Well, the line does exist within the plane. That's for sure. Yeah.
And the horizon, well, the horizon is the horizon. That can't be anything else. Nobody's asking it to be anything else. And a plane, well, the plane cannot be the plane two-dimensional and the surface of a ball. Right? That's a definite no-no, which we're not asking it to be a surface of a ball, us. So the plane can't change, and then every statement is either true or false. Well, the statement would be horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, so the opposite of that would be they're not. It would be ridiculous to end up with a statement where you say some, because the law of excluded middle doesn't allow for some, does it? Which is what Beddy seemed to end up with at the end of his propositional statements. within his logic. He had some. So, I mean, I don't know about anybody else, but it seems to me like Beddy's, for being some sort of a proof teller. I don't want to say he's a logician, because I don't honestly believe he can be. And make such a flaw like that and say some after making a mistake about what a horizontal is. So putting the t-shirt logic through those three laws, it seems like we do actually have a passing with a valid t-shirt logic. It seems like t-shirt logic is most definitely valid as the statement stands.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and that's why a t-shirt logic is so powerful.
Yeah. But it's hard to get to use because, like we say, the conversation about proof is hard enough to stop. Well, since we did that at Christmas, and I know we had set it up and we had been over to the Adult Globe Earth Discord servers and had some conversations, which they ended up having to say some really stupid shit. And then they started banning us, but it's mainly come about, I think, because of this proof. This proof thing that started off. I mean, it's always been there. We've always been looking for the proof and talking about the proof. But Dave Weiss set us on this little path with the 3 Bitcoin as a little carrot for the Globers. But not only for the Globers, it's a carrot for everyone. There is 3 Bitcoin out there. It could be yours. All you've got to do is give Dave Weiss a globe proof. Step 1 now, on this journey, is working out what a proof is. Where do you get it from? And then how do you pass it on? But there is Bitcoin in it. It's there. I'm not so sure how much the Bitcoin's worth at the minute. It might be crashing, but it's easy money. If you've got a model and you've definitely got a proof for your model. Actually, I don't think you can. That actually, is that where we started it? Did we start it all off with Turkey Bob on Thanksgiving? With our, there are no globe model believers with any geometric proof for their model.
That'd be the starter of the trigger.
I think that was the run up, wasn't it? Yeah.
Could have been, yeah.
Yeah. There's a certain palindrome dude who has set upon himself the mission for destroying the biggest straw man you've ever seen. He's even built it up. It's fantastic. Wonderful straw man. It's a pity. I mean, he's burning it and destroying the flat earth all on his own. Like this straw man. Nobody actually knows what arguments he's destroying. Seems to be destroying something that he's made up himself. Some sort of an argument. It's not that much, gadget. I think Bitcoin crashed to about 10 American K. So it's about 30k at the minute, American. It might have been worth more in the past.
It crashed that much?
I think so, yeah. I think it's...
Wow. A lot of sorry people out there tonight, or whenever that happened.
It's at 36 grand for this Rolex.
Oh, 36?
Yeah.
US. Yeah. So it's still worth going for. I mean, go and get it. Just package up your globe proof. Do a bit of a better job than Where's Wally, though. And, yeah, send it over to Dave Weiss. He'd be glad to hear it. If it's got anything to do with geometry or anything like that, I mean, send it over here as well. We'll have a look over it before you send it over there. We won't steal it. Promise.
They should have done it, a couple of weeks ago? Before it dropped, they would have had how much, Mike?
A couple of months ago, it had 69 grand.
Oh.
Wow.
They should have pounced on it.
Holding back on your proof and hiding it away, keeping it shielded. It's done you out of 30k.
It's costing you pepperoni.
And it's only a proof, isn't it? I did hear about Evidence Mountain and Big Proof Valley. Swimming around in it. There's unicorns and everything live there. Just over the horizon, I think. Just over there. Just a bit too far out the way.
Just where the rainbow ends.
Yeah, but don't bump into it. Physical light.
Because it's you beat me. Yeah.
Yeah, watch out you don't have a rainbow in the middle of the road. It can be dangerous as hell. The amount of accidents are caused by rainbows in the middle of the road. Shout out Babs. I mean, he did want that was a good one. Say, it's 10 o'clock. So we've gone 2 hours, have we? Yeah. Gone 2 hours in the logic. Now, we can go over the logic, but at the minute, I want to keep it simple because we've got some things in the pipeworks that's not quite ready to come out yet. And I know it's going to be really troubling for the globe model believers. I mean, they are struggling as it is. And I don't want to cause them too much pain. But I do want to try and give proofs to people that want to come. So the Discord always is open. I know a lot of people don't like the Discord.
I see. Maybe if you post your double drop hump, the paradox little meme that you got, you can go the logic behind there.
Sure, I can post that.
I'm thinking that's already been out there for a while, I assume, right? So
yeah, everybody knows that, yeah. It's a paradox. It's a true paradox. Because they have a drop. Well, I don't even know if I should be giving it away. It's a paradox.
Yeah.
It's a paradox. Let them work it out.
Yeah, that's the whole point of it, right? You've got to take your mind on that journey and work out how it would be possible. There is only one solution to it in reality.
Yep.
The paradox is if you hold the model. See, Streamlabs is getting a 3x combo. That's an emoji combo. So you see what's going on there in the chat. Everybody's got to keep the you've got to put emoji at the end of your statement just to keep the emojis going. I don't know what the idea of that is. Keeps the chat going. Or 3 times combo. I don't know what the best one has been so far. That may have been the best one. So childish playing games in the chat. No, you can use, you should use it to, yeah. You should put an emoji at the end of every comment and then you see how many you can chain up. And Streamlabs tells you how many you've done. See whether you can get a combo going. Yeah, King Blue's winning the globe proof battles for tonight. Might have to do a regular thing on that. I mean, what has he done recently? I mean, do you prove the globe by banning people from your Discord server to stop them from talking to you? You don't have to host questions.
That seems counterproductive. I have a restaurant and I'm going to ban half my customers. Or no, wait a minute. I'm going to ban 3/4 of my customers. Yeah, that sounds better. We'll go with that.
Right, let's see whether we can get this going. There you go, there's 2. Let's get it going. We need some emojis in the chat, see how many we can get. Oh, expose. You could have put an emoji at the end of it. You've just broke the chain. Any emoji will do.
So Blue is a superstar for tonight.
Blue posted something about Ratchy's video. Trying to clickbait. Ratchy made a video about something. Is somebody called Beverly in here?
Or Darty. Darty Pooey.
So, the logic is what's going to help us keep all of the... Where's FE Pilot? Globjic, FE Pilot. Come on in, man. You the only globe logic guy I've ever heard formulate any logic like that before. So, distinguished people in the chat. FE Pilot.
Well, that would be nice, yeah.
Yeah. FE Pilot is obviously a flat earther. He's a pilot that is the flat earth pilot. We do have a big discussion where we talk about him, so if you want to hear more, that'll be coming out. I don't know, maybe Saturday. I don't know, maybe Saturday. I'll put it one out of the weekend. Put one of those big long ones. You're not banned from this Discord. FE Pilot. Why would we have banned FE Pilot? Anyone?
Are you kidding? Why would we ban
He's
him?
saying it in the chat.
Come on, FE. You know that's a lie.
That was one of the best ones we've ever had.
Yeah.
Logic from the FE Pilot.
He DM'd me, right?
Go on.
And he wanted to have a debate, talk, whatever, and we made it happen for him.
Mm-hmm.
You're not banned, bro. You wanted to debate, talk with me. You did it. You got it. What's wrong with you?
Let's see if we can find the...
Hello. I don't know if you guys can hear me.
Oh, who's that?
It's Flat Earth Math.
Oh,
Charles.
Flat Earth Math. Wow, look at this.
So the only reason why I joined is because I'm really interested in the paradox that SC Montreal has. I'm just curious because I love paradoxes.
You sure you want this one?
Absolutely.
Oh.
All right. So here it is in a nutshell. We have two boats, small boats. They don't have to. Doesn't have to be big. We're on a calm lake.
No,
Extremely
canal.
calm.
Canal. Put barges on a
Or a
canal.
canal. Yeah, we can do it on a canal. Sure.
Okay.
We have a long canal, right?
Yes.
We start off nose to nose. Picture two boats now, nose to nose on the calm water.
Yes. And one's going to go in reverse, I guess.
Both of them.
Or
You both
we're
go
going to go
in
in
reverse.
reverse.
Yeah. Now you're getting the picture. So as you start moving away from each other, how does the water appear to you?
Well, I mean, it appears flat. Is that what you mean? I mean, like you go, I mean, it just looks like you're two boats moving away from each other. You're not gonna see anything spectacular.
Right, but now
eventually, I mean, if you go far enough away, like 20 miles or whatever, sometime before 20 miles, yes, each boat will see the other boat going over the horizon.
So are you saying like the water, there's a hump in between? What's blocking the view of the boats?
Yeah, you could call it a hump. I mean, from each boat's perspective, the other boat looks like it's sinking. So the one boat's like, we're not sinking. Well, that other boat looks like it's sinking, and then the other boat's saying the same thing. So we're not sinking, but that other boat looks like it's sinking. So.
Right, I get it. So you're going with the hump theory.
Yeah, I mean, people have problems with the word hump, but yeah, that works. I mean, the water is still going to look flat. You are going to see the other boat going over the horizon. I mean, the water is not going to look like a hump. The water is going to go to the horizon line, and then the boat's going to drop behind it.
So yeah, but I understand that. But what makes the boat disappear?
Oh yeah, the curvature of the Earth. Yeah.
The curve. So the water. So are you saying
the water's going to physically block your sight from the other boat?
Okay, so there's a hump there. There's a physical hump of water between you and the other boat.
Yeah. But the reason why people don't like the word hump is normally hump. Like, for example, if you had your kitchen table, and you made a hump made of dough. Physically the dough is getting higher than the table and then dropping back down. Whereas the hump that we're talking about is not higher or lower. It's at sea level. It's the water level. So that's why some people don't like the word hump, because there's nothing rising up. Everything is at water level. So, but from your perspective to the other boat, because your eye line, you are now looking down. If you had a level, an auto level, a dumpy level, whatever the eyepiece, you would be looking down towards the other boat, and the water is going to get in your way.
So you said a few things here. First of all, you said that the water is blocking your view.
Yes.
For a hump, but it's actually level.
Yes. That's why people don't like the word hump, because the word hump sort of has the connotation of something rising up like a camel. Like a camel's hump rises and then it falls. And there's nothing rising here, because the water is at water level, sea level, whatever you want to call it. The water is level the entire time, following the curvature of the earth. So that's why people don't like the word hump. But you can call it a hump from the perspective of the one boat looking at the other boat. They've got this hump of water blocking the sight, even though that water is absolutely level the entire way. Sea level.
That sounds. I hear what you're saying, bro, but that sounds like a contradiction. Like, it sounds like a contradiction right there.
How is it a contradiction?
What you're saying is, you're saying a hump of water blocks the vision between the two people on the boat, but then you're saying it's not actually a hump, it's level. Now,
yeah, so
let me finish. Can
Sure.
a level surface block your vision?
Yeah, over long distances, as that water level, sea level, follows the curvature of the earth, absolutely.
But you mean there's a drop? Are you saying there's a drop now?
Yeah, well, the drop is from the imaginary horizontal line. Like, for example, let's say both boats had a builder's level or a theodolite. You're standing on the deck and you said it's still water, so it's you've got a nice stable platform, and you look towards the other boat or towards the horizon with your theodolite, and the horizon's going to be below level, and the other boat is going to be even further below level.
So you have the same.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No. I was going to say the other boat, you do the exact same thing. Both boats can have auto levels pointing at each other, and both boats are going to watch the other boat sinking below level.
That's what I was going to ask. So you're saying each observer on each boat sees a drop?
Yes, a drop from the level line from their perspective, because the level line is like an imaginary horizontal line from their perspective that doesn't actually exist. Like the water does not follow one boat's level line.
So the double drops become a hump in the middle and block the view?
Yeah, but I hope you appreciate why some globe folks shy away from the word hump, because it has connotations that are not exactly accurate. But that's why I said if you were looking from one boat to the other boat, you could kind of picture it as being a hump of water that is between the two boats. But when people say the word hump, some people think, oh, it's something that is getting higher and then getting lower, like a camel's hump. And that's why there's a little confusion there. The word hump can mean two different things.
Yeah, well, to be honest with you, I'm a little confused, right?
Okay.
And I'll explain to you why. And I'm not demeaning you now here.
Please.
This is why the paradox is involved here, right?
Sure.
You first said that there's a hump, a physical hump of water blocking the view between the two boats, correct?
Yeah, and I clarified that as saying the water is at water level the whole way. So it isn't the camel's hump definition of hump. It's the visual perspective version of hump, where the other boat is disappearing behind something and it looks like it's a hump of water, even though the hump is at water level the whole way. So I did clarify the word hump. I just want to be very clear, clarify what I meant by hump.
Well,
but yes, go ahead.
With all due respect, not really, because now you're saying it's a visual effect.
Well, because the water's at water level. The water's at water level the whole way. So the water is physically not going up and then coming down.
So what's blocking the view then? Because before you said it was
the water,
the hump of water, the physical water.
Yes, it is the physical water, but that water is level the whole way. It's at sea level. It's at water level. So it is, as the other boat goes over the curvature of the earth, the physical water is going to block the view, even though the water is level the entire way.
I don't know.
And that's,
but I don't want to jump in, but can I just ask real quick? If there's the ground, let's say the ground had the same contour as the water,
Would it be level as well, or would that be a hill?
Like a salt flat, like a salt flat.
No, like a hill. Like you know how like a bulge is a hill, or like half a dome, or like a half here. Yeah. So if you had a piece of ground that had that same contour, is that a hill or level?
Well, it would be tough to have a piece of ground that had the same contour as the curvature of the Earth, because we wouldn't call that a hill.
Well, I'm just that's my point. Is like let's say you're talking about the contour, the physicality. So you have this water and it has this hump, and you're saying it's level. No, all I'm doing is taking that physicality, making a piece of land out of it, which would then be a hill with a top. And I'm saying, is that hill with a top level? Because that seems ridiculous.
Yeah, well, because you're changing the scale. By calling it a hill,
Same scale. Same scale. I don't change the scale.
Scale. That's why.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, you can't call it a hill if it has a radius of curvature that matches the Earth's radius of curvature. So if we're talking the same scale, right? So water level follows the curvature of the Earth. So the radius is 3,959 miles. If you had a
wait a minute, we're going off here because there's the paradox.
Yeah, we're going off.
You've completely missed the paradox completely.
Yeah, you made the hill. You're like, okay, if you have a hill, it's a hill only if it doesn't have the contour of the Earth, which then, even though it has the same hilly features, it is now level because of the size of it. That seems...
But that's what I was saying. If it's the same scale, you wouldn't call it a hill if it had a radius of curvature.
What you're talking about, I don't think you understand what scale is. You say if it's the same scale as what?
Yeah, physically it would be a hill, right? Physically?
No, it would not. It would not be a hill. If it matched the curvature of the Earth, it would not be a hill.
Right. Then it would be flat?
Yes. And nobody would call it a hill. Like literally nobody would call it a hill. Nobody would say, I've got this hill here, but it's actually flat.
You realize you just said flat.
So it wouldn't be a hill.
Like the salt flats. The salt flats are a great example.
Yeah, so you know what flat is, right? Can we just get a definition of flat for you?
It depends on if we're talking about the surface of the Earth or if we're talking about a table.
We're talking about flat.
But it depends on the context.
Without breaking the law of non-contradiction, right? And the law of identity. What is flat, Matt, please?
Yeah, well, it depends on the context. Flat has multiple definitions.
Without breaking the law of non-contradiction or identity. Go on.
Salt flat is simply an area of equal elevation for a great distance.
2D. Could we say that the surface, a flat surface, is as close as we can achieve to 2D in reality?
Well, I mean, if it's small scale, like a table, sure, absolutely. But if it's large scale, like
flat.
Like tens of miles, then flat is no longer quote unquote flat.
Are you saying flat changes?
Well, what I'm saying
from one
is
thing to another.
Yeah, well,
i.e., breaking the law of identity.
I don't really know what you mean by that.
By the law of identity. We did This is Logic Night. That's we started on the 3 basic laws of logic.
Right, but we're no longer talking about a theoretical construct of something that is flat, which I think everybody in geometry would agree. A flat plane extends infinitely, in 2 dimensions, and it is, has a thickness of 0. Right, a flat plane. Everyone understands what that is. No,
flat is the surface in reality. A plane
but that's
is the geometric term for that 2-dimensional plane.
Right. So the definition of flat in reality, meaning the world we live in, the Earth, changes with scale.
Well, I say, to me, flat in reality is as close as we can get in reality to a 2-dimensional plane. Geometric 2-dimensional plane.
On small scale. I would agree with you on
What do you mean small scale? I'm talking 1-to-1 scale.
Well, no. Meaning a table. You could make a table
Okay.
that is
If I have a
perfectly
flat table and I make it bigger, does it get curved?
Well, if you have a 20-mile long table,
Please
you would
don't
probably
lead
have
him.
it follow
Right to hand.
the land. I mean, it is possible to make a 20-mile. Well, I don't think it's physically possible, but a 20-mile long flat surface that follows a 2D
like a canal,
plane.
like Essie had on a boat.
But that canal follows the curvature of the Earth. So
Right. So we can say, right, Matt, we can say that the water, if we're going to look for anything what you call curvature of the surface of the Earth, the best place for us to look would be water.
Yeah, that would
which
probably,
isn't
because water
isn't actually the
absolutely.
surface of Earth. It's the surface
Absolutely.
of water, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
the
Because
best place for us to look would be the surface of liquid water, still steady,
Yes.
hydrostatic.
Yes, calm seas, right.
Okay, so a
still lake.
canal.
Yes, absolutely.
Right, okay.
Absolutely.
Now,
So
this
can
is
we-
where
can we
Essie
get
got you at the very beginning, right? We've
And
got
can
a
we,
canal.
let's just state that the bottom of or the ground has zero impact on the surface of the water.
Absolutely. That's
Meaning what's under the water?
Yeah.
You know,
The
like
shape.
yeah.
Like you can make the shape of the ground under the water any shape you want. A square,
Absolutely.
a velocity, anything. The top will not conform to that shape.
Right. Absolutely. Like for example, the
Can we
oceans.
go
You know,
back
the oceans
to the
have
canal
there's
now?
mountains and right. Let's go back to the canal.
Okay.
Okay. So we took a detour. We went through this. Now we're back at the canal. I'm looking at you. You're looking at me. You said there's a hump of water in between us. Right the hand brought up that it's physical, like a mountain, like an actual ground, right? So I ask you
it's
again,
physical.
what's
It's
blocking
physical
the
water.
view?
Yeah, it's blocking your view. Yes,
The physical water. So there's a hump of water there.
as long as you identify the word hump with my, with the very
With your
specific dimension.
imaginary level. You want to
Meaning,
you
right,
want to
right.
break
The hump is a visual. The hump is a visual phenomenon only because it is the surface of the water is at sea level, water level the whole way. But if you're looking at the other boat, like with a telephoto lens, P900, whatever, there's clearly a hump of water between you and the other boat.
so you can visually see a hump of water between you.
Right. If you took a photo with a telephoto lens, yes. But that hump of water does not actually go up and go down.
But how could that be then? You have a picture of it. You have a picture of a hump.
Yeah,
How can it not be hump?
Because your camera's pointing slightly down by a fraction of a degree.
So now you're going back to a drop, bro.
Yeah, no, you're following. The other boat has followed the drop. The other boat is following the surface of the water, which is level. Water level, sea level. But your camera, you're not pointing your camera horizontal like a what do you call it, a level, like with a builder's level, a theodolite. You're tilting downward. You're aiming your camera downward by a fraction of a degree towards the other boat. So when you take this picture, when you hold the picture up and you look at the picture, you can't tell from holding this picture that the camera is actually tilted down. All you see is this other boat that is half obscured by this hump of water. I mean, it doesn't look like a hump; it looks like a line of water. But it's going over
of water.
Yeah, because of the telephoto.
Matt, come on, bro.
Well, you're not going to see any kind of left to right curvature. You're looking with a telephoto lens at something that's several miles away, so you're looking at the amount of horizon measured in hundreds of feet. So you're not going to see any curvature left to right. So it's going to look like a line. The boat's going to look like it's going behind this line of water. But if you followed the boat the whole way, you'd see the boat was traveling, quote unquote, up the hump and then down the other side of the hump.
Were you
the whole thing is down.
when we were talking about the law of non-contradiction?
No, I missed that part, but I'm going to draw an exception to that because one thing I've been having this argument with Sleeping Warrior, And one thing is the definition of words. Words have multiple definitions. And that's one of the things I try when I come on this Discord, and you guys are always very, very friendly to me. You really welcome me with open arms, and I appreciate that. But one thing I try to do is I try to clarify exactly what I mean when I'm using words, and that sometimes that causes conflict, because I'll say a word and what I have in my mind is definition number 1, and the person hears the word and what they have in their mind is definition number 2, and then now we're talking past each other.
Okay,
So,
I had a
talking semantics.
Can you define hump for me?
So I will give 2 definitions of hump. One is like an actual hump, like a camel's hump, where you go up and then crest the hill and go down. Or you could say a hill has a hump, right? You go up, you rise in altitude, you crest it, and then you fall in altitude, So that would be, a camel's hump, the hump of a hill. But then in visual perspective, if you are taking a picture of a boat that is now 6 miles away or whatever, and that boat has traveled away from you, that boat has gone, quote unquote, over a hump of water, even though that hump of water doesn't really exist.
That's not a hump, though. That's not seeing a boat. So what you're conflating, right? Because I can have a piece of ground and it's a hill, okay, a physical hill.
Right.
That would be a hump. Now, if I start walking away and I can't see a pole, like I can only see the top of the pole, right? That's not a hump. Those are 2 entirely different things. And you're taking the latter, and because you believe Earth is a ball, you're making it a hump. So you're making a non-visual spot of an object, like the bottom of a building. You can't see it. You then make that the physical structure of the ground. And that's, I'm sure it's the fallacy or whatever. There's one of these things.
Yeah, but I just want to clarify one little tiny thing that you said. You said you believe the Earth is a globe. No, actually, I know the Earth is a globe. I've done work. I've measured it.
Can we go back to the...
Yeah, go back to the point.
Sure.
Go back to the... So, did you measure the curve, or did you measure how much of the boat you can't see?
I'm sorry. What was this measuring?
Well, remember we were saying we're being very specific. Our words, we need to be very specific with our words.
Right.
So when you have this boat off in the distance and you can't see all of it, did you measure the physical structure of the ground, or did you measure
on the canal
visually? Yeah, the boat on the canal disappears.
So we're just talking about taking a telephoto lens and taking a photo of a boat that is like half obscured, right? That's what we're talking about.
That's not Earth.
No, we're talking about logic. That's what we're on, actually. And we're about the 3 laws of thought that you'll have to avoid violating in order to keep things sensical, So I think maybe since you say you missed that part, maybe we should talk about it a little, because you're violating them left and right here.
Oh my goodness! I'm using words that have multiple definitions, and
that's a violation. That's a violation right there.
Oh my goodness! Then the dictionary violates this law.
No, but hold on. Again, I'm not taking it off, but you're not using the word in the context. A hump refers to a physical structure of something. Okay, now when you're using it in your quote other definition, you're using it not nothing like it is. You're saying I can't see a boat. So you're going from the physical structure of something, which is what the definition of hump is, to the visuality of something, which is not.
Calm down.
Okay, so if we give hump exactly one definition, and that is the traditional definition.
Does it have a sagitta?
Like a hill. Like a hill.
Does it have a
hill goes
sagitta?
up and then it comes down. A camel's hump goes up and then it goes down.
Does it have a sagitta?
Well, okay, if you draw a line from point A to point B and that goes through the hump, then the height of the hump is the sagitta.
Right, so that's a hump then. That's a height.
Right.
So we know what a hump is then. We're all agreed.
Right. So now we're all in agreement about what a physical hump is. Then to answer SE Montreal's original question, is it a hump of water? The answer is no. There's no hump.
But is there a shortest point between the beginning and the end
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
now
that's called the chord.
Okay. Now, is there a sagittar in the middle?
Right, that's perpendicular to the chord. Yes.
Right, so there is a hump. That's what we call
but not on
a
the
hump.
canal.
We all call it. Well, it's not
not
there.
on the
Yes,
canal.
we know it's horizontal. That's what we're saying.
So you're talking about like a hill.
So the water in the canal is horizontal with no hump.
Well, no, I didn't say the word horizontal. I said level.
Right, so what's horizontal then? This is
horizontal
you.
is the
You're
local
entering into the paradox now. Essie, did you ever get there, or did math sort of take you off? Because I don't want to step on your toes. Seems like other people were taking you off.
No, please, guys, please go ahead, Bev. Continue by all means.
Right, so you've got a canal, like pretty simply, and you've got a start and an end point, right? You've got two places. Do you want to put a number to it, distance, just so we can thought experiment this water in the canal?
All right, so you meaning like what's the distance point to point, like
Yeah.
say 10 miles. Say.
Okay, so let's say 10 miles then. So we've got a 10-mile stretch of canal, and we can measure that, and we've got that as a distance. So we've got start point, we're going to call it A, right? And we're going to go to B, 10 miles in between them. Linear distance.
Well, linear distance or water distance?
Linear distance between the 2 points, A to B.
Yeah, but that's not linear. If we're talking about a canal, it's not linear. It's going to travel over the water.
Well, okay, but there is a linear distance between the two, right? Straight line.
But the boat is not going to travel on that line.
Well, no, I'm just saying, just between point A and point B.
That's a chord.
Right. Oh, well, okay, but I mean, you're stood at one side of a canal at A, and I'm stood at the other side of the canal at B, right?
Right.
There is a distance between us, linear, straight line distance of 10 miles.
That's the chord. Okay.
Well, no, we've not dealt with anything yet. We're just saying there is a distance between us.
As long as we're clear, that's not the distance the boat's going to travel.
Okay, well, that's where we're saying, right? Okay,
yes.
Right, okay. So we've got point A and point B, 10 miles between them. Now, that's probably because you want to have some sort of number thing to be able to go off, right? I'm going to be using the principles of Euclidean geometry, and I'm going to say the shortest distance between point A and point B is a straight line, Euclidean straight line, right?
Yes.
And because it's a 10 mile, it's a straight line. And I'm going to be able to say that because of the water, that straight line would be measured horizontally if we did it on the surface of the water. Then it would be a 10-mile distance, horizontal distance. Okay, so you say it's not going to be horizontal.
Well, horizontal is a local phenomenon. So, the far end point B is going to be actually it's going to drop away from that horizontal.
Right. Well, but from A to B, I say that's a measured distance, and it would be called a horizontal distance on the water. We just go with what I say, right? You can correct me or imagine whatever you want. I'm just trying to keep.
But you're contradicting using the language you're using. So the distance between point A and point B is not horizontal.
Well, I say it is because I say the water level is a horizontal plane.
Okay, so we're no longer on Earth. We're this is.
No,
just
that's where I am definitely.
Not taking place on Earth.
Okay, that's where I am. But let's say the distance between A and B is a straight line distance at 10 miles, and I'm going to say that's horizontal. There's no tilt to it, right?
Okay, I'm just gonna go with it. Okay.
Okay, right. So that distance is there. Now, where I would say that in the center of that canal, on that water, on that line, is where the water would be in the center. What would you say?
Meaning at mile 5, right?
Yeah.
At mile 5 of the 10-mile distance. Sure.
Yeah. And you would say that the water would be on that straight line between A and B.
Yeah, I mean, if by definition this water is horizontal for 10 miles And the halfway point, mile 5. Yes, everything is horizontal. Everything is perfect by your definition.
By my definition of what water does.
Of this construct, which, you know, like I said,
canal.
I've made my objection. This is no longer taking place on Earth. But go ahead.
No, I'm saying this is what I think right now. I'm asking you, because I'm saying in reality that it's a straight line. You would say in reality, if we draw a straight line between those 2 points, A to B, where would the water be in the center in relation to that straight line?
It would be 16 feet 8 inches above that line.
16 feet. Okay,
Yeah.
so you...
But that's, you know, following Earth curvature, you know?
Right, but it would be higher, would it not?
Yeah, but this is violating your definition where the whole thing is horizontal. So
No. I'm just saying that's what I think. I mean,
horizontal by definition.
You can think whatever you want.
Then there's no water.
Right. So,
but if we're
what
on
would
Earth,
you
if
say?
we're taking place on Earth?
Yeah.
Then point B is following the curvature of the Earth, and if you drew a straight line distance, shortest distance between 2 points, that would be called the chord, CHORD.
Yeah.
And then at the 5 mile part, the 5 mile point, the water will be 16 feet 8 inches above that line.
Okay.
You know, measured that would be the sagittal. Okay.
Right.
But that line A to B, line AB, is not a horizontal line.
Okay. So if you were to put a horizontal line, like in reality, on that
projected
canal,
out from point A, like starting at point A, horizontal line.
well, where would you put a horizontal line if you were to put one?
It's wherever you're standing. The definition of the word horizontal is local to where you are. So if you have this diagram of point A, point B,
Parallel to the plane of the horizon, I think you'll find
we've had
that.
this conversation before.
Yeah.
If you had this entire diagram, you could not say, "Oh, here's a horizontal line," because it point A is horizontal to A, horizontal to the 5 mile point, horizontal to B.
You can't have a point being horizontal.
No. Draw a horizontal at a point, like tangent to the curve.
To what curve?
The curve of the Earth.
The water.
Yeah, the water. The water's going to follow the curvature of the Earth.
But we established at the beginning, the water doesn't follow the curve of the Earth.
Yeah, so I said, so this is no longer taking place on Earth. This is just a construct on a piece of paper.
We said when we fill the canal up, right, putting a hump in the canal won't affect the water.
Yeah,
on
remember
the top of the canal at all.
Yeah, we went over that the ground formation under the water doesn't.
We're not talking about the ground under the canal, like the muck at the bottom.
Are you,
of the canal.
are you not? So you're not talking about the ground. So what ground is affecting the water then?
Yeah.
No, there's no ground affecting the water. Water is
so then it wouldn't conform to the ground.
Mm-hmm.
That is correct. Just like you pour water.
So it would conform to its container, like, and then
no,
the.
No, I mean only in the sense that you fill up a bucket full of water and the water.
So the physical sense, the practical,
demonstratable
sense. So the demonstratable practical sense, only in that sense.
Yeah, but I mean, the surface of the water is going to be equidistant from the center of the Earth. So, if you have a bucket of water, it's going to look like a flat surface. If you have the Pacific Ocean, it's going to conform to the curvature of the Earth. So that at any point, the surface of the water is going to be perpendicular to a vector that points to the center
every
of the Earth.
Point perpendicular
to a line that intersects the center of the Earth.
Yeah, a plane. It's a horizontal plane that at every point will be perpendicular to vertical. That's the very definition of a horizontal plane.
Right, but vertical is a local concept as well.
Vertical.
So we've talked about everybody's flagpole on the globe. Everybody's flagpole is divergent.
What?
So you plant a flag.
They're
in
all
Philadelphia,
perpendicular.
You plant another flag.
They're all
Wait, hold on.
Chicago.
So if you have a hill, can we go like? I'm not saying, but so you got the hill, right? So away from the water, we have a hill.
Okay.
Now you put a vertical at the. Yeah, I don't get. So how, if you put verticals along a hill, they don't follow the conformity of the hill.
Well, yeah.
But
But
that's what you're doing. That's exactly what you're doing. You're
well, no.
In hold on, let me just say this. In all practical senses, right? If you have the contour of the ground is a curve or a hump or whatever, vertical's not going to follow that. It's going to be straight up and down all along there, and that's practical and demonstratable. But then when we can't demonstrate it and we can't practice this, you say, "Oh, but this is what happens."
Yeah, well, but because of the scale that what we're talking about, Earth curvature is
Scale?
not
No.
discernible. Earth curvature is not
no.
discernible
Don't
to the
do
naked eye.
scale.
So
That has
so when
nothing
you
to
talk
do
about-
with it. Nope.
But when you talk about a hill, when you talk about a hill, you're not talking about
Hello?
a hill with
Flat
a
Earth
radius
mass?
of 3959 miles. That would be no longer a hill.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Hey. The law of identity, right? Have you heard of this?
Oh, it's something. Everything is equal to itself. Right?
What about the law of excluded middle?
The law of excluded middle. Remind me. I'm not familiar with it.
It is either horizontal or it is not horizontal. So when you say local horizontal, that implies that it is horizontal in the first place, but then that it suddenly is not if it's not local anymore. You're breaking the law of excluded middle, which is why everything you're saying makes no sense whatsoever.
Can you give me the law of excluded middle? Can you give me a
just did.
definition? No,
I just did.
Can you repeat it then? I misunderstood.
It's it's either true or false. It's either P or not P.
Okay.
It's either horizontal or not horizontal. It cannot be both.
But horizontal by definition is where you are. Horizontal is
That's
not
not the case.
Well,
it can't
it's
be
an
both
orientation.
horizontal
I mean, if
and
we're talking
not
about
horizontal
Earth,
at the
if
same
we're
time.
talking-
You can't break the law of excluded middle.
I don't understand, because if we're talking about standing
Horizontal,
on Earth,
yeah, horizontal.
no.
Yes, horizontal, yes.
Okay. So it's not helping the conversation if you just keep saying the same word over and over again.
Let me try and mediate. Let me try. You're saying local horizontal. He's saying the horizontal is horizontal or it's not horizontal. Now you're saying it's local. So you're saying that there's a point, like where local ends, that's where the horizontal stops being horizontal. And that's where his contention is. He's like, you're creating this place where horizontal is now not itself.
All right. So if you were to hold a builder's level,
No, it's not
a
all
6-foot
right.
builder's level,
Hello.
you got to at least let
No.
me finish a sentence, right? If you're going to cut me off when I even start a sentence, then you're not.
No,
interested
you
in
asked if it was all right, and I was telling you, no, it's not all right.
Let him bury himself.
Oh my goodness. So, and this is one of the things with like globe earthers and flat earthers. It's like I really try to communicate, but
we're not either here, Matt. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, Matt. There's none of either of those here. We're talking about reality, trying to keep a check on the logic, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
So if you're holding a builder's level, right, a 6-foot builder's level, spirit level.
Yeah, on the
and you
canal.
simply walk.
On the canal.
Yeah, you could be standing next to the canal, or you could be standing in the canal boat.
Yeah.
And you walk a certain distance. You will have that builder's level be level the entire time.
Yep.
And so, according to you,
And you could carry a
the
plumb bob
builder's
as
level-
well, and it would be perpendicular to both the builder's level and the water the entire journey if you're on a canal.
All right, so I missed the first part of what you just said. Because I was trying to finish my point. But,
the entire trip that you take on a canal, the plumb bob will be perpendicular to the water level, and it will be perpendicular to the builder's level the entire journey.
Absolutely. I agree with you 100%. I agree with you 100%. And that is a local phenomenon. You're not.
It's a
not
horizontal.
looking at a plumb bob.
It's a
You're not looking at
horizontal
plumb
plane,
bob 6
Matt.
miles away. You're next to the plumb bob. That
Yeah,
plumb
you're
bob
taking it with you.
is vertical.
Every step of the
Right?
way.
You're taking it with you, right? So you got a plumb bob hanging from this canal boat. It's very, very still. It's not swinging like a pendulum. Sometimes people put them in oil. Have you ever heard of that? You take the plumb bob and you dunk the bob in oil, and that just sort of slows down, dampens the vibrations. So it doesn't swing like
I think
a
I
pendulum.
told Rumpus that the other day.
Yeah. So
You might
the
have
point
heard
is that you've got this builder's level. You've got a plumb bob. Are perpendicular to each other the entire journey.
Yeah,
as
and
you
you've got the
take this
surface
boat,
of the water
right?
as well.
The
Don't forget
surface
about
of the
that.
Water, the surface
Yep.
of the water is perpendicular to the plumb bob. The surface of the water, right where you stand, is parallel to the builder's level.
Yeah.
But the whole point of all this exercise is it's where you are.
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
all the way,
you could talk
everywhere.
to Bob. You could talk to Bob, who's 6 miles away, and he also is carrying a builder's level.
Absolutely.
He's also talking about how it's horizontal. Now,
And
those
if
two
he's on the
horizontals are
barge,
not-
also.
right?
Yeah.
But
all the
he's
horizontals
miles
are
away.
parallel. Yep.
Those two lines are going to be skew.
No, they're parallel. Horizontal
Because
planes.
horizontal-
No, they're not.
All
They're not
horizontal
parallel.
planes are parallel.
Every place has its
Oh,
local
here we go.
horizontal, and if you move along
You
the
need
water,
helping out.
the-
Math
they're
doesn't need help in
perpendicular and the
Rumpus,
horizontal
please.
Remain perpendicular, but they change.
Yeah,
angle. I can show you a diagram that will resolve it. But
you're going to have horizontals at angles. I'm sorry about that, Math. Rumpus does that all the time.
Who muted him before me?
Because you're gonna have a contest to see. Yeah.
So
but you know,
Or-
but the thing
okay,
is, this is
does
all.
the-
This is all. Just let me finish like just one sentence. This is all based upon model affliction. We'll just call it that, model affliction.
Yeah,
Right?
yours.
Right,
Yours,
my model
man.
affliction. But like every time you guys are asking me these questions, they are going to be based upon my knowledge of the shape of the Earth because I am model
What?
afflicted.
But why don't you use reality, right? Like,
Because
you know,
because that is reality.
Okay, when you walk, right? We're walking. There's no we're not changing anything, right? It's not like as I walk, my up starts leaning, you know? So space doesn't lean or change from where you were. The only thing that changed is you. So if I'm standing somewhere and up is up and I take a step, up is not going to change direction. It's not going to change its angle, and I didn't affect it. You're making it seem like the person moving affects up and down somehow.
No, up is a local phenomenon. Where you stand, you can measure up with a plumb bob.
Well, but isn't up everywhere? So how can up be a local phenomenon if everywhere I go, there's up? That's not local. That's everywhere.
Yeah.
Right? Well, I know. I mean, silly, but true.
But here's the thing: when you say when I start walking, up doesn't move. Well, because of the scale of the Earth, you have to walk 60
Oh, stop
miles.
doing the scale thing.
Okay,
It's obvious
but
you
wait,
don't
but it's
understand
there.
what
It's
scale
important.
is.
You got to connect.
Just let me finish the point. If you were to walk 60 miles, your up would change by 1 degree from your starting point.
But
How are
that's
you going to
not.
notice that?
Wait, no.
would you notice that?
Why? How does connect me moving, if you can, connect my motion to the changing of up? Why does me moving change up? Because up is up, right? You know what I mean?
But up is where you are. Up is where you.
But now you're doing the same thing you did with horizontal. You're making up, but now up is going to be sideways. You're going to make vertical horizontal, depending on where you are.
Miles away.
But that's logically broken, because now it's vertical is horizontal. That's not. You couldn't teach that.
Vertical is a local phenomenon.
Well, no.
Horizontal is a local phenomenon.
Okay, if we follow that logic, that vertical is local. We're like, okay, let's follow this logic out.
It is local. Like, you can't disagree with it.
But we end up, if we start changing it after local, you end up with vertical being the same orientation as horizontal, which is a logic. Yeah, because on vertical, if you walked around your quote unquote model affliction,
give
right?
it him.
Your up is going to be a circle, right?
Well, I mean, you eventually, if you take a 12 or
yeah, so
24,000
that's
mile journey,
So what you're saying
You're
is
leading him. He's
I'm
going to
just
go
trying-
with
logic-
you every step of the
Yeah,
way.
and so logically, one direction is 360 degrees. That's what you're telling me. This is what your model affliction has to have you
it's
logically
not
put
one
forward.
direction. It's wherever you are. Wherever
Up.
you stand, you could define up, you could define horizontal, you could define vertical, you could define level. That's where you stand. And Joe, where he stands, 60 miles away, he defines it where he's standing. Your up and his up are going to be 1 degree apart, over a distance of 69 miles.
What you're doing is you're saying that the people somehow impact the air and the ground.
No, it's not people.
But you are. Hold on. No. You are. Because hold on. So if we removed, the idea of up and down, right, is not based on the person. Because if I die, or if none of us were here, there would still be up and down, right? So up and down has nothing to do with the person. So when you say the person moves and up and down changes, that's where I have the problem.
Okay, then take away the people and just replace them with plumb bobs. Right? There's no longer people, it's just plumb bobs.
How about this?
Okay, I'm with you.
If you have 2 plumb bobs that are 60 miles apart, those plumb bobs are going to be divergent by 1 degree.
No, you're just saying that.
Well, no, because based on the curve.
Yeah, you are. You just said that. Oh, but okay,
right.
Now, so what you would need to do is establish that through proof, right?
Right, and that's why.
Okay, so now, so now what we do is we hang a plumb bob, and I'm going to go, what direction does that hang? And now we're going to say that the plumb bob is the standard of down.
Yes.
Okay, well, there you go. That's it. Now, you can't have the plumb bob be the standard of down as it's being vertical, but then say in the next breath that it's also 360 degrees, because that's not a standard of down. That's a circle.
But that's no longer a plumb bob.
Well, no, exactly.
A plumb bob cannot go around a planet and still be a plumb bob. You can hide.
Yes, you can.
Other plumb bobs.
So what if I walk with a plumb bob?
Around a planet?
What if I walk with it?
I just thought there was no people. So why don't we have
again? The plumb bob goes around the. Where again?
When you stand next to a plumb bob, you're like, that's the definition of down. And then you walk 60 miles and you see another plumb bob. You're like, that's the definition of down. You keep going until you've gone all the way around the world. Every single plumb bob is going to be the definition of down when you stand next to it. Or take away the people. There's no people, it's just plumb bobs. Each plumb bob is going to define down where that plumb bob is.
So okay. How about this? Back at the canal, right? Sure. We're at each end, 10 miles?
Yeah, 10-mile canal.
Yeah, and we're at each end, and I establish a horizontal plane at my position, and you do the same at yours. Will those planes intersect?
Yes.
The 2 horizontal planes will intersect.
Yeah, 2 horizontal planes measured 10 miles apart. Yes, will intersect. They'll intersect above the sagitta.
How are they horizontal planes then?
Horizontal is a local concept.
Again, logically.
This is what I mean, right?
Yeah, but again, yeah. That's exactly what you're doing. You're saying this is horizontal. I'm going, yeah, but over here. Oh, not over there. But not over there. You're making up these. Hold on. Logically, let's just look at that logically. You're making A equal B.
No.
Yes, you are. Because here we go. A equals A. The horizontal is A. Now it equals horizontal, right? Horizontal must equals horizontal because that's to balance the equation. A equals A, horizontal equals horizontal. Are you with me mathematically?
No.
Okay, so let's slow down. So A equals A. Are you with me? Hold on. Let me just give me a couple minutes. A equals A. Are you with me on that mathematically?
Yes.
2 minutes countdown timer.
Okay, I got 2 minutes.
Put him on the clock.
A equals A. A equals A. You're with me mathematically, right?
Yes, A equals A.
Okay, now replace A with horizontal. Horizontal equals horizontal, right?
No.
Oh God. Okay, I don't need any more time. I can't do anything with that.
Yeah, that's it. You're done. Right there. Well done. I mean, that's exposed the law of identity. He broke it just then. Right?
Horizontal is not a universal
and
concept.
they need to break these laws of thought right away. Off the bat. They can't go into this without breaking either one of these laws instantly. Like, that's step 1. Just break them. Go for it.
Yeah.
Just everything out the window.
Where do we go from here now, Matt? Where do we go?
A doesn't equal A. Now what? What do I do?
Guys, let Matt respond, please.
Who's the guys talking? How do I refer to you? I know you're not Sean Hawkins. What do I call you?
Not Sean.
You can call me
Not
Chris.
Sean.
My real name is Chris, man. You can call me
Okay,
Chris.
so Chris, and you may call me Charles. So Chris, if you said replace A with 3, 3 is a universal concept, so 3 equals 3. But if you replace A with beauty, well, beauty does not equal beauty because everyone has a different
Horizontal
standard.
isn't beauty.
Okay, so the word horizontal is not a universal concept.
But
It
hold
is a
on.
local concept.
It is. It's an orientation.
Where you stand. It's an orientation where you are.
It's an
Over, up,
orientation
above,
everywhere.
But it's not.
It's
not
a
the
unique.
same-
It's a unique orientation, right? It
That's
has to
correct.
be unique. So if it's not okay, so now we have established the uniqueness of horizontal, meaning horizontal is unique equals horizontal is unique. Now, if you try and change that, you go into a mathematically wrong, illogically wrong paradigm. Now, now I know that your model goes there, but you have to understand that you gave up logical soundness for your model.
No, because
Yes.
there's you made a
Definitely,
factually
yes.
untrue
Very
statement
obvious.
when you said horizontal equals horizontal.
Ever heard. Best thing I've ever heard said to a Glober. That is exactly what you've done, Charles. I'm sorry, Dale, but all of you've thrown away logic and reason for your model.
Well, but it's not just a theoretical model. It's the actual physical.
Well, hold on. Let's get back to the unique orientation because that's the logic. Now, horizontal A is unique. That's
Right,
what
the
makes it. That's
hands.
why
Come on, you did have your 2 minutes, and then you stepped down.
All right, sorry.
Right, you've already done it twice at
So-
least.
So, I mean, if you could think about, just taking a sheet of paper and drawing a line towards a dot. You make a dot, and then you could draw lines everywhere you draw a line. You draw a line towards that dot. But what if you just defined any line drawn towards that dot? We're just going to call that horizontal. Then it's like or vertical. We're going to call that vertical. Then
That
clearly, you could draw
orientations,
multiple
though.
lines. You could draw multiple lines on that sheet of paper, and every single one of those lines is going to be pointed towards that dot. But all these quote unquote what you call vertical, they're going to be divergent.
This
So
is
all of a sudden, vertical is no longer vertical.
this is
Vertical
quite
in a bunch of
bad
different directions.
math because
Yes, sir.
you've done exactly the same as what Betty did. You've took the mathematical representation on paper of a line that crosses from side to side to left to right as being horizontal, and one that's going up and down as being vertical. But the orientation in reality are very separate things. Very separate. Right?
Yeah,
a plumb bob is what establishes a vertical in reality.
Yes.
And a level is a tool that establishes a horizontal plane because it is perpendicular to that vertical.
Yeah, where you are. So you.
It's a plane.
I would go easy.
You
with
do
the plane
understand
because
what a
you can't
plane
extend
is.
that plane. Sure.
Right, so
Sure, but
a
it's
plane established where you are will have all perpendiculars parallel. Because that's the definition of a plane.
Right, but those
Right, okay.
verticals are only going to be vertical, and only one of those verticals will be vertical. All
Well,
the other verticals.
the
are gonna
one
be
that
slightly-
you carry with you
Right, the
constantly
Right.
along that plane
Yeah.
would be the one that's always perpendicular to the plane. But all of the other perpendiculars to that plane will always be parallel to the one you're holding.
Yeah, where you are. Right, where you are.
Yeah,
can't
wherever
extend
you
this
are.
plane. You can't extend this plane beyond where
Yes,
you
you,
stand.
yes, you can, because that is the very concept of surveying in reality.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want to go there because you have the experience and I do not. So I don't
Yeah.
want to go there.
Okay.
But here's the thing that I think a lot of folks don't understand, where I'm coming from, or at least my impression on the people who are model afflicted on the flat side. Some of them think that globers are model afflicted on the globe side because of ships over the horizon. We see ships over the horizon, therefore the Earth has to be a globe, and that's not where I come at it at all. I come at it by careful study of the sky, of the sun, moon,
Are you
stars.
talking over the apparent position?
When I say ships over the horizon?
Yeah. When you say over, like what is your definition
ships
of
behind
over?
the horizon, we'll say.
Behind.
We'll say ships behind the horizon.
Can I
just
say something?
Phrase.
Yeah.
Sure.
I know for a fact that you are model afflicted because you blatantly break the law of identity. That's how I know for a fact that you are model afflicted.
Well, would you agree that beauty equals beauty?
P equals P. Yes.
Yeah, but would you agree that beauty equals beauty?
The thing itself is identical to itself.
So you're saying that beauty does equal beauty?
Yes, it is what it is. Okay.
So Joe, who's from some tribe in the middle of Africa, his vision of beauty is somebody, a woman with thorns coming out of her lips. And then you've got, Hank, who's living in, I don't know, Kentucky, and his vision of beauty is someone with large breasts, and no horns, beauty.
Yeah, the concept of beauty is the same thing.
Concept.
Yeah.
Beauty is beauty no matter what. So it's the eye of the beholder. You're trying to use
beauty
something.
Is in the eye of the beholder. Exactly.
Yeah, that's his point. That's his point, Chucky. Yeah, so let's okay, you made your point. It's in the eye of the beholder.
So vertical is in the eye of the person.
No, stop. You made your point. Relativism, right? The problem is horizontal is not relativistic. So that's
geometry.
Yeah. So you're breaking the law of identity, and you just don't want to admit it. That's all it is.
Well, but you're giving horizontal a definition which it only has in theoretical geometry. Like a sheet
theoretical
of paper.
geometry. What?
Yes.
What?
Like a geometry teacher. I've taught high school geometry.
No. As opposed to what? Theoretical geometry as opposed to what?
That's imaginometry, right?
As opposed to the
imagining
Earth, as opposed to walking around on
as
Earth.
As opposed to real geometry, yeah.
Well, no. Take the word geometry out of it. But just walking around on Earth.
You said it.
Just theoretical.
Horizontal is not a universal concept. Horizontal is a local concept. Okay, and if you say it's a universal concept, well, no, we're now no longer talking about Earth. We're talking about this.
It's the same for everyone. Horizontal.
Yeah, well, you just changed the definition.
I'm saying horizontal is horizontal.
That does not apply on Earth. Horizontal is a local
on your model. Concept. It doesn't apply on your model. I know. That's why you have to break the law of identity to hold your model as truth when it's clearly violating the law of identity. It's proving that it's illogical, nonsensical, and absurd. That's what the point here is.
It's kind of like saying, defining something as, this is 5 miles from Philadelphia, and then you walk 10 miles away and you're like, well, but the definition is that this is 5 miles from Philadelphia. No, you just went 10 miles away.
Oh, that's terrible math. Come on.
So
you can do better than that. You can't
make a definition that has in the definition a local phenomenon and then say that's universal. So you're the one breaking the rule because...
Do you know what a plane is, math? I mean, I know you're meant to be a mathematician. Do you know what a plane is?
Sure. Theoretically, I know what a plane is.
Right. So do you know what a horizontal plane is?
Theoretically, I know what a horizontal plane is.
Yes. It's a plane in the horizontal position. Right?
Yes, like XYZ, you could talk about the XYZ coordinate system.
The X and the Y. Plane, the X and the Y would be a plane.
Sure, absolutely.
Okay. So you know how graphs work, being a maths teacher.
Absolutely.
All of the lines are parallel, aren't they?
I'm sorry, I missed that.
All of the lines are parallel. They're all perpendicular, and the X and the Y are perpendicular to the Z.
Right. Your axes are perpendicular to each other. Yes.
Yeah, all the way along, all over. So if you travel along the horizontal plane, then the vertical axis, the Z, always stays perpendicular to it.
Yeah, if we're traveling in a Cartesian coordinate system, right? We're not traveling
which we are.
in a Cartesian coordinate system or on Earth?
Yes, we map on a Cartesian coordinate system. Yes.
Okay, so
in
so
reality, yes.
Well, no, not in reality.
Yes.
So
yes, in reality, definitely in reality.
well, I mean, but the thing is, like, so we're talking past each other because, I'm talking about the surface of a sphere, and you're talking about a horizontal plane.
I'm talking about reality. The difference. This is what we're talking about. Your model affliction makes you talk about a model. I'm just talking about how we measure it in reality.
Yeah, but reality is the Earth is a globe.
That's how you break the law of identity, right? We say the word horizontal, and suddenly we're talking about different things all of a sudden. Yeah, because the law of identity has been broken.
So you may be amused to know that, 100 years ago, there was a Flat Earth Society that said, oh, in Australia,
I wouldn't be
hanging
at
upside
all.
down by their toenails. Because they were trying to make a
Flat
mockery
Earth
of how
Society
somebody
are
lives in Australia.
stupid, obviously. I
No,
call
this
them
is
Globe
literally
Earth
100 years
Society because that's obviously not true, is it?
Right, but they were
That didn't
trying to
happen.
mock. They were trying to mock the people.
Is this a straw man you're building? Like, what's
It
going
is,
on?
yeah.
This is true. You could look
You're
up the
making a
literature.
straw man.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
yeah.
don't care. Nobody here cares.
You're repeating a straw man that's been made 100 years ago.
Right, but the point that I'm trying to make is that
Okay, can I stop all this nonsense for 1 second, please?
So I was trying
Charles.
just let me.
That's what Rob does.
No, I need to. Charles. 100 years ago, there was a Flat Earth Society. Who cares? Are you a part of the Flat Earth Society? Because your name is Flat Earth Math. So you're the one that sounds like you're part of the Flat Earth Society. That all the extra noise didn't help, Charles.
I'm sorry, my pipes are. I'm in my basement and my pipes were rattling.
Yeah, sure. I don't care. Change your name to Charles, not Flat Earth Math.
So if you go to my channel,
There's no flat.
And he's not very good at math either.
My channel is dedicated to the math and science of the Flat Earth debate. Okay, and it has been since I formed it. I don't know what 6-7
Like
years ago.
you've expressed tonight that you like wobbled a plane. You were really unsteady about what you thought a plane was.
I haven't wobbled a plane.
The
But,
geometric
I hope you
concepts
guys-
of all
Two
perpendiculars
horizontal
to a
planes
plane.
intersecting, as well as the perpendiculars being not parallel all over,
But you do understand why we are talking past each other. Is
Yes,
because
because
of
you're
our
breaking the
model.
law of identity. I've told you several times.
Beauty is beauty, right? Beauty is beauty.
No, that's a
Beauty is in the eye of the
sophistic
beholder. That's the truth is not beauty is beauty.
argument.
Beauty
When
is
it's
in the eye
not,
of
it's
the
got
beholder.
nothing to do with beauty,
Okay.
has it? We're talking about
Beauty is not
horizontals.
unique. Beauty isn't unique. Horizontal is unique.
Where you stand. Horizontal is where you stand. Okay? Or where
Then
the
it's not
building's
unique.
level is. Right?
Do you math? Do you know how a water level works? This is where we started off, right? And I think we're going to end there again. Do you know what a water level is? Since we did the canal, do you know what a water level is?
Yes.
Right, a big tube.
Like with a tube, with a big tube. Yes,
Okie dokie.
absolutely.
Right, so it's got two ends on it. Right?
Yeah, and they put micrometers on the end.
Right, so you've got two ends. Now, both of those ends, neither one is higher nor lower, right?
Right, they're both
Than
the
the
same
other
distance
one.
from the center of the Earth.
Well, they say, I mean, not sure who they are, maybe the people that make the tools, but that's a water level, and that tool establishes a horizontal plane of reference. Now, would you agree with that?
No.
No. Why would that be?
Because the two ends of the water level,
see, because you've got, wait a minute, mathematically, though, right, you've got 2 points, and the shortest distance between those 2 points is a straight line.
Yes.
Right? And because it's water, you can move them around and they will establish a plane. Right? Now, that plane would be straight because of the 2 points. Right? Every time you did 2 points, then you would have a straight line. And then as you moved that water level, all of those 2 points would be established on the plane. Right? At any point you put those water levels, anywhere.
Yeah, I disagree. I disagree with everything you
Okay,
just
right. Okay, then. So I would say that. And because of that, you would have one neither higher nor lower. Right? Now, you're going to say...
They're both at the same distance from the center of the earth.
Right, so one's neither higher nor lower than each other. You would go along with that statement. That both of these water levels... Right, now, would you also go along with the statement that there is a shortest distance between those 2 points and you could draw a line along that?
Yes.
Right.
We're about to come up to my disagreement. But yes, I agree.
Well, no, I'm just saying that is definitely done. But with a water level, right?
Yes.
Now, could we establish that line in any way? Is there a tool for us to establish that? Could we make a spirit level, which is a straight line, and put one of those from one end to the other? And would that go along there? Because it's a straight line, right?
It would only be level in the middle of the line.
Well, the bubble on the spirit level would be in the middle, and it would have a bubble in the middle, right?
Yes.
Of the spirit level.
But the entire line will not be level.
But you could say then, though, that spirit level establishes a horizontal because it's straight. And it would be exactly, though, at the ends of the water level too. So the water level would have to establish a horizontal plane, wouldn't it?
So, again, we're talking about scale. Because, I agree with you 100% at the scale of a water level, at the scale of a spirit level, riding along a water level. I agree with you 100%. It's where you go 60 miles away that we start to break down. And that's why
60
it really
miles.
is a question of scale. Well, I mean, I've seen water levels. I saw a water level that I think was 2 kilometers long.
Yeah. Wow. You've seen a water level that was 2K.
I'm sorry?
You've seen a water level that was 2K.
I saw the video. I saw the video of the water level. And it had 3 verticals.
Oh.
I don't know if you've ever seen that.
It's Jippos on a runway.
It was on a farm, but it wasn't on a runway.
Big black. Was it black liquid?
Black liquid pond.
Big hump in the middle. Measured hump in the middle.
It wasn't a big hump. It was a hump of a few inches.
Right, but it was definitely a hump in the middle, right?
Well, again, not according to your definition of hump. No, there was no hump in the middle. But a sight line.
But it was
a sight line between.
It was higher. It wasn't lower, was it? It was higher.
It was visually higher. It was
yeah.
A hump.
That's what it is. Like, if it's visually higher, then
it wasn't actually.
They've convinced you.
It was level.
Is this the entire tactic? Like, here's what you're saying. Like, I agree with you 100% the entire way, except I'm going to have to break the law of identity over here, please. That's what you're saying. That's all you're doing the entire way. That's everything you got.
Yeah, Matt, you've just exposed one of the biggest ones. I mean, we've had the bridge, big fail, Rakir's bridge. We took that one back fucking ages ago. We've had some dude coming around strutting about the main surveyor and his ridiculous attempt to prove that parallels aren't. We've had Where's Wally come round with his ridiculous proof of measuring angles. With Wolfie paying some guy to help him to do all of that sort of stuff. And now you're coming out with this one with the hump. One of the worst tests ever. Pressure fittings, no sighting from a theodolite, no nothing, no seeing a setting up of the anything, no follow-ups, no nothing.
Okay, so you're not a fan
intersecting
of that
horizontal.
video.
One of the worst.
I'm sorry, my I'm going to turn off my mic just for a moment. I thought the pipes are right.
Yeah, sounds like I thought that was Rob fixing his car, taking wheels off or something.
Like, I mean, does it really have to be pointed out at every turn that he's breaking the law of identity every time he opens his mouth? Is it necessary? I want to. I kind of can't help myself at some point, because what's going on, guys?
The model defense is too strong.
Okay, sorry about that. I live in an old house, and it's like, you know, the washing machine. The washing machine, when it's going through its like spinning cycle, it kind of shakes. What I have not heard from you when you're talking about this surveyor and that surveyor and this person did a sighting across a bridge, blah blah blah. These are all attempts to learn Earth curvature at the surface of the Earth. What I haven't heard anybody talk about is what my specialty is. I mean, the thing is, this is not my wheelhouse. My wheelhouse is the sun, moon, and stars, and not the shape of the sky, because people say you can't figure the shape of the ground from the shape of the sky, and I agree with you. You can't figure out the shape of the ground. You cannot figure the shape of the ground from the shape of the sky. So I don't suggest taking a look at the shape of the sky.
That's why we don't.
Right? No. I'm not suggesting taking a look at the shape of the sky. What I am suggesting is that there are three very specific things you can do, and I got to turn off my mic soon. There are three very specific things you can look at the sky. You can establish locality, whether the sun, moon, and stars are local. You can establish whether the ground you're standing on is sloped with regards to the heavenly bodies, and you can also establish a rotation of axis, a rotational axis. Those three things, they won't give you the size of the Earth. They won't give you how big the globe is, but they will establish that we are definitely not on a plane. And so that's my wheelhouse. And I argue with some people who say, well, you need R for that. And it's like, no, I don't need the radius of the Earth. I can tell that the sun and moon stars are distant. I can tell that we're standing on a sloping surface. And I can tell that there is an axis of rotation. So anyway.
Can I just establish there that, we started off with a double drop hump paradox, and we got a whole bunch of law of identity violations, and that's about it.
Yeah, every moment you came close to it.
As being a universal.
We just being horizontal, like it's horizontal.
Horizontal is horizontal.
Yeah, it's like a plane, a horizontal plane. But you, Math, have got it curving, haven't you?
Yeah, well, that's because I know the Earth is a globe. That's the thing. And
bendizontal doesn't exist.
Based on what did you say?
Bendizontal doesn't exist.
You say bendizontal. That's pretty funny.
Well, that's what you've got, isn't it?
No. It all depends on
conceptually.
How you define horizontal.
Yeah, in your mind, everybody knows what a horizontal plane is. Just in your mind, it's all bendy.
Well, no, a horizontal is local to where you are, or you're looking at a geometry textbook, whereas horizontal line is just a diagram written on a page. But
no.
There's no such thing as a universal horizontal.
You've done surveying.
Horizontal is where, a spirit level, carry a
yeah,
spirit level
an
with you,
auto level.
Right.
A water level.
The thing is, it really is a question of scale. It really is a question of scale.
What do you mean by scale?
You cannot discern Earth curvature.
Math, what do you mean by scale? What do you mean by scale? Well, we can only measure 1:1 scale, 1 to 1. That's the only scale we can measure in.
Okay. When I say scale, what I mean is that the existence that we human beings have on the surface of this Earth, right?
No. What you mean is that larger scale, you curve the horizontal plane to break the law of identity. That's what you actually mean.
Bobs, we use spirit levels. We do all these things on the surface of this Earth. We cannot discern Earth curvature in our daily lives. Okay.
Yeah, we can
So
definitely tell a horizontal plane from a not horizontal plane.
Sure, where we are. Absolutely.
No, like wherever. Yes.
Yeah, if you put a ball bearing on it, does it roll? You know, if it rolls, it's not a horizontal plane. If it doesn't roll, you know, it's a horizontal plane. I mean,
Well, we have slightly more sophisticated ways of doing it than that.
Of course, with lasers and all kinds of precision
With
instruments,
whatever tools that you don't really understand. But anybody who's willing to come round and we can go over that.
You have no argument with me over those precision instruments. You have no argument with me. The only deviation I'm talking about is if you go 60 miles away.
A shared straight line segment.
And
math.
Now you're only a degree off.
Do you know a shared straight line segment?
I'm not sure what terminology you're using.
Let's say you've got a spirit level. Let's say you've got a spirit level that's 10 foot long.
Okay.
And
Very
you've got
expensive one.
Yeah, you've got 3 of them.
Okay.
So you're going to put one of them and you're going to put it overlapping 5 foot on the other one.
Yes.
And then you're going to get the next one and you're going to make it so it overlaps the other 5 foot. Right? And then you're going to get the one from the back, put it on the front and make it overlap that 5 foot. Shared straight line segment. Horizontal, bubble, staying horizontal, level, going in a straight line. Shared straight line segment after each other. Now, how far could you go with that shared straight line segment until you weren't on the horizontal plane that you're establishing by the tool?
Well, the tool is going to be horizontal the whole time, and you will not perceive, this is where the question of scale, you will not perceive that you are following the curvature of the Earth.
What curvature of a horizontal?
It may be, for example, would you be able to tell if
it's not horizontal?
If your level was off by the width of a human hair, would you be able to tell?
It would be calibrated to be
but
correct.
Normally, you know, we're talking about like a bubble level or whatever.
We're talking about an auto level, like the professional tools, right? Yeah,
okay, the professional tools.
Yep.
But it's beyond their calibration, the thickness of a human hair.
Well, the shared straight line segments that will be going.
But it's beyond. Yep. We're talking about a 10 foot level. It is beyond the calibration to go the thickness of a human hair.
It would be level.
Right?
It would be straight.
But you're not listening to what I'm saying. If you were off by the thickness of a human hair, the instrument wouldn't know, and you would.
It could be to the millimeter over a 100 meter span, 50 meters either side. Yeah, you know, backside, foresight, 100 meters, 1 millimeter. Is that okay?
Right, not 1 millimeter. We're talking about like the microns.
Well, I'm talking to the millimeter because that's what the measuring rod, the guy who had the measuring rod.
I'm hoping to like fraction of a millimeter. Yeah, you wouldn't know the difference. It would not register at all, and you could travel hundreds of miles, and you would say, "I'm going level the whole way."
A horizontal plane.
Horizontal plane, shared straight line segments. You would never know the difference, and you would go all the way around the Earth.
With a horizontal plane.
Yes, what you thought was a horizontal plane. Because you would not be able to tell, the instrument would not be able to tell if you were off by the thickness of a human hair.
Right, so you would be looking for the thickness of a human hair, would you?
Yeah. So I was running the numbers. I couldn't talk and use my calculator at the same time, but it's like 10 to the negative 7th power. The deviation, because you know a good rule of thumb for Earth curvature is 8 inches per mile squared. Well, you can actually put in 5 feet into that formula.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah. I know we've done it. Have you heard of sliced bar cane?
Yes.
Right. Well, he's doing a bending water level test.
Okay, but that's changing the subject. We're talking about this 10-foot water
Yeah,
level. Or 5 foot
no,
water level.
it's not. It's not changing
We
the
can
subject
swear.
because if you look in the chat there, that's every 100 meters for that 1,600 meters. So they're the numbers that you're trying to calculate. They're there.
No. But no, because we were talking about a physically a 10-foot level.
We were talking
right?
about a
10-foot level.
horizontal plane.
Right, but you were calibrating your horizontal plane using a physical device that was 10 feet long.
No,
Yeah, and you're
we were
talking
talking about an auto level that was doing 100 meters, 50 meter backside, 50 meter foresight. It establishes a horizontal plane to the
You
millimeter.
can't, Charles. You can't turn. You're trying to turn a small deviation, right? Even give it to you. It's never going to curve back around itself. Okay, so don't try and play the to the sixth because of human hair. Therefore, level curves around itself.
No. I didn't say because of human hair. I said, could you tell if it were off by a human hair? And if the answer is no, well, then how do you know you're on a horizontal line? My wife's flashing the lights. I have to step away for a moment. Okay.
All right.
Step away.
I wonder if he could tell if the lights were on or off in the room.
So this is a
Off
good
excluded
visualization.
middle, right?
So picture you're drawing a line on a piece of paper, right? Now you can't follow perfect straight line because your hand, yada yada. So you're going to deviate a little bit, right? That's his human hair. Okay, you're never going to deviate so much that you turn 180 degrees back around on itself. Like that. That's the entire argument. That level
No,
because
look
you
at
can't
the
get level.
numbers. The numbers say over 200 meters, it's 3.1 mil. That is not a human hair. That's why you've got to look at these numbers that Sly Sparkane's going to be measuring when he does his bending water level. It's a fallacy to be talking about human hairs. They're not. 200 meters, there's meant to be a 3.1 millimeter drop. That's not a human hair. And we have water levels that are 400 meters long. Surveyors definitely measure these sort of things. To have somebody like Math come on and try and pretend he's a mathematics genius. He's called Flat Earth Math. His name isn't Matthew. Surely he should know about a horizontal plane and measuring a drop from it.
Well, surely you should know that horizontal is horizontal.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got it as a circle. And he's got it so imperceptibly in his mind, some sort of perception of scale, that he wobbles about from it being so big that you can't imagine it to a human hair, but never actually lives in the real bit in the middle, scale 1 to 1 that we all live in.
Everything is filtered through the globe filter.
Yeah, the globe dictates everything.
Yep.
Even that you break the law of identity.
And non-contradiction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's no recourse to try and pull it back. It's like he must continue. Keep pushing forwards. Boom, boom, boom. Keep going.
Yeah, because in their mind, it's a globe, 100%, that everything is perceived from there on in. He said it himself. We're not like talking behind his back. He says, yeah, I believe it's a globe and I look at it from this perspective. It's understandable. That's what they do.
He admits his affliction, right? I mean, that's step one.
Yeah, that's why I like Matt. Yeah, he admits it.
Oh, I'm back. I heard SE Montreal saying something. Was he taking my name in vain?
No. I just said that you freely admit that you're model afflicted, and I respect you for that.
Yeah, the thing is, I try to play by house rules. You know, this is Bev's house, and I try to when in Rome, do as the Romans do, and because I don't want to ruffle any feathers. I do want to answer if you guys have questions for me. I try to engage you guys in conversation, even though we clearly disagree about the shape of the Earth. I try to engage you guys, and you guys are always really receptive and polite. I appreciate that.
Well, have you done the proof thing, Math? Have we ever talked to you about the proof thing?
Yeah, and we got wrapped around the axle because I shy away from the formal of the word proof, because the word proof in formal terms only exists in mathematics. It does not exist in science or even reality. And so.
Do you have any mathematical proofs then?
Well, I mean, geometry. You could prove. You could prove that the three angles of a triangle add up to 180. You can. All sorts of mathematical stuff.
How do you prove that? How would you prove that to somebody who said bullshit?
Yeah. Well, you construct a line. Well, first off, you draw.
In reality.
You're talking about on a sheet of paper.
In reality.
So
you're going to use reality to prove. So you're going to use reality to prove math, right? Not the other way around, right? Yeah, I know.
Do I get to finish a sentence? That's the question.
Well, you just proved you didn't use math to prove anything. You're using reality to demonstrate math.
But the question is, do I get to finish a sentence? You asked me a question and then you would not stop interrupting. So that tells me.
Go ahead.
That tells me that you're genuinely not interested in my answer. You're only interested in doing a bludgeoning thing. So that tells me you're not interested in communication. So I'm happy to tell you about how you established that three angles of a triangle are 180. I'm happy to talk about that, but it didn't seem like that was what you were really after.
You did. No, you did. You said, I have math, and then you're going, I don't know if this math proved anything. So what I do is that I then go to reality, and I take a piece of paper in reality, take a pencil in reality, and use reality to prove my point. So my point, again, which reality just proved for both of us, actually, it proved your mathematical thing correct, because reality is where the proof is, and it proved my statement that you didn't prove anything with math, you proved it with reality. So congratulations, you're doing good today.
You just made all of that up. I said nothing of the sort. You did all the talking. You made all that up. I disagree with all of it. So.
Okay, so when you said that you were going to prove a math equation, and I asked you how you would do that, you didn't say draw a line on a piece of paper.
Well, you interrupted me so many times, I don't think I ever finished a thought. So, because it clearly was obvious that you were not interested.
Okay,
in the answer to your question.
Come on, let's hear his proof of triangle.
Come on. If you are going to take, say, what are the three angles of a triangle add up to? You take a triangle. You extend the baseline of one triangle, and then you construct a parallel line through the third vertex. So you've got one long line that is through one of the lines of the triangle, and then you have another parallel line that just intersects the third vertex. Then you take a look at that third vertex, and you'll see three angles. The definition of a straight angle is 180 degrees. Those three angles add up to 180 degrees. And by the law of alternate interior angles between parallel lines, you can then say the three angles of the original triangle add up to 180. That is a 100% mathematical proof, right? It's a mathematical proof, just using symbols drawn on a piece of paper. Not in reality, just symbols drawn on the piece of paper.
It is in reality. that paper exists in reality, and
Right,
you
but you
have just proved the mathematical thing that a triangle has 180 degrees, or the sum of two right angles.
Right, but you've done it theoretically, because in practicality you can't measure angles with the degree of precision to say 180.0000 degrees.
Yeah, but yeah, but that's why you don't have 180. That's why you have two right angles, because that can definitely be proved.
Right, but in theory,
it's axiomated.
Because in reality, you cannot construct a 90.00000 degree angle.
You can make it vertical. You hang a plumb bob.
Right, but again, what's the thickness of a human hair? Would you tell the difference?
You just construct a horizontal, a level underneath it.
Right. But what if you were off by the width of a human hair? Would you tell the difference? And the answer is no.
The horizontal.
Of course not. If you were off by the thickness of a human hair, you would not tell the difference.
Wait,
so what
yeah,
we're
but
talking
I mean,
about is a theoretical.
How big would the horizontal need to be before the human hair takes effect? And which axis would you count on the human hair being put on it for being horizontal? On the X or the Y axis? Which one of those? When you put the horizontal plane, when you construct that, where would you put the human hair? If the human on the X axis or the Y axis?
No, if the human hair were underneath one end of your level,
one corner.
If you're
of the horizontal plane, because
right.
when you put your bubble level on, you turn it, don't you? So you get the other one as well to get it on the plane, right? You're not just bothered about it one way; you have to turn it in order to get the entire horizontal plane.
One of the things that and I'm assuming you either are a surveyor or you're very familiar with surveying instruments, is that every instrument has its limit.
But a horizontal plane is a horizontal plane.
Yeah, but if you're using an instrument, right? If you're using an instrument, every instrument has its limit. If you're holding a micrometer, okay, so you can get it to the nearest micron. But what about a half micron? Well, you might be off.
Yeah, but have you ever heard of a two-peg test? To check whether your tool is within calibration.
Yeah, the two-peg test is fantastic. It's so clever. Yeah, absolutely.
Right, so that establishes the horizontal plane.
Right, but even that has a limit. Even that.
With the horizontal plane, it has an orientation and it's horizontal.
The two-peg test establishes the error of your instrument, the instrument that you have.
It establishes that it's free from error. Right?
Well,
you can't have an error, because then the tool would go back to the shop for it to be recalibrated. The test is to make sure your tool is free from error.
Free from significant error. What if the error?
Yeah, to make sure it's establishing a horizontal plane of reference.
Yeah, the two-peg test is so clever. Mobius. Yes, it is. It's absolutely ingenious. The two-peg test is ingenious. It's a geometrical,
it's a proof, isn't it? Yeah.
No, but I mean, it's an actual thing you could do in the field. You could
establish a horizontal plane.
Well, no, the level.
What do you mean? Well, no, yes,
plane.
Yes,
but the tool itself has mechanical limits. I mean, there's no such thing as an infinitely perfect tool.
Yeah.
There's leeway to break the law of identity. Don't you worry about it.
Yeah.
With your law of identity, you're so funny.
Go macro.
It's a what if. So here's the magic. Nobody pointed out the magic. Okay. So we have a measurement, perfectly accurate. Okay. Now this guy, some guy from the street, comes walking along and goes, "Well, what if it's not? Right? What if you're not perfectly accurate?" You're going, what are you talking about? Show us where we're not accurate. Oh, well, I can't show you. All I can do is plant a seed of doubt mentally in your head. right? He has no he has no measurement of inaccuracy. He has no proof of inaccuracy. He has no demonstration of it. All he can do is go, yeah, but what if? So his entire argument comes down to a plumb bob is hanging vertical, water's laying horizontal, and he goes, yeah, but what if it's not? That's all he has. That's all you have. Yes, that's all you have. Yeah. So okay, so show. Okay. So here goes. So we have the plumb bob. It's hanging. Show me the inaccuracies that you're claiming that are in the device, right? So the plumb bob's hanging plumb. Show me inaccuracies.
How are you reading your plumb bob? I mean, the plumb bob's going to be perfectly accurate, but what are you taking a reading off of this? And how
what do you mean reading? You look at it.
Okay, so you're looking at it. It's perfectly vertical. There's no inaccuracy.
Is that what you're looking at? Show me the inaccuracies. It's hanging up and down. If you can't show me the inaccuracies, then they don't
you're not
exist.
making a measurement. The accuracy
you're
making measurements.
Okay, so then okay. So you're right. We're not making a measurement. We're establishing a vertical and a horizontal, which are not measurements. Therefore, they don't need to be accuracies. They are yes or no's. Very good. You worked through this. We're doing great tonight.
You often talk to yourself.
You agreed with me. They're not measurements. You're right. They're not measurements. Right. They're established things.
But do you often talk to yourself and pretend that the other?
No, there's an audience.
The other person.
Too, you got to remember. But this is very good. Like, it's great when we come here and we have a conversation and somebody establishes, like, yeah, I was totally wrong. Like, that's what we have here. That was very good. At least I think.
Who was totally wrong? I missed that part because you were talking about both sides of the conversation. So.
No, I said plumb is not a measurement. Therefore, your claim of being inaccurate is irrelevant. Plumb is up and down, so we don't have to worry about inaccuracies there because it's not a measurement, right? So hold on. So when you say the width of a human hair, that is irrelevant to vertical and horizontal because they're not measurements, like you said. Yes, I know. Good. See.
I'm glad you're happy. What are you going to do with this vertical? Besides look at it. You could stand next to it.
Hold on. All I was
you can look at it.
All I was trying to do was destroy your pathetic attempt to try and deny our establishment of the horizontal and the vertical by making this claim of the width of a human hair, but then you had a retreat and said it's not a measurement, therefore making the width of a human hair irrelevant to the vertical that we've established.
So you must have missed the conversation we were having when I raised the human hair concept. Do you remember what?
No, yeah, I heard it. But the human hair thing is irrelevant to verticals and horizontals because they're not measurements. Again, that's the point of this.
Okay, so if I go 60 miles away and I hang another plumb bob, what method do you have that says that those two plumb bobs are parallel?
Establish a horizontal plane between the two of them.
No, Chris needs to take.
Yeah, well, okay, yeah, we've established that. Okay, I don't need any babying. The plumb establishes up and down. Okay, now anywhere you go, it's up and down, unless you can show that plumb hanging not plumb, which you'll never be able to do because a plumb will always. So hold on. So now your vertical is now just verticals. In order to curve it into a ball, you are now tasked with the impossibility of showing a vertical deviating from itself. Go, buddy. No, that's exact. No, this is the exact subject. Hang on.
So I asked you a very specific question, and then you said you didn't want to be babied.
I answered your question. No, you asked me how would I know that the verticals are parallel? Was that the question?
You let's be very crystal clear. You have two plumb bobs that are exactly 69 miles apart. I said 60, but let's say 69 miles apart. And my question to you, being that we're not making any measurements, is how would you know that those two plumb bobs were parallel? How would you know?
Because what we are establishing is a vertical. Now, if I take that plumb and walk with it, the vertical is vertical. But hang on. Okay, but it doesn't matter. And this is how I would do it. Hold on. You asked me how I would do it, and I'm telling you right now how I would do it. So listen up, okay? I start at mile 0.001, grab my plumb bob. It's hanging, vertical, and I start walking. And I walk 69 miles, right? And I stopped. The vertical never changed. Congratulations.
You changed the premise. The premise is you have two plumb bobs that are 69 miles apart. You don't have a walking plumb bob. You have two plumb bobs.
You asked me how I would prove that they were parallel. I told you how I would do that.
Okay. But the problem with your demonstration is that plumb points to the center of the earth.
No.
Okay?
So
Gotta
stop you. Gotta stop you
have
there.
not
That's your assumption.
Just vertical.
Plumb points down.
You have not
Plumb points
established-
down.
Because you weren't making a measurement.
No, you hold on. You inserted a belief. You just inserted your model affliction. You said it points to the center of the earth. Hang on.
Reality.
No, you don't see the center of the earth, do you?
I never said I saw it. I said
okay. So wait. You said it's physical reality. So the thing you've never seen. Are you saying? So where does it exist? In it's hell. It's like hell, right? It's under our feet. Is the center of earth? Hold on. Is it below or above hell?
I think it's probably below hell. I think hell. You pass through hell to get to the center of the earth. Yes.
Okay, so you're using where you're going to get your measurement is right near hell. So I'm going to say you're using a religious dogma to make your I'm going to stay in reality, and I'm going that the plumb bob points down. Now, if you want to have it point to your model affliction, and you need to conjure up a ball in your head and then say that's where the plumb bob is pointing, good. But that's not reality. That only happens in your head.
May I say something?
I think it's funny.
Yeah, take it away.
Go ahead.
I just want to say something. Okay, say you establish your plumb on some type of tripod, 10, 15 feet high. Then you lock the plumb in place at your position, picked up the whole tripod, carried it 69 miles, set it back down. Where is the plumb going to be pointing? After you, or even before you release it, it should be off, right? You're saying? And then when you release it, it'll replumb? Is that what you're saying?
No. Well, the whole concept of locking a plumb bob in place and carrying it, is this thing on a tripod?
Well, that's the way you would set a plumb up in a field to establish a plumb, wouldn't you?
Well, no. A
He's
plumb
making
bob is
a
not supposed to
bicycle
be
wheel.
moved around, right? You're not walking with a plumb bob, right? So you have two plumb bobs, and this gets back to my question for Chris, which he still has not answered. Two plumb bobs are 69 miles apart, and he said because you're not allowed to make a measurement because measurements have error. My question is, how would you be able to tell that those plumb bobs are parallel?
They're both vertical.
His method was by walking with a plumb bob, where the plumb bob is always going to point down. That's great, but what we're trying to establish is whether two downs 69 miles apart are actually parallel.
Are they perpendicular?
Well, perpendicular to the ground where you stand, or perpendicular to a water level.
Yeah, to a horizontal, right?
Right, where you stand, absolutely.
Yeah. So how long is that horizontal?
It's only where you are. It's only defined as
where?
horizontal.
Now, how long? Give us a distance.
Well, now we get into scale.
No.
No,
we don't. Give us a distance. No, we don't need a scale. Just give us a number, a distance. So many, miles? How?
No. It would be.
Oh, maybe
the width. It would be the width of two molecules. That would be horizontal.
What on the vertical?
Vertical. I'm sorry. Well, I thought you were going a horizontal.
No, I am. I'm saying, where would that horizontal that you are saying, two molecules, where is that? Is that on the vertical?
No. Two verticals are horizontal to each other. That once you go beyond
two verticals are horizontal. No, wait a minute. Let's start again. Where and how long is the horizontal plane established by a vertical? Like you said, a plumb bob.
Yes.
Right.
Two molecules. Once you go
right.
past
and where is that? Like, it's what I'm saying. If you've got a plumb bob, it's a string.
Yeah,
right? So where is the horizontal that is horizontal plane? Is that within the middle of the string?
Well, no, I mean perpendicular to the string. Sure. But you can't go
how big? How big though?
Any distance.
What do you mean you can't go any distance? Of course you can.
We go to a question of scale.
Yeah.
If you're talking about a construction site.
Yeah, an auto level.
You should be good. Right? You should be good.
Right, so it's big. It is definitely. It's definitely bigger than two molecules. Then, right?
No. Okay.
What do you mean? No. Are we come on? Math, you know what a horizontal plane is, don't you?
I do, but
mathematics.
The horizontal is only defined locally, right where you are. That's why
at 2 molecules.
Site, you don't set up your.
Come on, Math.
You settle it. You set
this
up.
You've done it again. You broke the law of identity.
Right? Only if you have a fixed definition of horizontal. Horizontal is
no plane.
Where you are.
Plane.
Horizontal plane is defined where you are. Period. And
but you've said it's only as not even as thick as the string of the plumb bob that establishes the bloody horizontal.
I was trying to make a joke that because you wanted.
Well, no, you weren't. You were just being pedantic and not having a horizontal plane. We know your model doesn't have them.
Sure. So
it's a model affliction.
How far it is? It's the Earth curvature is
just
everywhere.
Let everybody know that you don't actually have a horizontal plane. It's gone.
Water in your bathtub follows Earth curvature.
Your model has got rid of a horizontal plane, even though a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane. You've given it up.
Okay. No, I never said a water level establishes a horizontal plane. As soon as you connect the two ends of the water level, it's no longer level. That's why I said only in the middle. What? If you draw a line,
the water level's no longer level now.
If you take a water level and you have the two ends, say, 2 kilometers apart, and then you draw a line between the water level, point A, point B. The only place that line is going to be level is at the halfway point. It's not going to be level the entire distance except for the halfway point.
A water level
talk about scale.
Is any device utilizing the surface of liquid water to establish a horizontal plane of reference. Now, I know it's only Wiki that's putting this out there, right? I mean, it's just a tool that people have used for centuries.
Absolutely.
And they perhaps weren't aware that you were going to have a model at some point and you would have to give up that horizontal plane that's established by the tool.
No, but you understand. I hope you understand my point, that for all practical purposes, construction sites, whatever, it's flat, okay? Level, horizontal plane, vertical.
It's horizontal,
vertical,
we know that's what we've been saying all along.
Vertical's always perpendicular. For practical purposes, that's why it's a question of scale. That's why so many people who are on the other side of the spectrum as me, model affliction wise, that's why they get so wrapped up, is because the Earth appears for all practical purposes to be flat. Where we are, it appears to be flat. And the argument goes around in circles and circles and circles.
It's measured.
If you just look at the sky, if you just study
it's measured horizontal as well too, isn't it? Like all the tools for measuring the elevation changes perpendicular are all horizontal. Yeah.
All practical purposes, size of a construction site, you have no argument with me there.
Yeah, for differential leveling, no matter how long the chain, right? No matter how many turns they make, the entire distance that they do differential leveling will be with parallel horizontal planes.
So here's a question for you. What do you think about the trigonometric surveys that were done, hundreds of years ago, like the trigonometric survey of India?
Yeah.
Like, how do you measure the height of Mount Everest? I mean, Mount Everest is not near the water, but yet we know its height above sea level.
Yeah, you're flat Earth math, right?
Yes.
Trigonometric assumes trigonometry, right?
Well,
trigonometry is based upon
triangles.
Yeah,
it's using triangles.
Right angle triangles, and the way to make and perform calculations and predictions for
No, I don't think
lines.
They used trig at all.
What?
I don't think they used. I don't think the trigonometric survey of India, I don't think they used trig.
What, they didn't use trigonometry to do the trigonometric survey?
What we call trigonometry is using, sine, cosine, tangent, and performing those with angles. I don't think they use that. I think they
of course they did. That's what it is. Math. Come on. This is getting a bit embarrassing, Math, if you pretend you're a mathematician.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so first off,
trig isn't trig. We can just break the law of identity everywhere.
So So trigonometric.
Do you think that's okay and say trig isn't trig?
Okay. So again, just interrupt me because you're not interested in what I had to say. So trigonometric survey of India. The word trigonometric is an adjective in front of the word survey. So it was a survey constructed with triangles, hence the word trigonometric, measuring triangles. They measured India by measuring triangles. I do not
with
think,
trigonometry.
I could be wrong. I do not believe they used sine, cosine, and tangent.
How else do you do trigonometry without sine, cosine, and tangent? Like, come on, math.
What's your question?
Like, how else do you do trigonometry without sine, cosine, and tangent?
Literally, the word trigonometry means the measure of triangles.
Yeah.
And in the 1800s, they did not have calculators. They could only estimate sine, cosine, and
come
tangent.
on! They had logarithm tables, math.
Right, but sine, cosine, and tangent are not logarithms.
Yes, they are.
So they can only. They are no.
Yes, they are. They're logarithm tables because they're the function of the relationship between the angles and the sides of a triangle based within a semicircle.
Okay,
it's a known fact, and all of this stuff is well known within data, actually.
Okay, but sine, cosine, and tangent are not logarithmic. Full stop. All right, so I don't know where you got that impression.
So where did he come from then? Sine, cosine. Come on.
They come from the unit circle, rotating.
Because of the relationship between the lines of the triangle as the point revolves around the circumference of a circle.
Yes.
And the sides of the angles of the triangle, a relationship between the sides. Yes.
Absolutely.
And that's what they do when they went out surveying. They surveyed a baseline, math, and then they triangulated the positions and the points.
Right, and when you triangulate a position, you don't necessarily use sine, cosine, and tangent. I mean, you can, but my understanding, and I could be wrong, is that the trigonometric survey of India was done by measuring triangles. I don't believe it was done using sine, cosine, and tangent. I mean, like I said, I could be wrong. Because if you measure something with triangles, you can call it trigonometric. Right? Now, today, when someone says trigonometry, they're talking about sine, cosine, and tangent. But it's just a word. It's just a word that means measure. Ultimately, the word means measure of triangles, but today, the word means performing using the functions sine, cosine, and tangent. So this gets to my original question, Bev, is have you done any reading on it, the trigonometric survey of India?
Yes, that's why I was saying they use trigonometry. I know how they did it. Yes, because you said, have you looked into it? And I went, yes, because I have looked into it. I know how they did it. They used trigonometry and triangles.
When you say trigonometry, are you saying sine, cosine, and tangent?
Yes.
Right.
Yes, that's how they did it. They measured angles and they calculated the lengths of the sides of the triangles using trigonometry. That's why it's called trigonometric survey. Strangely enough, it's really weird.
All right. So I think we're talking past each other because they had teams of surveyors. One started in the Arabian Sea, one started in the Bay of Bengal. And they went from both directions towards the Himalayas, and they crisscrossed India, and they did follow the curvature of the Earth. I mean, so this is not just me talking theory. They did follow the curvature of the Earth. If you look at the map of the trigonometric survey,
the triangles all have 180 degrees, though, because that's the only way trigonometry works, isn't it? Triangles, like you said earlier,
each individual triangle.
Yep.
It's up to 180 degrees.
Yeah, they has to, because it's triangles all have 180 degrees.
Right.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen the Epcot Center Dome? I was a kid. I was in high school when they built that thing. It's a geodesic dome, but if you look at it carefully, it's made up of 10,000 triangles.
Yeah, well, that's what. Yeah, geodesic is straight lines. So triangles have straight lines. So
without focusing on the word geodesic, you know what a geodesic dome looks like. It's made of
it's straight,
a ton of triangles.
Straight lines.
Right. Each of those triangles in a geodesic dome is made of 3 straight lines.
The geodesic is the straight bit. The dome is the curved shape.
Is the curve. Right. Right.
Yep.
So
the geodesic is a straight line.
Each individual triangle in that dome adds up to 180, and the 3 sides of every triangle is a straight line. But if you put a whole crap ton of them together, you could have them curve around the surface of a dome, and that's how they build them. They're very strong, et cetera, et cetera. Epcot Center is an example of one. But that's how they did the trigonometric survey of India. Is you have all these crisscrossing triangles,
no, I'm not too
and
sure
they met
about
in
that.
the middle, and they followed the curvature of the Earth.
No, you can't do that with triangles. Triangles are 3 coplanar points.
Well, no, but I mean, you understand that triangles can go around a dome shape. Each triangle is flat, but you put a bunch of them together, and you can have it wrap around a overall curving surface.
Are you sure?
No, I'm talking about a geodesic dome. You've seen geodesic domes.
I've seen geodesic domes, yeah.
Or whatever you want to call it. But a dome where you look at the structural element of the dome and it's little teeny triangles, right? Well, the trigonometric survey of India is just like that. It's a whole bunch of little triangles. Each of them is an
all
exact
different
triangle.
sized, right?
Different sized triangles, absolutely. Because they were going from mountaintop to mountaintop and all kinds of stuff, hills and valleys. But overall, it follows the curvature of the Earth.
The triangles had 180 degrees, though, right?
No. All those triangles had 180 degrees, exactly.
Yeah.
But I think it's interesting that people who are model afflicted on the flat Earth side and the globe Earth side, they talk past each other, but very few folks on the one side of the aisle want to look up at the heavens, because that really is where the proof is for me. I don't have any idea about the shape of the Earth other than what I study at the sky, and I'm like, okay, I'm standing on sloping ground. I know that for a fact. I also know that we've got an axis of rotation that's at an angle. That angle happens to match the slope of the ground that I'm standing on. Isn't that interesting? And I also know that the sun, moon, and stars are not local. They're distant.
Do you want to know how I determine I'm on a sloped ground?
With a plumb bob.
No, the water flows downhill.
No, the water flows downhill, or a ball bearing, yes. All right, touche, good fellow.
Yeah, the water's much better. We know how water flows.
But, looking up the sky and down at the ground. Oh, my goodness, yes. Well, but, one of the questions is, you take a look at, say, the full moon. Full moon, you don't need a filter. You could photograph it all night. You have to stay up all night because the full moon usually rises at sunset and sets at sunrise. So, but you could literally photograph the full moon every hour, all night, and you won't see it deviate by a pixel in size. If you got a nice zoom lens on your camera, that moon will not deviate a single pixel in size. But yet, some people say that the moon is a local phenomenon traveling above reality. Anyway, I just think it's it's a little confusing, and you could also say that everybody on Earth. Oh, do you guys know a guy called Billy Zig? Does that name ring a bell? Anybody? Billy Zig?
Nah, never heard of it.
So he's a model afflicted person on the opposite side of the aisle from me, and he's in Australia. He posted a photo, or actually it was a video, of him looking up at some tree, and there were some parakeets or some tropical bird making a wonderful racket. And there was the moon, and he zoomed in on the moon. Now, it just happened to be that he recorded that video 12 hours after I looked up at the moon when I drove into work, and his moon was literally 180 degrees upside down from mine. I just think it's fascinating because he's in was it not Brisbane? No, he's in Brisbane, Australia, and I'm near Philadelphia, so we're not exactly antipodal. But the moon that I saw is literally 180 degrees upside down from the moon that he recorded in his video. So I sent him a little message. I'm like, hey, your moon is literally 180 degrees, because he and I are friendly. And I just think that's interesting. Like if that moon, if up was up, if up were up for me and up is up for him, then the moon should, like, there's no reason why one moon is literally upside down from the other.
Looking at it from the other side, though, right?
Yeah, so he's looking at it because, he's in Australia, so he's hanging upside down from his toenails. So
no,
Paige
no,
is
no.
like, oh my gosh.
Could he not, like, let's just give the analogy, right?
Sure.
You're in a room and you're looking up at the ceiling, and somebody else is on the other side of the room and they're looking up at the ceiling. They're both looking up to the same
light
in
it would look
the
like
sky.
an oval.
But it's
And it
just
would look like an
changed,
oval.
isn't it? It's upside down. That your view
it would be an
and his
oval.
view is upside down.
Right. Now, are we talking about a sphere, or like somebody said put a clock on the ceiling?
Yeah.
I get it. Put a clock on the ceiling. So what shape is on the ceiling in your
Like
thought
a clock
experiment?
face.
Like a clock face. So that's a circular clock face. If you're on one side of the room, you see an oval. If you're on the
No,
other side
you
of
would
the room,
see.
you
No,
see
you
an
would
oval.
see where the 12 and the 6 is. That's what you'd be comparing.
Right.
Right.
But the shape would not be a circle. That's the important point. If it is a circle on your ceiling, like a clock face on the ceiling, yes, the 12 and the 6 have changed places.
Put the
I get
ceiling
that.
right up,
But it doesn't look like a
really,
circle.
really high,
Well, but you have to,
and then
it
make
would-
sure it's a circle, right? That you can
Right,
both
right,
see, and you're both
you-
as far away from it, and you're both looking up, and it's a circle right
It's-
above
it's
you.
no-
It's opposite, isn't it? It's upside down. Different,
far away from
because
it?
you're
It
looking
would
at it
have
from
to
one
be-
side, and somebody else is looking at it
would
from
have
the
to
other
be
side.
many, many times. For example, if the two observers were, say, 5 feet apart,
Would it be upside down? That's the only thing that I'm pointing out.
Yeah, and that's the only argument he was asking was, how come one person sees it one way up and one person sees it another way up? We've
I
just
get
given you a real-life demonstration of how that's possible, and you literally won't concede. Like, holy shit.
I did concede. I said I agree 100%. The 12 and the 6 have switched places.
Brilliant.
Didn't you hear me? I
Yeah,
agree.
that's
the
good.
12 and the 6 have switched places.
Mhm.
So that
So-
argument's now dead.
But that's not the only part of the argument. The moon looks like a circle. You have to address the moon looking like a circle. Right? The moon looks like a circle. The full moon looks like a circle.
So what do you think it should look like?
Well, if it were a disc, it would look like an oval. Because that's what a disc looks like, unless you're looking at it straight on axis.
Who said this?
And who made a disc moon claim?
Can I point out
Well,
that we
okay,
did call it
that was
a
my
clock
question.
face, like we
That was
call
my
it the
question.
moon face?
Yeah, clock face, moon face,
Yeah.
sure.
So same
My
thing.
question was, when we were talking about this living room example, and I totally get the living room example. I'm very familiar with it, and it's a good example. But my question for Bev was, what shape are we talking about that's on the ceiling? Is it a sphere like a volleyball, or is it a circle like a clock face? And he said it's a clock face. So if we go with clock face, it will look like an oval to the two observers. Yes, it will be upside down from one to the other. I fully agree. The 12 and the 6 are going to be reversed. I get that.
It looks
it's
like
gonna
a
look like an
circle,
oval.
though. It looks like a clock face.
Right, and it's going to look like an oval.
No, it
clock
doesn't.
face.
It looks like a clock face, a circle.
It's
You
not
know
gonna look
what
like
a
a circle.
face looks like, a clock face.
Yes, a clock face looks like a clock face even when you're standing not right in front of it. I get that. It
Mhm.
does not look like a circle. It looks like an oval. It will look like a clock face, but you're not.
No, it doesn't,
you're
because
looking
the
at it from
arm
an
that
angle.
goes around it, Math, doesn't get longer when it's at the top
Oh my
and
goodness.
shorter when it's at the sides. I mean, what are you
So,
talking about?
okay. Are you saying that a circular clock face, you could look at it from any angle and it would always appear to be a circle? Wherever
No,
you stand
I'm
in the room?
saying in the example that we're using to put a clock in the middle of a ceiling, then it's just a clock in the middle of the ceiling.
I get it, but it does have a shape. I
It's
totally
a
get
clock.
that it's
You
a
know,
clock.
like how the arms go round on a clock.
See, no, I don't know if that was Paige who was on rocking the mic a few moments ago. See, this is a point that Bev is not willing to concede. All right, because I think Bev, I think you know that a circular clock face does not look like a circle when you're
Right,
on
okay.
one side of the room or
Yeah,
the
yeah.
other side.
So let's say you go up to it about an inch away from where it says number 6, and you're looking at it. Well, then it won't
Looks
look
like
like
a-
a circle, right? Yeah, dead right. And then
No, I mean, if you're
also
on
you could go and you could stand upside down and put your eye right in the middle of it, right? Poke your eye out with one of the things. It wouldn't look like a circle then either. But
So-
the point is that it's a circle, right? It's a clock face. What is your point?
Okay, my point
Is the
that-
moon isn't a clock face.
Oh my goodness. So my point is that somebody in Philadelphia, like me, sees the exact same face of the moon as somebody in Melbourne. I'm sorry, it was Melbourne, not Brisbane. He's in Melbourne, Australia. Okay, so it's not like I'm seeing one side of a beach ball and and he's seeing the other side of the beach ball. So we both see the same face. We see the exact same craters, the exact same features. So we're looking at the same face. So that tells us that the moon cannot be a local sphere. If it were local, it would have to be a disk. Okay, because we're both seeing the same side of it. If it were a sphere, I would be looking at one angle of it and he'd be looking at the other. So we've established that it has to be a disk if it's local. Now the problem is that I'm looking at this circle at an angle, he's looking at the circle at an angle, and yet we both see circles. We don't see ovals. Okay? And the only way you can make any sense of that is if the moon is not local.
Maybe it's like a rainbow.
Maybe it's like a rainbow.
Maybe both
okay?
models are wrong then.
The moon. Well, the thing is with the, and again, heliocentric model affliction, it works perfectly. Works perfectly. You even have like the I don't know if you've heard wagon wheel effect. Have you heard about the wagon wheel effect from moonrise to moonset?
Here's your thing from Wiki again. I know it's Wiki again. Face geometry is in solid geometry, which I think you were talking about, right? A face is a flat surface, a planar region that forms part of the boundary of a solid object. A three-dimensional solid bounded exclusive by faces is a polyhedron.
Yes, I could have actually written that definition. That is exactly correct.
Right, so you keep talking about the face. Like I said, the face of a clock and the face of the moon. It's a flat.
Right, but what shape does it appear to be? And if you have a circle,
Keep calling it flat.
At a circle,
a circle
off angle, it does not look like a
circle has a two-dimensional figure, right? It's a flat.
Right, well, you said a face.
So a circle does have a face.
Right.
What doesn't have a face is a sphere.
Right. So if you look at a circle off axis, it appears to be an oval. Now, I mean, you know this. I mean, like literally, take pictures of anything in your house, and every
would
single
still be a
dinner
face,
plate,
though,
every
right?
single clock face.
It would still be a face.
Every single thing that is a flat circle, a plate, the lid on a jar, a can, the top of a can, okay, a clock face. Literally every single photo you take, they're all going to look like ovals in your photo, unless you are directly in front of it.
Every surface that they call a face in geometry is a flat surface.
You're right, but they're talking about a flat surface that's a polygon, right? So a polyhedron is made up of flat polygons constructed together.
Yeah, face is a flat surface, yeah.
Right, but so you're stuck on the word face. We were talking about the moon, and we were using a clock face as an analogy for the moon.
Yeah, and you were calling the moon a face as well, the face of the moon. It was just the same, like you've got a face of a clock and the face of the moon.
Right. But the point that I'm trying to make is that it appears to be a circle from Philadelphia. It appears to be a circle from Australia. The only way that is possible is if the moon is extremely far away from the Earth.
Is this why Bob does research flat moon because it's got a face, and you keep calling it a circle? Because that's a circle's a two-dimensional shape as well, isn't it?
I mean, the moon is obviously a sphere, but what does a sphere look like from a great, great distance away? It looks like a circle.
You keep calling it a circle, and then you give it a face as well, like a clock. Like a clock's a circle.
I think
that has a face.
You are fixated on the word face. So
it's just geometry. It's the way we describe things.
Right, but when you describe things, you're not fixated on a certain word and then try to take that word and sort of extend it beyond, all reason. So when people say the face of the moon, that is not the same.
What about horizontal?
As a geometric face.
That's a solid figure, though, right? You're thinking of it as a solid figure, right? I take it you think it's a solid figure. I mean, I don't. Yes. I think it's just light in the sky. But you taking it as a solid figure. So in solid geometry, if you say it's got a face, that's a flat surface. Surely you know that. Is that maybe a bit wrong?
So what you're doing is you're using the word face to mean two different things. For example, a human being has a face, but a human being's face is not a geometric face. It's not a side of a polyhedron.
Oh, do you think the man in the moon is a real face? Is that what you think that they were talking about when they meant the face of the moon?
You guys are so funny.
With the eyes and the nose.
Oh, my goodness. You know that in Japan, they call it the bunny. They don't say the man in the moon because when they look at the shapes of the dark and the light, they see a bunny. Actually, cultures across the world,
that make it a bunny?
Imagine it.
So the ball Earth is more cultural, right? A ball moon is more cultural.
Oh my goodness!
Well, I'm just like kind of go with what you just said.
I'm just saying, if you look at a full moon, how it has the patches of light and dark, people in Japan culturally they can see a bunny rabbit, and I've seen a drawing. I mean, you could actually you could Google.
Yeah, and in America culturally, they see a rock with asteroid bumps on it. Culturally in America.
Oh, thank goodness, you're so funny. I see the man in the moon, but I had this poster when I was in college.
Oh, right. So, no, wait a minute, Matt. So you think they say the face of the moon because you think there's a face of a man on the moon and not because a face is a flat surface in a solid geometry?
Neither.
All right. And this is a third option for the face now then?
Yes.
Okay.
You ready for it?
Mm-hmm.
If you have a sphere, and that sphere is very, very far away, and you can, and that sphere is always pointing the same, orientation towards you, more or less, then what you see, you can call the face. Okay? Doesn't mean it's flat, and it doesn't mean that it's a clock, and it doesn't mean it has two eyes and a nose and a mouth. It just means it is the part, the direction that is oriented. Oh my goodness, Celtic tiger. That is really hysterical.
Face
well, just
face.
Because it looks like a ball, that doesn't make it one, right?
So, have you ever examined, the moon through a good telescope or a good zoom?
Can I just go over, Matt, your definition then? That was completely model affliction, right? You made a new definition of face generated around your model affliction for that.
You could say the face of a building. You could say the face of a building. You could say I could see some big building, some rectangular building, and I see it, and it's
it's a flat surface.
Quarter mile away. Well, the face of that building is shiny in the sunrise.
Yeah, it's flat.
I'm just saying it's the. So if you examine, Rocky Life just posted a picture, but I mean, literally, if you do that with a telescope, if you see it with your own eyes,
if you examine the law of identity,
Oh my goodness, that guy with the law of identity again. But if you examine, especially
the one that you don't have,
right? The crescent moon, a quarter moon, a gibbous moon. It's the full moon that looks flat. But all the other phases of the moon do not look flat. It's because of the lighting. Photographers know this. Straight on lighting is very unflattering. I don't know if I told you, but I used to be a photographer. So, if you want to light a subject, you don't use a straight on light because it just flattens the person's face right out.
You can also just change definitions on the fly and break the law of identity as well.
Oh my goodness. You've never seen a dictionary, apparently.
No, I mean, this is Logic Night. I'm just pointing it out because I think it's
Apparently you've never
hilarious.
seen a dictionary. Have you ever seen a dictionary?
Universally not. No, of course not.
There's a lot of words in the dictionary that aren't in reality.
Oh my goodness. If you open a dictionary and you just pick a word at random, I would say the chances are very, very good that word has more than one definition.
Yeah. It's cultural, isn't it? Popular opinion.
Oh, good. Definition number 2 of face. Yes. The surface of a thing, especially the one that is presented to the view or has a particular function. Yeah.
You know what's crazy? In Japan, they think the moon is a bunny.
They do. They actually think it's a bunny. They've never sent a... actually, no, I think Japan has sent a probe to the moon, but they didn't want to ruffle its fur, so they wanted to be very respectful. All right, now I've got to look that up.
You should look up the law of identity.
Missions. I'm just going to start saying law of identity just randomly.
Yeah, if you keep showing up, we're going to call this Illogic Night.
That's all right. It's interesting. It's interesting that I was not able to get a concession.
Right? It's just so it's not Logic Night anymore.
I was not able to get a concession that circles photographed from all angles look like ovals unless you're looking straight at it. I just think that's hysterical that I could not get that concession.
What about scale? What if it was like, a really big circle and you were like, kind of really far away, right? Like there would picture if there was only a hair off of a circle, do you think you'd be able to know?
No, if it was a hair off from a circle, you would not be able to.
Well, see, there you go. Maybe that's the problem there. Maybe
we're not talking about looking at a circle from an angle. You just changed the subject.
No, you're looking at the moon, right? Maybe
just stick to circles. Looking at a circle from an angle. Look at a circle from an angle. It looks like an oval. Full stop.
The moon that is a circle.
Come on, you're looking at circles now. Let's see how many times we can say circle.
Circle. Law of identity.
Is it a circle that we're talking about, Matt?
No, the moon is a sphere. So the point is that it is not local. That was literally the entire point. Because if the moon
it's
does
not local
size,
like not local like a local horizontal local. Or is that a different local now that we're talking about?
When I say local, meaning that, like let's say the Earth is 12,000 miles across. I just made up that number. That the moon is
what scale?
Less than 12,000 miles away.
What scale?
That's what I mean by local.
Like a local scale, 12,000 miles, sort of local
meaning
scale.
The moon is less than an Earth diameter away, or many Earth diameters away. That's what I mean by local.
Yeah. Oh, so is that the same as the local horizontal local? Or do you go on a different scale whenever you're talking about a local horizontal local?
It's so funny that you change the subject when I'm
No, I'm just trying to understand how you can break the law of identity on the word local.
Yeah.
Again.
So the concept of heavenly bodies in the two main model affliction camps is that heavenly bodies are extremely far away, many Earth diameters, right? Extremely far away. Or
local.
In the other model affliction model is that heavenly bodies are actually less than an Earth diameter away. All right. So
what about those of us that just have them as lights in the sky and don't give a shit?
Yeah. Well, the thing is, if you did care, you would actually find out a lot about the place where we call home.
What, by the lights in the sky? I don't think so, because there's, like you say, there's two different camps with completely different ideas, and that are willing to just willy-nilly change definitions on things, rather than just admitting that there are lights in the sky.
No. One side doesn't change definitions, and the other side doesn't say, and that same side that does not change definitions does not say lights in the sky.
Did you just realize that you're the side who changes definitions right then and there?
So this is coming from a person who hasn't read a dictionary. If you look at a dictionary, each word, most words, have multiple definitions. If you talk about definition number 1 and you point to the other guy and he says the word, but he's using definition 2, you can accuse him of changing definitions when really he's using definition 2. You're only acknowledging definition 1.
Well, that's why we try the active listening.
Identity.
Right, we're active listening, where we try and establish these fundamental basics so we both know what we're talking about, rather than other people using different definitions. Now, earlier, when you were using the definition of local, you were using it to 2 microns. Just now, you've used local to mean 12,000 miles or something like that. I don't know.
2 different definitions. There's an astronomical local.
But you're the one who's using both definitions. Do you not see this?
Of level and horizontal. Level and horizontal are local concepts, based on where
a local, like local,
right,
local.
Whereas local level, local horizontal.
It is an infinite plane, though, right?
But
local moon.
Local.
It's a local infinite plane.
In terms of Earth diameters or astronomical units,
It's a local infinite plane, though, right? Surely you've heard of Euclid, king of infinite space.
Yeah, you could do theoretical geometry.
So the plane is infinite then, right? Not just local, it's infinite. It's a slightly different, like not infinitely local to 2 microns. It's like infinite as in infinite.
We're not talking about reality. We're talking about a construct, a theoretical.
We were talking about reality, yes. Establishing a horizontal plane in reality.
Doesn't exist.
But haven't we just established that a plane is infinite?
In theory, absolutely.
So you've said that horizontal plane doesn't exist.
Well, but you just jumped from the theory of a Cartesian coordinate system, x, y, and z, right? The xy plane could be an infinite plane, right, in the mind of a computer. But now we jump into reality, and the horizontal plane is no longer horizontal.
It is. The horizontal plane does exist in reality. We use it. You've heard of horizontal, surely.
That's because you believe the Earth is not a globe. I get you. I totally understand where you're coming from.
Wait a minute, Matt. Sorry. You didn't just tell me because I think a horizontal plane exists. That is the reason I think it's not a globe. Surely you didn't just do that, did you?
That's not the reason. No, I didn't say that was the reason.
Go on.
I don't want you to misunderstand what I said.
You're saying the word horizontal is relative, yeah.
But if somebody believed the Earth were a globe, then the horizontal plane doesn't exist. I mean, other than local.
Okay.
But if if
So
somebody
if
believed
you
that
think
the reality was just an infinite plane, well then, everything's horizontal.
If you think a horizontal plane exists, are you saying you can't believe there's a globe? If you have a horizontal plane, right? Imagine all of those people out there, right? In reality, that can imagine a horizontal plane existing. Are you telling them that they can't believe it's a globe?
It's a local horizontal plane. These people who believe in the horizontal plane, they know it's local, right?
Well, what do you mean by local, please?
Yeah. Well, in practical matters, a construction site, right?
Yeah.
But if you go 60 miles away, your horizontal has now deviated by 1 degree.
So
That's
where
right.
is it
Which is
not
not practical,
horizontal
right?
then?
Which is
What do you
completely
mean?
not
It's got a
practical. Nobody
tilt.
cares.
Are you saying the horizontal has a tilt of 1 degree?
It's no longer horizontal. That's my whole point.
But the
Horizontal is where you
horizontal,
are.
the
You don't-
horizontal
you don't
is
point-
measured
you
1
don't
degree
point
off horizontal.
You don't point 69 miles away and point to, hey, that guy 69 miles away. Your horizontal is off by a degree. Like, no one does that. That is completely impractical.
Yeah, because
measure
it doesn't happen.
horizontal where you are.
Horizontal isn't off 1 degree from horizontal.
That's
doesn't
based
happen.
upon your conception of the Earth.
No.
surely
You
you
cannot.
understand.
No, Math. You cannot measure a 1 degree tilt of a horizontal from horizontal, right?
The horizontal doesn't care about the surface
Well,
at
no,
all.
we're talking about perpendicular to plumb.
That's the
Plumb
point
points
with
to
the
the
law
center.
of identity, right?
No,
the whole point is
plumb
that
points to the
horizontal
center.
is horizontal, right? That's the entire point. That's the only point.
I don't care how he says horizontal. Horizontal doesn't care about the surface. It don't even have anything to do with the surface unless you're measuring down to the surface.
Okay. It doesn't have to do with the...
I don't get what you're saying when you say 1 degree and 69 miles. The horizontal is going to slope. I think you're way out of your league here, honestly.
Oh my
sir.
goodness! So like 3 times I tried to start a sentence and 3 times you interrupted me.
Oh
So,
please, Snowflake! Just tell me how a horizontal slopes again, please.
Are you going to interrupt me again this time?
Probably. Are you going to tell me how a horizontal slopes in 69 miles?
Yeah, I asked him earlier. They intersect. The horizontal
So
planes
yes. If
intersect.
you have a horizontal plane and then you have another guy making a horizontal plane 69 miles away, those planes will intersect each other at an angle of 179 degrees.
What, in the middle?
Or you could say 181 degrees if you
In
measure
the
them
middle.
both. Right in the middle. Right in the middle.
Not at the point where it's
but that-
69 miles away, so it's
You
like
mean the
halfway.
excluded middle.
Oh, what's happened there? That's not right.
statement-
I thought
that
you said it
statement-
was 1 degree over the 69 miles.
Over 69 miles.
Yeah,
Right,
but why is
right.
now it intersecting in the middle? Like, how's that work? What are you talking about?
So if you have 2 people and they're 69 miles apart, and let's say they're at sea level, like let's say they're both standing on a body of water, right? And so they construct a horizontal plane that's exactly 6 feet above the water level, right? And these
Right,
theoretical
so
horizontal
definitely
planes
not a
extend-
tangent then, right? Definitely not a tangent.
Yes, definitely
6
a
feet
tangent,
off the...
a
Okay.
tangent.
Okay.
Well, not touching the water, but 6
yeah.
feet above the water.
Yeah, so
6
it's
feet-
not a
6 feet
tangent.
above-
It's just in the
Right,
air.
6 feet
It's just
above
a
the
straight
tangent to the
line.
water.
We're going to
Right.
make a horizontal plane.
Right. And
Yeah.
and those horizontal planes will intersect at mile 34 and a half. Right? And
Right, at what sort of
intersection point
what would
where
be
these
the
two
angle?
planes intersect, it's going to, on the top, it's going to make an angle of 181 degrees.
181 degrees from
The
which
two planes are gonna
horizontal?
are going to be apart from each other. So it's going to make a hinge.
Right, well, would there be a horizontal that was horizontal there? Or which
I mean, you
one
can
of
make a
the
horizontal
two
wherever you want.
horizontals is horizontal when they're intersecting? Or are neither of them horizontal there when they're
the thing is,
intersecting?
if
Is
you-
there
if-
another
and-
horizontal that is actually horizontal?
I'd like to ask where he got this number. Has he measured that or calculated that?
Calculated.
Oh.
Based on what, sir?
The curvature of the Earth.
The radius of the Earth. You're assuming the radius, taking
I'm not
2
assuming
horizontals
anything.
over a certain... Now you're interrupting me.
Oh my goodness.
You're taking the
take it out.
radius... You're taking the radius of an assumed... Your assumed radius.
It's not
You're putting 2 horizontals at a certain distance based on that radius and calculating the angle and telling us that it's a fact?
It is a fact. And it's
Yeah,
not assumed.
that's why I said you're way out of your league here, sir.
Yeah, well, no, the thing is, what you have to acknowledge, and I acknowledge every time I come here, is that you have a different view of the shape of the Earth than I do.
No,
We
no,
can
no, no.
both
It has
talk
nothing to
about
do with that. I have a view that I can go out and set a horizontal plane as far as I want to, and if I set it at 6 feet above the water, guess what it's going to be 100 miles away?
How exactly?
6 feet above the water.
How are you going to do this?
Well, I'm not going to do it the way you're doing it. I'm not going to calculate it.
Okay.
So are you
what you're
suggesting that a
talking about,
horizontal line is not obtainable?
it's locally horizontal.
So when we get beyond local, which you haven't given a distance for, you think that horizontal line can't be carried out? It's 2022. We measure the moon deviating centimeters over a course of a year. You think we can't create a horizontal line for a mile? Have you lost your mind, sir? Are you teaching people this? Are you teaching kids this?
Oh my goodness! Now we go in.
I hope not. Yeah, laugh it up there, doughboy.
So you just
keep
cited
assuming you're
NASA
on a radius
technology?
and calculating and telling other people. And I hope you're not teaching kids this because it would
so
be.
You just cited that NASA can measure the distance to the moon to the nearest centimeter. You're citing that?
I'm just giving that as an example. Oh my
Do you know what
goodness!
that distance is?
Have
It's
you ever measured curved water,
238,000
or you
miles.
just calculate it? You
It's
just believe. You have a
238,000 miles.
religious belief, and you're here to indoctrinate us. And you're laughing at me now for knowing that a horizontal line doesn't deviate, and that water doesn't curve, and you're oh my goodness to me, and
you
laughing
just
at
cited-
me. You think water is curving underneath your feet, and horizontal lines are sloping, sir.
You just cited a 238,000 mile distance to the moon. I can't believe that.
You're really going to dwell on that? It was just a saying. Like
It's
I'm
just a
mocking you. I am mocking you. Don't you understand?
No, it's going over my head. Sorry.
Yeah, I know it is because you're laughing and you think you are smart.
I can't believe
You can't even
cited
tell.
the 238,000 mile distance.
What did I cite? I didn't say anything about 230 whatever. I said
To the nearest centimeter.
in today's
To the nearest
time,
centimeter.
we're being told that we can do all this extraordinary stuff. You're even telling us tonight that you can look up into the sky and tell us what the radius of the earth is to the T, right? Measure it and tell people that. But yet we can't make a horizontal line 1 mile long and measure 8 inches drop over static water. Is that what you're telling me?
The question is, and the thing I've said over and over again, is the word practical. How are you going to practically construct a straight line that's a mile long? It is not an easy. It is not.
How
an
would
easy
you
question.
do it? Or are you saying it's impossible? That was my question a while ago.
No, it's not. It's not impossible.
No, he's saying so it can be done. How can it be done? How can we do it?
He's
How
saying
can we do it?
So
How
if
can we
you
do
had-
it?
Oh my goodness! If we have 3 words in, if you had say a body of water, or maybe you just a water-filled trough, you could measure, compare it to that, and the end of this horizontal plane would be 8 inches above the water.
That wasn't the
And then the
question.
start point
How
would be-
can we make the horizontal plane, sir?
It's what
1
he's
mile?
just told you. He's just told you.
answered you.
What
Well,
you
no,
do
he's
is you
just-
calculate,
yelling.
you get the water, and then you calculate the rise from the water.
Oh, the horizontal line will be 8 inches above the other end.
Yeah,
1 mile
yeah,
away.
That's exactly right.
So you calculate it. You don't measure it.
No, it would
You're
be
a fool,
measurable.
sir.
But you were asking me how I would do it practically. You know.
Yeah, but that would
in the real
would-
world. In the real world, people have to pour concrete. All right, people have to lay rebar.
Yeah, yeah.
In the real world, you
Yeah,
know,
some
it's
people might know about that. You know,
what I. That's what I do.
Math. How much have you done? Math.
And over and over.
How much concrete have you laid?
So now the question.
Math.
is
How
many
much
have I laid?
concrete? Because you did say in the real world people
Right,
do
it's
that
about pouring
concrete thing.
concrete. Yes.
Yeah.
I've seen it on TV.
Right, and
Right.
have you seen how big an area have you seen people do concrete like that with bar and like the
Right, but
machines?
you have to put in seams. You have to put in expansion seams.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, you can't do a single pour.
How much of this have you done, Math?
None of it. Of course, I've
None.
told you that 100
Okay.
times.
Would you think you might be talking to somebody who's done a bit of it?
All right, of course, and I acknowledged at the beginning of our conversation.
Like
You've
not
got
just
tons more experience.
not just a
But
bit
here's-
though. Like
here's
no,
the
I'm not
question.
talking about me. I'm talking about me. Definitely not talking about me. I mean, I have done a bit of concrete.
here's a question-
Maybe a
here's a
back
question
room
for
of a
you,
house or
especially
something like that.
The guy was yelling.
Solid
Here's
floor.
a question: How many places in the entire world
You
has
can't shut up.
Yeah.
a single.
You can't shut up,
Yeah,
sir.
math.
You must be
It is
exhausted.
a mile.
Math.
How
You
many
must be
places has that been
exhausted.
done?
Math. Like,
Yes.
you've admitted that you cited that people in the real world have done concrete. Now, did you cite that because those people might know a bit more about it than you?
Definitely about more than the guy was yelling at me because
No,
no,
dude, no, please, yeah, because math, please, he is the concrete guy, and he's not just like a little concrete guy with a truck with it like a wheelbarrow doing concrete like that.
So
like,
can we ask him? Can we ask him a question?
yeah, go on. That'd be the good idea. That.
Okay, here's the question. How many 1 mile long pours has he done with no seams? Because I'm going to guess it's 0.
What does the seams have to do with it? That's just expansion. And it's
There you
expansion
go.
control.
So the answer is-
what does the
so the
seams
answer is
have to
0.
do with how accurate the horizontal needs to be to know your slope?
So the answer
You
is 0.
idiot.
And the second question.
You wouldn't pour 1 mile without
Wow.
seams because it would stress. But that has nothing to do with the horizontal plane. You would
That's why I
create.
said in the real world. Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
Dude,
that's
you
where
are
he
way
works.
Yeah, that's why I
So,
work every day.
here's the-
Hey, listen,
here's the second
listen up
question
there,
for you.
Junior. Hey, you hear that noise? You hear that noise? You hear that?
Oh my goodness.
That's
Those are my pipes.
theodolite box.
That's
That's you telling me that I don't know how to use something that's 2 feet away in my truck right now.
said that. I never accused you of not knowing how to use it.
Then a horizontal line can be created, right?
Goodness. So, well, my
Goodness.
second-
Can a
the
horizontal line,
first,
can a horizontal plane be created?
locally, yes.
What tool would I use to do that?
Theodolite.
To what distance could I extend that horizontal plane?
As long as practical.
Which would be what distance? In your expert opinion that you've been spouting off for about 6 hours now.
Okay. You are the one with the experience with the theodolite.
Right.
You're tapping the box.
So listen up. How about go on
long
mute and I'll
is
tell you?
practical?
How about go
How
on
long
mute
is
and I'll
practical?
tell you how far?
No, I'm just
Infinite
how long is
distance.
practical?
A
How long
horizontal
is
plane could be extended. In my expert opinion, somebody who uses this equipment every day, sir, I could set a horizontal plane today, come back a year later, and extend that horizontal plane in any direction you wanted me to. It would be really accurate. 8 miles, 1 mile, 8 inches deviation, plus or minus, would be a huge human error, right? Or tool error. 8 inches of drop has
here's a
never
question.
been measured.
Here's a question.
Never. You
Here's a
asked for an expert opinion. You gave yourself up as not being the expert. How about you listen and learn something?
Here's a question for you.
Can you shut up? Because I am tired of people like you coming on here for hours telling me and others how to use the tools that they feed their family with.
I never
Saying
made
that,
any such claim.
yeah, telling the horizontal line slopes. You're an idiot.
I never said a horizontal line slope.
1 degree
has
over
to
69
slope.
miles. You said it
Math.
sloped, sir.
So
You said
my
slope
question
several
for you-
times.
My question for
You don't even know where you're lying at.
My question for
Yo,
you.
laugh it up. You didn't say slope.
My question for you is that when you are using your theodolite in the field, what's the practical distance that you travel before you plant the theodolite again? And do your back angles,
Plant
forward
the
angles, or whatever.
theodolite.
I'm sorry.
It's embarrassing.
Plant the theodolite.
You put it. You've got a tripod, right? You've got a
I bet you
tripod.
he's never looked through it.
He's
So-
never done
so you-
anything. He's just making this up. This
Okay, so-
math,
so
please,
you're- so now you're
please.
fixated on the word
No,
plant. What
no,
word would you have
no.
to use?
Go hide yourself up.
What's upsetting here, math, is you're coming in talking to
asking
people
a
who obviously know a hell of a lot more about this than you, and you
I've
are
acknowledged
still saying that you keep trying to tell us what's going on. It's
I'm
obvious you
asking a
don't know what
question.
you're talking about. Yeah, we
I'm
said
asking a
before.
question.
We said before 50 meters either way, making a total of 100.
So 50 meters. So I'm sorry.
100, 50 back sight, 50 foresight. Because you don't know what you're talking about, Math. You don't seem to understand.
So
to the millimeter.
He can't stop.
Okay. Do you know how much Earth curvature there is in 50 meters?
None. Zero.
Well, it depends what he means by Earth curvature. Right? Do you mean the elevation change of the land? Math.
No,
Is that
no,
right? So
zero
what is it that you're talking about, the curvature?
Like
because there is zero math. There is zero curvature in the horizontal plane. You know that, right? Being a mathematician.
No, it's the horizontal plane is local.
But there's zero curvature to a horizontal plane.
But you only establish the horizontal plane locally.
Right, but
For
there's
example,
zero
50
curvature
meters.
to it. And you can measure the land. Right? The curvature of the land or the elevation changes of all of the land within that bit. Yeah. And then when you go and make a new horizontal, it will not intersect with the one you've just established because the tool wouldn't work if it wasn't parallel.
Okay, so my question for the guy who he makes his bread and butter using a theodolite. Do you know how much Earth curvature there would be?
No,
50 meters?
he does not make his
Zero.
bread and butter using a theodolite, Matt.
So let's pretend.
It's embarrassing.
Let's pretend there was an
Let's not
imaginary.
pretend. Let's
Okay.
you be quiet for a little while
Oh my
and
goodness.
realize that these tools create horizontals, and you couldn't differentiate between vertical change of the land or earth curve if your life depended on it. You could never ever measure curved water. You don't know what you're talking about.
So
you're here boasting on what you've heard on the internet on YouTube. You're repeating it, and you sound foolish.
Well, I've already established that I know the Earth is a globe. Okay, so that's
No, you just said that. You haven't measured it. You've looked up into the sky. You've never measured curved water ever.
I'm not interested in curved water.
You've calculated 1 degree over 69 miles into a surface of an Earth. Where is that surface? Can we meet there?
That was not my.
I'll meet you there tomorrow, and I'll bring my theodolite. You can show me how you measure curved water with a theodolite. Just give me that location of the surface of the Earth, sir.
So here's a question for you. When you shoot,
I'm tired of your questions. Done with your questions. Do you understand?
Meters,
Do you understand?
So for 50,
He's doing it just to annoy you now,
You're
Rookie.
just rattling on, right?
Well,
no
I'm
one
trying
wants
to ask
any
you a
more of your
question.
questions.
You're the one with the theodolite, and here's a question.
No
for
more
you.
questions from you. You don't even understand what we're telling you. It's a horizontal
I understand.
line.
I understand.
It's
100%.
vertical change.
I understand 100%.
It's not Earth curve. You keep asking us about Earth curve. Earth
I'm asking
doesn't
about the
curve.
precision of your instrument.
Yeah, it's very precise. Water
Okay.
doesn't curve. That's why you can go out and rent one yourself, and you can get
50
someone to
meters.
teach you how to use it because I know you don't know how, and you could
50 meters.
never measure curved water ever.
50 meters, right? So you've got your theodolite, and you're sighting 50 meters away, and maybe you've got a guy who's holding, one of those surveying rods. What kind of precision would you be able to detect when he's holding his rod? What type of precision? Like for example,
To
an inch?
the millimeter, Matt.
Okay.
Fucking
To the
hell.
millimeter. Okay. So your precision is to the millimeter.
To
Earth curvature
the
is
millimeter.
0.006 of an inch.
Mm-hmm.
No, you're wrong. There is no Earth curvature.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. Let's go to a theoretical planet that had the same size.
No, let's not. Let's deal with reality and
59,
logic
69
because it's
miles.
logic night.
No, this is quite good though, because Math, what sort of distance could you think you could measure what your theoretically calculated numbers?
Well, my understanding is that people who have attempted to measure Earth curvature over a flat body of water have done it in I think a half mile.
Yeah. Okay, well then let's talk about Slice Arcane and his bending water level test with all of the numbers that we've got here for every 100 meters. This is the numbers. It's got all of the quadratic shit involved in it and everything. Like surely you know how the quadratic function works for drop over distance.
Of course.
So there's 1600 meters. So that is 16 individual 100 meter water levels. Right? So as you can see, each of them, they go next to each other. I mean, Slice Arcane's got all of the equipment. He's doing this. This is doing the bug light, and he's definitely going to be doing this. I mean, he did try and connect them all up, but now he's doing them separate, right? So when you put them, wait a minute. When you put them next to each other over the entire distance, they're 16 100 meter water levels. Now, as you can see on that, it's a bit iffy, but you can see that in the drop between the 1500 and 1600, the last 100 meters, there seems to be a drop of about 30 centimeters in that one particular 100 meters. But the one at the beginning only has 0.78 of a millimeter drop. So that's a difference, right? Because of the position from one end of the water level to the other end that quadratically expands as you move away from the original starting point. But these are 100 meter water levels. They're all the same. Like the identity, of each of these water levels stays exactly the same, 100 meter water level. Yet the amount of drop between each end of the water level gets bigger the further away you get from the start position of the first water level.
Right.
Yeah, but Slice Arcane's going to do this, right? This is what Slice Arcane's going to measure this.
I would have connected them, but I mean,
he couldn't stop it from leaking. He couldn't do it.
Okay. But I would definitely have connected them because I think one water level with multiple verticals, it tells you the most.
Well, these are all next to end to end.
Yeah. It was very helpful to hear that it's 1 millimeter accuracy at 50 meters, because it
says 100 meters, 0.78.
Let me put the word theoretical in front. Theoretical Earth curvature drop. Okay, I know you guys don't believe it.
It's not 1 millimeter.
6,000ths of an inch.
What? 50 meters.
Yes, Earth curvature.
Right, so it's 6,100 meters. It's 0.78 of a millimeter.
Yeah, but that's
and then at 200 meters, it's 3.1 mil. So you could definitely measure that 3.1 mil at 200 meters, couldn't you? I mean, you could measure that with a ruler.
Yeah, well,
at 3.1 mil. I mean, that's definitely measurable, isn't it?
You got to be careful when you say ruler because you're standing at point A, and you're looking at
no. You can measure it with a ruler, 3.1 mil. Right, you could put a ruler up to it and measure it at 3.1 mil.
No, you can't.
Yeah, of course you can.
Yes, you can measure 3.1 millimeters.
No, you can't.
I can measure 3.1 millimeters now with my ruler.
But okay, because what we're talking about is measuring that from 300 meters away.
No. You establish a horizontal plane, and then you set up a water level, and you put a water level at each end, and then you measure the difference between the two. But I mean, you could literally do that with a ruler. Put it there and measure it. 3.1 mil.
You set the water level up so that they match. I'm assuming. I don't know what Slice Arcane.
No, that would make the water level a horizontal then. Surely.
No, it would have the water level follow the curvature of the Earth.
No. If you establish... wait a minute, Math. If you establish a horizontal plane and mark it, right? You mark it, the elevation at horizontal, and then you get a water level that's also 200 meters long, and you've already established that they are on a horizontal, these marks. You've checked them. You've double checked them 3 or 4 times. And when you put the water level up to it, if the water level doesn't measure 3.5 mil difference at one end, then you would have to say that the water level actually establishes a horizontal, wouldn't you?
I think we're talking past purposes, because horizontal is a local concept, so you can't. And
you can definitely establish a horizontal plane. I mean, like you heard Rakir say before, he does concrete, and they have to establish a horizontal. Like, they wouldn't get away with 2 or 3 or 4, 5 mil like drop if that's not what's called for. I mean, they have to be exact, right?
Yeah, but what we're talking about is theoretical Earth curvature in 50 meters.
No, we're talking about actual measurable in reality and setting stuff out in reality. We're not bothered about your theoretical bullshit.
No, but my question is, how would you measure 0.006 of an inch 50 meters away?
With a tool that can measure 0.006 of an inch. I mean, you do realize there are tools that can measure a 50 millionth of an inch.
Not at 50 meters.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely.
No.
Yeah.
So, no.
Yeah.
I don't believe the tool exists.
Oh.
I know you can measure 50 millionth of an inch in front of you. Like, you've got a tool and you put a little thing in it and you measure it, blah, blah, blah. We're talking about looking at something 50 meters away. You're standing here with your tool.
Get a micrometer.
And I'm looking at something 50 meters away, and I'm measuring 0.006 of an inch.
No, you don't
That's what we're talking about.
You don't seem to get the concept of how a water level works.
Yeah, I think I misunderstand where the water levels are adjusted. That's why I said if I were doing the
adjusted,
test, I would connect them all. Because then you're essentially making an artificial canal. You're making a body of water.
Yeah,
with a bunch of verticals on it. Right? That's the way I would do it. But
that's the way we did it as well. Yeah, because we don't have problem with leaking like that. We're fine with that. I was just using sliced bar canes as a thing because he's doing it. He's doing it soon. Yeah, he's doing it soon this year.
I really hope he would connect them, because if you connect
No,
them,
don't tell math.
Oh my goodness.
Don't tell somebody how to do their test. What you do is you make the most of the test that he's doing, and then if you think you can improve it, you then say afterwards, right?
Okay, so here's the problem.
He's already Slice Barcane has already done his test. He's took all of the advice he's going to take. He doesn't take any of our advice. He doesn't want to talk to us, right? So what you've got to do is you've just got to wait and see what he comes up with, right? Now, you've already done some calculations, haven't you?
Yes.
Right. Are you thinking that what Slice Barcane is going to measure is the same as what your calculations are?
No, because I think... the thing is, I'm listening to you describing his experiment, so I don't really know. But I think that anybody performing this would run into a lot of problems trying to manually adjust the water. Like if I have two water levels next to each other, so I've got two vertical pipes, and I'm trying to drip water into one pipe and drip water into the other pipe until the two water levels are level. The error rate is going to be huge. So I would not do it that way. Because like I said, Earth curvature in 50 meters is 0.006 of an inch. I mean, and you know what water does when it's in a pipe. It has that little, it's called a meniscus, right? The water in the pipe has a meniscus, which is a curved, because it wants to wet the surface of the pipe.
But that might be okay at the beginning, right? Yeah. But at the end, you're talking about 30 centimeters. Like, you could definitely make sure your water level, your drip in your thing would be within 30 centimeters, right? You've just got to make sure.
We're not talking about within 30 centimeters. We're talking about two adjacent pipes have to be within 1,000th of an inch.
No. The first two is that if the first one drops 0.78 and then the next one from between, but no, see, here's the problem, because the first one ends and there's a supposed drop of 0.78. I mean, there's no drop, is there? I mean, that's ridiculous. But then the next drop in between that 100 to 200, it's got to drop another like 2 mil. So it goes from 0.7 to 2 mil, and then the drop between the next one's like 5 mil.
That's only from the perspective of the first point.
Do you mean the perspective? No. The pipes don't change. The pipes stay where they are.
No. But you have to stand at the first pipe. You have to stand there. You can't move.
But who's going to set the water levels up?
No. You set the water levels up. You got everything is all copacetic.
So every time you set a water level up, you're only ending up with 0.7, and you've got 16.7s because you're setting the water level up.
My point is that.
But when you walk to this, so that's like 16. Let's say call it 1 mil. You call that 16 mil drop. But then when you walk back to the beginning, it turns into an 8-inch drop.
Yeah.
It's not even an inch after you've set each one of them up individually.
And Paige, and I'm sorry, I can't watch the chat as I'm talking, but Paige,
it's really weird
jumped on me.
the way
Wouldn't
this
the
works.
water level just level itself out, Charles, if they're connected? That's the whole point. The whole point of a water level is it's an artificial body of water. Like most construction sites aren't next to a canal, so a water level it fakes it with water. So, the water at the one tube and the water at the other tube, it sort of fakes a body of water that is the size of the length of your water level.
It doesn't fake it. It is one body of water.
Well, no,
it's all connected.
It's connected with a tube, but we wouldn't call that a body of water. Like,
you
of
would.
Water would be a pond or a lake.
You call the water one body because it all acts together to find a level like a body of water does.
So don't get fixated on the phrase body of water. But Paige's question is a very, very good one. Wouldn't the water just level itself out? Absolutely.
It does.
That's the entire point. Yeah. My point is, just imagine two capital letter U's. Two capital letter U's, and you're just going to put them right next to each other.
Yeah.
The level of precision you would need in calibrating those two water levels is in the thousandths of an inch.
What, you calibrate water levels?
Not a measurement. Horizontal's not a measurement.
What do you mean calibrating the water levels? Explain that.
Meaning, if you wanted to have one water level next to a water level and you wanted to maintain the same surface of the water, it means you have to drip water into one level to make the levels match.
Yeah.
Right? And what I'm saying is the accuracy needed is measured in thousandths of an inch.
Yeah, you could do it. You could do it to a 50 millionth of an inch.
Well, we're talking about water levels which have a meniscus, which means that you've got this blurry line.
Yeah, but you could.
We're not talking about measuring the thickness of a coin.
You could join those bodies together with a tool that can measure those to a 50 millionth of an inch. Would that be good enough?
You can't measure 50 millionth of an inch through a telescope. All right.
No, this is a water level. You don't. You don't look at a telescope with a water level.
Point B, right?
No, you're measuring. You're measuring.
How are you measuring? How are you measuring the difference of the heights of the water level?
How are you measuring the difference in the heights of each end of the water level?
No. Like let's say you had two capital letter U's, and you call the first letter U A and B, and you call the second letter U C and D. How do you measure the difference between A and D? The beginning of the first U and the end of the second U. How would you measure that difference? Because you have to be standing either at A or D.
Do you know? Right? You know that the body of water would be transferred, right?
Well, but the two levels. The point I'm trying to make is the two water levels are two separate bodies of water. That's why I would connect them.
Okay. Well, let's say you are stood at A. Where are the positions of B, C, and D relating to A?
So A and B are going to be, level to each other. So that would be one body of water.
Yeah, so that would be a straight line.
Are going to be, well, you could draw a straight line, but So C and D are going to be level to each other as
straight
a
line.
second body of water.
Yeah,
That's
another straight line.
I would connect them.
But they would be two straight lines, right? From A to B and C to D.
Yeah, but those two lines would be at a slight angle.
So you say that wouldn't be a shared straight line?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I mean, if these water levels are long enough. Okay. But the question is, how would you measure the deviation?
Right. Well, let's say, right, because I know you went from one to the other there. Let's say you're stood at A, then all of the other bits, would they be below the horizontal established at A?
Yes.
All of the other points, right? Now, if you go to D, if you go to D and establish a horizontal, and shoot back, would all of the other points be below the horizontal established at D?
Yes.
Now, go to the middle and establish a horizontal there. Would both of the A and D be below that horizontal?
Yes.
Right. Okay.
And thank you, Celtic Tiger 123. That's very cute. But yeah, I would, if I could contact Sly Sparkane, I have no way of contacting him. I would have said, you got to connect them. You have to 100% connect them, because if you don't connect them, you then have to calibrate different water levels to each other. And the error, if you were just 1,000th of an inch off, it messes up your entire experiment.
Okay.
So that's not the way I would have done it.
Well, do you understand shared straight line segments and the way that works?
Yes, and the shared straight line segments, and that's why that's. And I hope you get this, Bev. My question has always been about practicality, and in practical, what's the longest builder's level? I mean, I've seen 6-foot levels, but like those are extremely expensive. I don't know. Do they make 10-foot spirit levels? But practicality. If you lifted up one side of the spirit level to the thickness of a human hair, would you notice?
Yeah. What about a 400-meter water level?
But 400-meter water level, sure, right? But then you have to stand at one end and sight the other end. You don't. You can't bring the ends together.
You don't.
You can't carry the hose and bring them together.
You don't have to sight water levels. Who has told you that you need to sight water levels?
The water level is going to pretend as if it's a body of water. I mean, I hope you understand that.
It is a body of water. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
I mean, the whole point about a water level...
You don't sight water levels.
Right, but if you're trying to figure out if the Earth curves, you
do. No, if you're trying to use a water level, you do not sight it.
Right, like a building site. Absolutely. It establishes a locally horizontal plane in practical purposes. Absolutely.
Yes.
People have been using water levels for, I don't know, as long as there have been hose.
Practically, for establishing a horizontal plane of reference, a water level is a tool that is used. Yes.
Absolutely. In practical purposes, you have no... And I think even the Egyptian pyramids, they made a trough, and they filled the trough with water, and then that's how they started the foundation of the pyramids and made it level, because they made a trough around the whole thing.
Charles, do you know the one of the main benefits of using the water level?
To establish a local horizontal plane for like a
but
building
what's
site or something.
Yeah, but a lot of tools can do that. What's one of the main things a water level is different?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Does it require line of sight?
Oh,
you can go around a corner, around a different room. You know why? Because it's communicating vessels. The water establishes.
Yes.
So you knew all that.
Well, I mean, you reminded me, but people use water levels actually in a building,
So you did know all that. Line of sight is not required.
I'm saying no.
Then why did you say you need to sight down the water level?
Because
if you knew that.
Because we're talking for two different purposes. Sly Sparkane is not trying to build a deck. Sly Sparkane, I'm assuming, is trying to measure the curvature, or at least see the curvature of the Earth.
No,
okay?
he's doing a go fraud me so he could scam people to get lots of money off people.
But he's not building a deck. He's not building, whatever. He's not establishing one, something from one room to the other. I mean, that's fascinating what you said about the water level, because you can literally carry it around from one room to the other and without line of sight. That's 100% practical.
Mm-hmm.
The point about having a long distance water level, and I'm sorry you don't like that video with the pond dye, the big black reservoir of water.
Yeah, you haven't looked into that, Math. So don't say that we don't like it. We've looked into it, right? And it's a load of bunk.
Well, I know it's expensive because
no, Math. He's used Math. He's used pressure fittings.
Well, so it wouldn't leak, sure, wouldn't you?
No, there's no pressure in it.
Pressure.
What?
I mean, what's the pressure of 4 feet deep of water is not.
It's not enough to stop a pressure fitting from leaking. It's not enough pressure, Math.
Yeah, no, but I mean, right? That's why he was probably using pressure. I mean, even
if that's why he was probably not filled it at all. Yeah, there was nothing in that Math to show that was connected vessels. Nothing.
That's an integrity question. You could say the whole thing.
And there's more than one, Math. There's about 10 in that entire video. So for you to accept that video as something that evidence that you are willing to come and give us just goes to show that you have not looked into anything about any of this, Math.
I was not trying to bring that video to your attention as evidence. Okay, so let's
you said we wouldn't like it, and we were just pointing out the reason we wouldn't like it is because it's obviously faked. It's not real.
Okay. One of the points I had in bringing that up is it would be the way I would design it if I were building a 3 vertical water level. I would have, a kilometer or, a 2-mile thing of hose with a third one in the middle. So you have 3 verticals, and you fill the whole thing up. You allow it to equalize, and then you have to sight from point A past point B to point C.
Surely you've already set that up with your theodolite already. That's how he marked it, wasn't it?
I'm sorry, what was the last part? It was what?
That's how he marked it, right? He had a measure. You saw him at the middle point. He went there with a measuring stick. He measured. He got a ruler and he put up to it, right?
Right.
Right.
They were
so no, he wasn't citing it. He'd have already established those marks with the theodolite.
Yeah, I think they actually used like a rifle scope or something. I don't know
Oh,
if they did
come
it with
on, Math, you're just making it up.
No.
Yes, you are. You're making it up.
The guy in the description of the video apologized that he forgot to film this one thing.
He forgot to film any tests or any checks to show how he validified anything.
Okay.
So there was nothing. There was just a guy driving down there with 3 pots of water.
Yes. So that will not hold up in a court of law. Okay. I'm with you there. The point that I was trying to make is that that's the way I would do it. I mean, of course, I would film it a little better. I would, but he said, oh, wait, I figured out later that I could have put my iPhone camera up to the telescope and it would have recorded it, but he forgot to, okay? So I'm not bringing it to you as evidence. I'm just saying I'm bringing it to you as an example of that's a 3-column water level over a very big distance.
But he got a raise.
Right?
Yeah, he got a raise. It raised up in the middle.
Yeah, because that would be
what do you mean? Yeah. No, it's meant to be a drop, Math.
No.
Yes. You want a drop. From point A, you want a drop, not a raise, Math.
So it all depends on where you're pointing your telescope.
Oh.
If you're pointing your telescope from point A...
So he didn't have it horizontal then, right?
If you're pointing,
He
your
didn't have it
telescope-
horizontal, so the reason he didn't give you a picture was because it showed that his telescope was not horizontal.
Okay, I can't finish a sentence.
Yeah,
If
because
you're
you
pointing-
don't know what you're talking about, Math.
Oh my gosh, you kept saying I want to drop. If you're pointing your telescope from point A to point C, meaning start to finish, you want point B to be above your line of sight.
Yes, but it's
That's
not
the
horizontal
scientific-
then, is it?
That is not horizontal. You're absolutely correct. It is not
Well,
horizontal.
what's the point of him doing it then?
Because you don't need like the accuracy of a builder's level.
So
or,
he's
a-
he's
a-
pointing his thing down to show you that the water level is down from the horizontal. Because if he would have put it horizontally, there would have been a measurable drop, which would have meant that the water level has a measurable drop in elevation.
No, not in elevation.
Yes. That's
Because
what a
the water
measurable drop from horizontal is, Math.
But that's no. Because
Yes,
we're going over
yes, your
distance
model
of water
affliction
level.
and your misunderstanding of what surveying does and how it works is getting you into trouble, Math.
Yeah, and I apologize if I
Mhm.
ruffled feathers.
No,
Like,
you've not
I am
ruffled
a
any
surveyor.
feathers.
I'm not,
You just-
I'm not a builder.
you're just making
I
shit
do not
up. Your
own
model.
A theodolite. But that's why I asked that question: is what kind of accuracy do you get at 50 meters? And the answer was 1 millimeter.
Can I ask you like a question? Can we talk about the law of identity for a while? Because you've been on this whole bullshit for a bit now, and like, can you also come in on Mondays when this is what we do? Talk about your model affliction instead of the logic nights. Can we get back on the law of identity, please?
Law of identity. You guys crack me up. Anyway, I've been going.
And that was a yes or a no, please. Hello, yes or a no?
I've been monopolizing the conversation, so I apologize. I do have to run. I have to tend to my.
Yeah, my bad.
You've been very, very kind, all of you, and I apologize for ruffling feathers. But Bev, thank you for hosting. Was it Rakia that I got upset? I apologize, Rakia. I did not mean to get you upset.
Yeah, you lied about this life.
Just stop pretending you know things that you don't know. You're offending people who make a living using the tools that you're saying you know about.
I do not know about theodolites. I mean, I know kind of what they do.
Yeah,
but
but you're saying a horizontal line slopes over 69 miles. It's ridiculous.
I never said that.
Oh my god.
But you guys are great, and thank you, Paige, for all your great comments. I'm sorry I wasn't able to look at the comments. I was focusing on the conversation. So
I'm sorry you weren't able to address the law of identity for a second while you were here. That was pretty
I'm going to give you a present of a dictionary. I think you may find it delightful.
Have a good
It's a
day.
delightful book. Anyway,
Have a good
it's
day.
been great. It's been great, Bev.
Hey, Charles.
Thank you for
Thank you for coming.
Okay, take care.
Charles.
Bye-bye.
Hey, Charles, thank you. He really needs to change his name, though. Just
Well,
call
I never
yourself
looked
Charles.
I never looked through the theodolite, but I'm gonna tell you how it works.
Right?
I'm just saying, bro. Get out of here. I don't use the tool, but I'm gonna tell you how the tool works. Sorry, y'all.
I just don't get why they feel they need to do that. I mean, he's got to be exhausted. He went through everything like that. It's crazy, though. I mean, I'm literally driving in a truck that is paid for by the theodolite. I'm banging on the box of the theodolite, pulling up to a house that is paid for by the use of that theodolite. And he's telling me that it can't create a horizontal line. Like, it doesn't do what it does. Like, it just gets old.
Well, that's exactly why I started out saying that, they have to break one of these three at the get-go. That's the only way they can even talk about it.
Yeah. Well, I said at the beginning of all of this, I'm going to make them give up Euclidean geometry. I'm going to make them give up a horizontal plane. And you saw how easily he did it. If You think a horizontal plane exists now. In reality, you're a flat earther. That's where we've got them. And they'll all have to say it. If math had to say it, every one of them knows that they now have to be able to say that. And they'll be able to say it freely. So math has led the way for all of Globers. Now, if you believe a horizontal plane can be established in reality, larger than 2 microns, flat earther, get ready for it. There's a lot of flat earthers now, right? That tilt that went from 90% one way, it's gonna come back again. You're gonna find out there's a lot of flat earthers now. If establishing a horizontal plane above 2 microns, the size of the string of the vertical plumb bob, is bigger than the string. A flat earther. Thanks, math. The model's just too much. I mean, I don't mind like whatever anybody imagines for the model at all. But I know in reality a horizontal plane exists larger than 2 fucking microns. We have tools that do it. I know that horizontals are parallel because they're all horizontal is defined as being parallel to the plane of the horizon, which logically means that all horizontals are parallel to each other. There's no getting around it. People use these tools to do the jobs, and any one of them will tell you that the tools establish a horizontal plane. Geometric planes are established statewide. You've even got the surveyors telling you that. I think Jesse says it in that one, doesn't he? And Larry said it. George has said it. Every surveyor that you ever talk to will say it. They do plane surveying, and the planes that they establish on are state plane coordinate planes in America. In the UK, we've got the entire UK on one set to mean sea level on a vertical datum. It seems like the globe gives you a lot of things that you have to do. Disco ball Earth. No such thing. That's the conception that they will have to be able to imagine. But it's not. All the horizontals are parallel. On disco ball Earth, all the horizontals aren't parallel. They can't be. Disco ball Earth disproved. We use those horizontal planes to establish elevation changes that tell us it's not flat. Yeah. It's really weird.
He was willing to break the law of identity of the word local. Like that's yeah, what?
Yeah, local one meaning 2 microns and local 2 being 100 and odd thousand miles.
Yep.
Yeah, and I'm guessing anywhere in between, wherever he decided he wanted to place local. If he's got 2 variances like that, anything in between also goes.
Yeah, if you can violate the law of identity, then you can make up definitions for yourself, and yeah, you can believe anything at that point if you just want to.
They don't seem to get it though, right? I mean, I'm not bothered. If people are listening to us now and tuning in, like, let us know what you think. I prefer not to have to go through these conversations. I've been through so many of them, and it sounds to me like whenever you're talking to people that do this, them just saying it is enough for them, for that message to be going out. People are hearing it. Now, I'm not bothered about the Globers hearing what he says. I just want to make sure that everybody else that lives in reality knows that what he was saying was nothing. He's not used the tools. That's what gets annoying, is when you know that there are people that do these jobs. Not me, but there are professionals out there that might be listening. What are they going to think of people like Math that have never actually used the tools, don't know any of the methods or how it's used, how to implement the methods, how to set the tools up, how to check the tools? He doesn't know any of that, yet he's willing to be able to say that horizontals have to intersect. And in reality, he says, because of his model, there's no such thing as a horizontal. There's no such thing as a horizontal plane. There just happens to be a word for it. It's gotta be sad. Like, what happened? I went nipped to the toilet, and I come back, he'd gone. Did somebody upset him? Redman. Did you chase him off?
I didn't chase anybody off. I said nothing. I've been quiet.
Oh, Globe. Oh, wait a minute.
Nah.
Oh, look
Let
at
her
this.
plow it.
Yet I use the tools and see a drop. When you say tools, do you mean the big light in the sky being less than 30,000 feet? Is that a tool? Because it's not a tool for measuring elevations, is it? Or altitude even. It's a tool for keeping your heading, isn't it? Oh, good.
I think it might be best that he just stay on mute. Don't acknowledge him.
It's like a globe Earth. Yeah. Yeah, we don't need anybody else if you've not actually used any of the tools that you're purportedly using. Saying that you're using it, you'd be best off not. Because, like, they're eventually hoping that professionals will eventually hear this. And I'm like, I say all of the surveyors. I'm not against surveyors. I know surveyors do their jobs and they do them correctly. And I know these guys here aren't portraying surveyors correctly. But I know that surveyors, please don't come out here and please don't think that you should ever have to defend your job, because if anybody here hears you doing anything, they will come after you and give a Brian Mullen. So just stay quiet and let these guys act like they do. Those of us that do the job are happy with we know what happens, and people that know. It does get annoying though, and you can hear the passion in Ricky's voice. When somebody goes after what you do, and they obviously know nothing, and he was smiling, you could hear him laughing. Kept going, oh my God. Oh my God. As if... I don't know. I quite like Math. At least he comes in to talk. But I would like it if they didn't start doing that.
That was kind of ironic. He's complaining on some point that wouldn't be considered in his favor, but he wouldn't even acknowledge the law of identity even once.
Yeah, they're old, antiquated laws, those things.
It's like Euclid, is it? Yeah, they're gonna have to give up logic and specify that they're giving it up.
Yeah, imagine giving up horizontal, perpendicular to vertical. Like, that's geometry there, right? So they've, rather than give up Euclid, which, like Rumpus did the other day, he sort of started to give them that idea. Oh, that's good. It's got a datum there. That looks straight, that. Mobius.
Yep, man,
vertical curves are immeasurable from a horizontal plane.
Yeah.
Vertically, perpendicularly. Go figure.
He almost made me break out my 7-foot level.
Is that the one with the bubble off the side?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, see. Redman has got that bubble. We were talking to somebody the other day. Redman has the fabled level with the bubble not in the centre. Imagine that. They're making a level without the bubble being in the centre. I mean, how could they? How dare they?
Yeah, I was gonna. Well, I had tagged you with a question to ask Matt earlier, but he was saying that the 10-foot level would have a slight curve to it, and I wanted to ask him, what if he turned it upside down? Would it curve the opposite way?
I don't know whether he was saying that. He just said if there was a hair underneath it, could you tell? They have this sort of an accuracy thing, don't they? And where they get very vague with what they're talking about. Call it a red herring type thing, where they get you to talk about something that isn't really relevant to what they're talking about. Or what you were talking about in the first place.
I look like Club Chaos over there. It's a garage.
Oh, man. Flat Earth Pilot is telling us he's going with the hump, the Jesse Kozlowski nutsack hump. Oh, no, sorry, nutsack drop. So there's no drop. He's not going for the drop. He's going for the hump. Because we didn't...
Good.
That's how we started, right, Essie?
Yep.
We tried to get him on the paradox. He asked for it. And then... how soon did he divert from it?
Not too long after. I tried as much to keep him on it, but, they try to get away.
From what, though? I mean, yeah. How did he get away from the paradox? Because it's definitely a paradox. There's no way around it.
Well, he didn't get away from the paradox. He just got away from the conversation. You know, they switched it around, and other people started asking questions, and,
He diverted pretty well, though, right? The tactics. I mean, what we're going to have to watch is the way these things occur, right? You started a conversation where you were trying to explain a paradox. Now, that paradox is going to be difficult for anybody to go with. But he diverted at some point, and he got away from it.
Yeah, because everybody was asking him questions.
Yeah. So it's somehow along on that journey that you were trying to take him on, he managed to get away because somebody else asked him a question and he could get diverted from the initial one, right?
Yeah, but you can't blame.
No. But we have to watch that, right? All of us have to watch that. Either somebody asked him a question that allowed him to divert and get away from where he was meant to be. Because I tried to get him back a couple of times to try it again. He diverted many times. And even when I tried to get him there, he diverted from that again as well. Same thing every time.
This for years. This
Very
guy.
clever.
Not,
yeah.
Yeah. He's not new at all. He's been playing this game for years, longer than me. That's for sure.
Did he say that he's like very interested in paradoxes or find it funny or something like that in the beginning?
No, he said he was intrigued about the paradox. He wanted to know about the twin boat paradox.
Yeah, I think he prefaced it by also saying that like paradoxes in general was like an interest of his. Or did I hear him wrong? Maybe.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, I'll get him on the whiteboard. It's the only place to go on that in order for you to visualize the paradox.
Yeah, you know what I wanted to do? The ball thing, the WS ball.
Yeah.
Because once that comes out, oh my God, we'll get him another time.
Oh, yeah. We'll have to get him because the water level test that we've got will have to be explained.
When they show the boats pointing upwards.
Yeah.
Oh, I can get them to say the craziest things with that picture up there.
And that's why I brought up the paradox in the first place, is because it's a perfect visual representation of what can happen when you break the law of identity, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Shout out to you too, bro. That's very good. Yeah, you got a good angle on that one.
How many times did he break the law of identity then tonight? That was a perfect example. Yeah. That was well pointed out. Especially on Logic Night as well with this. To be able to show how easy it is to spot these fallacies. Then that was a pretty good example, I think.
This tonight was, wow, very telling. This is just not a normal guy. This is a math teacher.
He's not a math teacher. Come on, you can't give up a plane that easy.
Yeah.
That's a character. Now, I don't know what he does and how he pretends to do stuff, but it's so severely model afflicted. And once you start giving up geometric planes, you're done.
Yeah. He's probably a lying sack of you-know-what, but just the fact that he's playing the math teacher... Sorry, I probably broke up. Just the fact that he's playing the math teacher and people are listening in, right? To the math teacher getting schooled, that's very powerful, that.
He's a relativist, right? He's just having fun because he knows no matter where you take relativism, it's going to be the same end result of breaking the law of identity, right? So, yeah, he can go anywhere and do his exact same style of conversation and get the exact same reactions from it. He's probably just having fun with it.
I don't know, with this guy, man. Oof, what a sophist. Yeah. This is a perfect example of he broke every single law there is to break. And then some.
Yeah, see, you didn't like my plumb bob and my levels? All my levels set up together?
I wasn't fully... You just posted it now?
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta go up above the other one. Not this one.
Got whatever's posting again. I don't know what he's coming
Oh,
back
yeah,
with.
yeah. I've seen that one, I think, before. I think you posted that one before.
Yeah. But do you see the levels on the outside of the yellow level? That's a 7-foot level.
Oh, shit. Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's good.
The horizontal, the horizontal's on the outside of the long level, not in the center.
They dared to put it on the side, huh? Yep.
I think they did that on purpose.
So that negates your whole thing, knocks it all out the window. Sorry.
You know, to a point. To a point. You know, you can't put it to a point. You can't put it to a point because they're both on the opposite sides. Two horizontals. Well, actually, it's one set. That's one horizontal in one direction. Uh-oh. Oopsie.
Right,
when we play this tape back, oh my God.
I'm just about to end it now. So, anybody got any final words you want to end up with?
I'm gonna start asking some questions. Damn it! I'm getting involved in this shit. Sorry. No, go ahead.
I mean, like, relativism, right? You just put the word local in front of it, and now because horizontal itself is it's defined a certain way, right? But you put local in front of it, now you control what the word, the phrase means. All of a sudden, you can have it, have your cake and eat it too at that point. And I guess that's what I wanted to show, but I got a little bit, like usual, a little bit triggered by these people. Like, can't you see what you're doing? But yeah, I hope the example made sense then at the end.
Yeah, we all try and do not get triggered, but I mean it is hard when these people are questioning you what you know to be reality. And you're
it's not even that in this case. It's just horizontal is horizontal, but no, he says. But no, but it's both. But what? No, come on. Like, can we agree that horizontal is horizontal or not? Right? That's all it is, and that's why it's frustrating.
He said it can't be on his globe, right? It can't be what you say it is, because he had a model, and he admitted he had a model. So he was well aware that it was his model that was making him say some stuff, but unable to not say it because his model makes him say it, forced him to. Model affliction.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, come and get some more updates on model affliction, and we'll be back tomorrow, I think. I'll put that proof one out tomorrow, and it's hump day. So maybe midday we'll do the put the proof thing out, and then tomorrow night we'll talk about proof. Anybody got any final words? If not, I'm going to sign off.
Hey, Bev, what's going on? You got the COVID?
What?